Cause you're listening to Jams and Tea, you want to see the show on your TV, so we talk about things musically. Cause you're listening to Jams and Tea, you're listening to Jams and Tea.
Welcome, everybody, to a brand new B-Sides episode of the Jams and Tea podcast, where we spin the jams and spill the tea. And today we are doing a long-awaited, long-anticipated by several members of this podcast episode on Scottish post-punk band The Twilight Sad. We are going to be covering their entire discography today. And Tyler, as you are the Twilight Sad lad.
Yeah, more like I am.
You got the shirt.
Yeah, I've got the shirt. I am the Twi quite sad, or the Tie quite sad. That one just came to me right now.
I've never seen a deader look in anyone's eyes than Morgan right now.
No one can ever know what it is like to experience that joke again.
Look, I'm hopped up on caffeine. I'm nervous energy. So if I'm not laughing, the other way, you know?
Yeah, we've been putting in work this last week for this episode. This has been hotly anticipated by everybody involved.
Yeah, so the Twilight Sad have been one of my favorite bands for 6 years now. I would consider them probably my favorite working band. And yeah, and that the reasons why that is, the connections I have to this music, my feelings about it, and why I think it's so special will become clear, hopefully, throughout the course of this episode. So I'll just kind of get into it by introducing who the band are and contextualizing their career from the outset. So I'm sure everyone who's watching is probably already a fan, or at least curious about them, knows a little bit. But in case you're not, the Twilight Sad are a Scottish post-punk / shoegaze / indie rock / vaguely industrial band. Very hard to kind of do a genre pigeonhole here. I do definitely hear them referred to as post-punk quite frequently, although I would make the argument that not all of their albums are post-punk, and very few of them are primarily that. So it's very difficult to pin them down with a genre label. But those genres I just said I think all apply. Formed in 2003. The members of Twilight Sad, both former and current, are singer-songwriter and frontman James Graham, guitarist Andy McFarlane, former drummer Mark Devine, who drummed, I believe, on the first 4 records, and current drummer Sebastian Schultz, former bassist Craig Orzell, who was bassist on, I believe, the first 2 records, and current bassist Johnny Docherty, and since 2012, keyboardist Brendan Smith, who I believe was brought on for No One Can Ever Know and made a significant alteration to their sound at that point, which we'll get to.
Yep.
The band's name is taken from a poem by the British poet Wilfred Owen, who died in World War I. The name comes from a poem called But I Was Looking at the Permanent Stars, which could easily be a title of a song on their first album. And that poem was left unfinished at the time of Owen's death, and the passage from which the title is taken, I'll read to you. Quote, "Voices of boys were by the riverside, sleep mothered them and left the twilight sad, the shadow of the morrow weighed on men." It's obviously a poem about wartime and the loss of innocence, basically, a theme which is going to be quite important to several sections of today's discussion, particularly early on. The first proper song that the band wrote and recorded was called That Summer at Home I Had Become the Invisible Boy, a title taken from a quote from the film Stand By Me, and a song which lyrically deals with similar emotions as that film and its source material explores. We'll get more onto that shortly. The band's initial demo, which got them signed to Fat Cat Records, was recorded in 2005 and then would eventually be released on a split cassette tape for Record Store Day with another Scottish band in 2011. 3 guesses who that band is.
Might it be
Churches?
Mogwai.
Biffy
Clyro.
You're all overthinking this.
I know,
Wait,
I know,
really?
I know.
Frightened
I'm
Rabbit?
guessing it's for
Yes.
Frightened Rabbit. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, I was
that
gonna
was-
say.
that was-
Okay, I was like, you all
that
are
was-
kidding, right? This is a
that
bit.
Yeah, that was.
So,
that
Yes.
was
and for our viewers who lack a bit of context here, perhaps just stumbling on this video, we have previously done, I think, a 4-hour video on the discography of Frightened Rabbit, another seminal band close to my heart and close to, I believe, well, everyone's hearts who's here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, so that's a little bit of a.
We like the sad Scotsmans.
There's a
I feel like
relevant
this is
relationship.
almost going to. I feel like this is almost going to be almost like a sister episode almost to that one in many ways.
Definitely, both bands different approaches and different specific focuses in writing style, but also quite similar themes in certain ways as well. And obviously a relationship between the two bands too. They were intimately familiar with each other, and as I will mention towards the end of this video, the Twilight Sad have covered Frightened Rabbit on multiple occasions.
Yep.
We'll get to that eventually. So anyway, the first commercial release for the band was their self-titled debut EP, which was released in November 2006, called The Twilight Sad, obviously. It saw a young band exploring a sound clearly influenced heavily by the burgeoning post-rock movement of the 2000s, specifically bands like Mogwai, another Scottish act to whom James Graham himself would tell you that the group are heavily indebted and also are big fans.
They toured with them as well.
Yeah, I believe they've toured together, and I believe that Mogwai have also remixed one of their songs. Where Mogwai's music mainly explores instrumental arrangements oriented around building to colossal crescendos, the Twilight Sad's music initially took a form that applied this aesthetic more to indie rock structures, with less of a fascination with the driving melodies of post-rock and more interest in the swirling noise and wall of sound musical stylings of the genre's more challenging artists. Essentially, they sought to create indie rock tunes with a distinct edge, melding the friendly with deafening noise, howls of pain expressed through raw, distorted, bleeding guitar sounds, and James anchoring the band with distinctive, poetic, heavily visual lyricism that painted distinct pictures of a troubling and traumatic youth. I won't linger on this initial EP too long, and I don't think there's much point in kind of going around talking about it too much, because 3 of its 5 songs actually would reappear on the debut album. But one song I will shout out now that only appears on this EP is the devastating 9-minute emotional exorcism that is 3 Seconds of Dead Air, which I think is a fitting addendum to their debut album. And I actually recommend listening to this song immediately after you've listened to that album, because it works quite well as a closer or like I said, an addendum that fits the aesthetic of the rest of that record perfectly. I'll talk about it in a little bit more detail actually when I do my discussion of the debut album. But anyway, So on the 3rd of April 2007, just 6 days shy of my 10th birthday, not that that means anything, it really doesn't, but I felt like it's a point that I wrote down, their debut album, 14 Autumns and 15 Winters, was released. Okay, so I'm quite keen for this album, I'm quite keen to I've written quite a lot about this album, so I'm quite keen to go first if that's all right. But I have kind of sort of stormed into it from my intro, so I want to ask if there's anything that any of you want to say before we launch into the reviews.
I think I'm good.
It's a good album.
Yes.
That's what I say.
Yeah, no, definitely.
What? Hot take?
So look, it's exceedingly rare, I think, for a great band to begin their studio album career with their best song at the top of their debut. And though there's one other song I personally love more, which we'll get to later in their career, for me, the opening track on 14 Autumns and 15 Winters, Cold Days from the Birdhouse, is the high watermark of the band's songwriting and instrumental composition. It stands as one of the most affecting and emotional songs I have ever heard, and the greatest album opener ever, in my opinion. And having heard something approaching 3,000 albums, that I feel confident in saying that is quite something, but I really do mean it. There's barely any song in the whole world that means more to me than that one. In fact, I could probably count the songs that do on one hand, and one of them is also by this band. The song enters as it exits with a soul lone piano note tapped repeatedly 3 years before Kanye's Runaway, which is a stupid thing I probably didn't write down, but nevertheless I did.
James Graham said, Kanye, you're nothing.
Yes.
Get on my level.
The band gradually enters to support it and build upon it. The most notable instrumental quality of this record, particularly as it is a musical aspect that the band would completely abandon after it, is the use of accordion on basically every track here. Introduced immediately on Cold Days is perhaps the most singular and meaningful musical aspect of the record, which is the pillowing, heavily reverbed, shimmering wall of guitar. It's not simply noise, like a band like Mogwai might do, though at times on the record it is noisy. It is a canvas of melody, first and foremost, atop of which James's voice and the driving melodic progressions accumulate and layer. The lyricism on this opening track is elliptical but evocative. James has a particular knack here for coining vaguely nonsensical phrases that nonetheless paint very specific emotional scenes. Quote, and so you make it your own, but this is where your arm can't go, which actually, as an aside, I initially misheard that lyric as you make it your oar, but this is where your arm can't go, which makes more sense, but I don't necessarily like it more or less than the lyric that does exist. Another lyric, your red sky at night won't follow me. One of my personal favorite lyrics on the song, which is breathing in smoke signs like a puppet told to drive. Which I have no idea what that means on a word-to-word basis, but it just makes sense in my brain in terms of evoking a sense of having no control in your life. And then ultimately, the final repeated line of, where are your mirrors? Again, another line I initially misheard as, where are your manners?
I legitimately, up until this very point, thought that is exactly what that was.
Yeah, no, it's where are your mirrors?
Interesting.
I found that out today as well. I actually kind of prefer the "Where are your manners" line. I prefer to hear it that way when I listen to the song.
Definitely, I think that both of those readings of the line have interesting meanings. I'll sort of briefly touch on them. So here's what I think the song is about. I've kind of listed some lyrics, and here's what I think the song is about. It is one of the most cryptic songs on the record. It has references to clipped wings and, of course, the birdhouse of the title, along with references to being unable to drive and having no mirrors, in the sense that you can't see what's behind you or to your side. You're not free. And what that means ultimately to me is, as this track is a mission statement for the band and for the album's concept. It's about helplessness. It's about powerlessness. It's about a sense of being both held down and crushed by the weight of living. Repeated references to ruined plans in the song only back this up, I think. But let's take a bit of a step back and delve a little more into what this album is about conceptually. Thematically, 14 Autumns and 15 Winters is an album about childhood, and specifically adolescence, as referred to rather overtly by its absolutely wonderful and evocative title. It's a record which captures the pain of growing up, the sense of not being understood, but primarily a sense of being overwhelmed by the sheer force of the people and the world around you. It is a record about having no agency, about feeling helpless, about drowning in a sea of the noise made by people. It is a record about living in a household where words are thrown like knives, where there's no respite from the turbulence in your head, where no one knows comfort or peace because they are so surrounded by and hopelessly victim to their own suffering and the thoughtless apathy of others. Nowhere is this more acutely captured than in That Summer, a song which highlights the hollowness of the nuclear family image. James is barely able to even voice the cliches that define that imagery. He manages to get out a strong father figure with a heart of gold. before eventually trailing off in the next line, a loving mother, a loving mother. Eventually, the darkness of reality seeps through the platitudes. They're standing outside and they're looking in. They're standing outside and they've broken in. In James's writing, the use of pronouns is curious, as sometimes I believe he is referring to people, whether real or fictional, but often I interpret references to them and also to him and her to a lesser extent to not necessarily refer to people as much as maybe less tangible things like emotions, memories, fears, dreams. Something I want to do at this point, take a quick step back. I probably should have done this from the outset, but I want to give a bit of a content warning for this episode, just generally.
Yeah, good idea.
There are a few topics, a number of topics actually, that are potentially triggering, that are going to come up repeatedly, at the least in what I'm going to say, but I presume also in some of the things that
Me
you
as well with some
say.
of the albums, yes.
So I'm going to give specific content warnings for the following things, and you can add to them if you feel there are things I have not mentioned that should be warned about. But I'm going to give content warnings for references to suicide, for references to self-harm, for references to depression, for references to self-hatred, and references to relationship abuse, both emotional and physical. Those are things that are going to come up.
I think abuse in a broad sort of sense is very much
definitely
felt, yeah.
Yeah, I said relationship abuse because I refer to both abuse in partner relationships and also in family relationships.
Yes.
But yeah, so definitely be warned, and if you feel as though those may be things that are triggering to you, be advised and proceed with caution. But anyway, as I was saying, let me find out where I was. So back to the song, That Summer. James refers to the past outside, looking in, and eventually breaking in. The inevitable hell of reality, the tragedy wrought by adults upon their children, eventually inevitably falling upon them. A 14-year-old boy left to bear the brunt of a force he could not control and a tragedy he does not deserve. The moment where That Summer first bursts open, specifically a minute and 34 seconds into it, with this ringing guitar tone that just splits the track apart. I think that's the moment where all of it becomes too much to bear. It's no coincidence, I think, that the ringing guitar tone at this point that comes in sounds like a wailing cry. And James never needs to spell out directly, or seldom chooses to spell out directly, the revelations and details of the pain that has fallen upon the protagonist. In a song like this, some stupid decisions and with a broken heart is enough. In a line like that, and in the pain with which that line is delivered, I think all of us can recognize some key experience, some key moments we had growing up when we realized the world was not going to be some idyllic place and that life was not always going to be pleasant. I did say that he does not necessarily spell things out directly in this track, but that is not to say that he does not give some direct suggestions at a narrative throughout this album. And I'm going to dig into that narrative, or at least my interpretation of it. There's a true sense of crushing isolation in the remainder of this album's opening stretch. Evocative titles like Walking for 2 Hours serve as umbrella terms that encapsulate stilted but haunting imagery of desperate loneliness. You're so far from home and you're wailing. I've watched you grow cold and there's no tears left. It's worth acknowledging at this point that James has been purposefully shy in terms of explaining or giving much context to his lyricism. It seems to come, understandably, from an immensely personal and emotional place that he does not care to share with everyone. And as such, I think that varied interpretations, which the deliberately abstract writing style seems to encourage, are fair game. And to that end, I also want to emphasize that the interpretations I'm going to give throughout these album discussions are sometimes quite specific, but obviously are my own. And I don't intend for them to be statements about what the songs actually are to James, something I will never probably know. Emotive cries of "Where have the colours gone?" wiping their way across and now it's all gone, bring the third track to its close amid wheezing accordion and gently harmonizing guitar tones. The fourth track, Last Year's Rain Didn't Fall Quite So Hard, is a more low-key song that basically ties a bow around the record's first stretch, hinting at the narrative direction of the rest of the record, but more of a reprieve. It's a decidedly minimal number from their debut EP that I think is tactfully employed here. And to me, it captures a moment of forlorn sadness between waves of blistering turmoil. One lyric I want to highlight, she sings from a hole in her skin. I only want to say goodbye. I think that's one of the most poignant lyrics on the album, and an important one. It's stark in its suicidal imagery, but with all of the bittersweet acceptance of a longing and long-awaited farewell from someone finally greeting their escape from suffering. It is one of a few tracks here that explicitly refer to self-harm or suicide from the perspective of some unknown she. And in my head, this person is someone related to or close to the 14-year-old protagonist, whose pain and ultimate death represent the most violent of many ugly pushes forward towards growing up and away from a truncated childhood. The second half of the record begins violently with the noise onslaught of Talking with Fireworks. And again, I have to compliment the sequencing here. A big part of the reason this track hits the way that it does is because it follows something so relatively low-key, musically speaking. The unusual drumstick clatter pattern that anchors the tense rhythm of this track in between the noise bursts is just such a fantastically creative musical detail. Again, you have that wheezing accordion that just bleeds through those noise bursts. It adds a layer of forlorn sadness to what would otherwise be simple violence. Every act of harm on this record is laced with reminders of its lifelong emotional impact. Does your fear not grow when you see that you're all mine with a knife in your chest?
Yep.
Captures feeling as though your presence as a major part of someone's life is a fatal wound to them, something that will ultimately be their undoing. And the sense of psychological weight that having that feeling about your relationship carries. Anyone who's experienced insecurity or a feeling of insufficiency in a relationship should be able to understand the feeling that is quite directly evoked with that line. Starkly, I would say. One of my favorite lyrics on the entire album is, "Only songs will know that the lies aren't over," which deepens and complicates the previous sentiment. Here, there's an acknowledgement of some deception in the relationship, or something hidden from one person by the other, that perhaps contributes to the feeling of dread in the relationship. To me, in terms of the narrative of this album, this song actually captures the feeling of being a kid and watching a fractious relationship between your parents gradually fall apart. And that fractious falling apart of that relationship is perhaps influenced by the tragic events hinted at in the previous track. And then I think is elaborated on more directly with the next track, the stunning maps by what surrounded them, which is a song title actually taken from a line in Sofia Coppola's The Virgin Suicides. The lyrics in this song are bluntly forward relative to the rest of the album. There's still a bit of ambiguity, but James sings cutting lines like, "You've shot her down, she's taken far too young," and "she's cut herself with stained glass window," and "just another childlike ghost, the trees and the animals cry." So it seems to me pretty clear that this song is referring to the death of a girl, perhaps the same one as alluded to in Last Year's Rain. The line, "She's cut herself with stained glass window," not on stained glass window, with it, suggests suicide and self-harm, as that song, Last Year's Rain, also did. But "You've shot her down" acknowledges the toxicity of the environment that led to that forced it. That line, "You've shot her down," feels like a barb thrown by one parent at the other. And so, or even by the child at the parent, or by one person to another, any kind of, at any direction in this relationship. And so what it does is it brings together the two previous tracks, and you realize that the harm and the insecurity expressed in Talking with Fireworks emerged from the environment that fostered the death of this girl, their daughter, and the blame, the hate, the hurting that was expressed in the wake of it. The use of stained glass window perhaps obliquely refers to a religious element of the family environment, but that's kept as a subtle detail rather than a focal point. And I don't really have much to say on that. I just found it a striking choice of imagery. The song ends with its subject repeatedly intoning that "in my dreams, I watch Emily dance," as the "you've shot her down" cries continue over top like wartime ammunition. And to me, like, it seems likely that this album's protagonist has lost his sister, and as a result has retreated inward to his memories and to the internal world that he's created, while the hellfire of a disintegrating family's rain down over a top of him, much harder than it did last year. We then get "And She Would Darken the Memory," a song which I think already, if you're with me on this narrative that I'm painting, already has a resonance from that title alone. There was another song, this was another song that appeared on their debut EP, and frankly, this song, alongside Cold Days and another song we'll get to later, is, in my opinion, one of the three best songs the band ever recorded. The lyrics here perfectly capture the condescension and the lack of understanding expressed by parents so absorbed in their own world that they fail to fully comprehend their child's emotional states. A topic which is lent extra weight contextually by everything else that this record has detailed up to this point narratively. The shouts and the cries between parents in the previous track are reflected in an emotional numbness between parent and child here. "I'm putting up with your constant whine, and that won't last too long, because I'm putting the boot in tonight." The kind of empty and false reassurances a child might experience at the funeral of their sister or in the wake of the grieving process. Friendly faces with put-on smiles, saying, "Head up, dear," are juxtaposed almost comically with darkness, "You're shallow and blind," and "the rabbit might die." So you get this really interesting, lyrically dense portrait of this very specific environment to me, of just toxicity and a lack of understanding and just a refusal to engage with empathy. It just really hurts to listen to it. But what really elevates this track to beyond great and actually to phenomenal is the way in which it represents the climax of the emotional arc of the album, both lyrically and musically. Lyrically, it represents being trapped in the grieving process and hollowed to your core by an uncaring and an uncomfortable environment. But musically, something strange happens in this song's second half. The lyrics sort of fade away, and what we're left with is this extended 3-minute instrumental section with, frankly, some of the most emotionally intense and draining tones that I have ever heard a guitar make. Andy McFarlane just comes in and constructs this Everest-sized wall of sound, and he holds it like a drone, gently shifting it around the accordion-driven melody and the relentless drumming. The drone itself is like the ultimate scream of grief that the album's protagonist has kept bottled up, but is finally letting out. It is the draining and the release of all pain an emotional exorcism, a freeing of the soul from an entire childhood of isolation that has built to a traumatic event and its subsequent aftermath. I genuinely get tears in my eyes every time I listen to it, because all of that pain that I've ever felt from anything in my entire life, I feel like inside the sounds of this song, that pain is heard and it's understood. It's no surprise that even to this date, this is the track that the band often choose to close their live sets with. It is the ultimate catharsis. And just to live inside that drone in the second half of this track is just to be heard, to be able to let everything out. I don't know if that makes any sense, but legitimately, that song just does something to me very specific that nothing else does. We do, however, get an epilogue to this climax with the equally sensational I'm Taking the Train Home. A song which, again, before you even hear it, from the title alone, it evokes a feeling and a sensation about this point in the narrative. The pain that's been expressed, yelled into the void, is past. It's time to attempt to move forward. I actually, to be quite honest, I don't quite have a hold on how this track contributes to the narrative specifically, but there are oblique and elliptical references to betrayal in the context of a relationship. And James has spoken, I think, about the extent to which the writing is heavily metaphorical here. So to me, what this represents is a kind of reflection, metaphorical reflection, on the sense of loss and pain that the protagonist feels as they age in the wake of this traumatic event, with the relationship in this song being between him and his childhood. The repeated line, "Your green eyes turn to blue," to me represents the way that pure memories of a natural and happy time can become soured and saddened by what came after, like a permanent filter has been laid atop of your view of the past. Finally, the album concludes with an instrumental piece that to me is both racked with anxiety, but also kind of gently gesturing towards a peace and a calm. It's a weird contrast of emotions in this closing instrumental that has actually I've kind of always felt a bit unnerved by it, and I'm not necessarily cared for it always, but I've grown to appreciate that kind of emotional complexity of it, even though it's just an instrumental. Like, to me, the way that this instrumental sounds and feels, it's like it's trying to encapsulate that struggle towards closure, and that struggle towards kind of trying to move past a painful event or a painful time. And I want to say at this point, like, I've painted for you a quite specific narrative about, grief for a lost sister. And I do think that that is a narrative that is borne out by the lyricism here. But it's also, I think, important to acknowledge that it's entirely possible that that is meant to be completely metaphorical. And that really what it's meant to represent is a more broad grief, or like emotionally processing some kind of tumultuous part of your life. You could see it basically as just a metaphor for the loss of childhood itself, for the moment or the general process of like becoming, aware of the world outside of you, and that, the world doesn't revolve around you, and that you are kind of at the whim of the world, basically. You won't always be able to control the things that happen to you. I think you could probably view this album and the narrative it tells as specifically being a metaphorical explanation of that. But also, it's sufficiently abstract in the writing and disjointed in the way that some of the phrases are put together that, I would not be surprised if any of you or if anyone else at home had completely different interpretations of the narrative or of what these songs are about generally. One final thing that I do want to elaborate on is that I alluded to earlier, is the fittingness of the track 3 Seconds of Dead Air from the debut EP as a closer for this album. And while I do think that instrumental, that title track instrumental that they do use does work perfectly well, I think that 3 seconds might even work better, though it would remove the element of vague hope that ends the record, and it would replace it with a further reflection on grief. So I guess if you like the idea of this album ending in perhaps a hopeful note, then stick with the instrumental. But if you want more of a reflection on the themes of the record in the same emotional state, then go with 3 Seconds of Dead Air. And what I want to do is I want to read some of the lyrics of that song to you. And I'm not even going to explain any of them because I think that in light of what I've said, it'll immediately be clear why this would be such a good closer. Mother knows how to keep a secret from me. And when will I know? Because there's no one left to tell but me. And with her daughter's note, she watches a mirrored screen, and she's getting cold, and her clothes are made with money. And she's been holding on for too long. Where will she go? But don't worry, because I am leaving. Don't worry, and your thoughts aren't clear. And I'm thinking about you. And your brother won't be found. And you've stopped. And you've stopped. And you've stopped caring. So yeah, very emotional song for me. I often listen to it at the end of when I'm finished listening to this record, but I think it is a testament to the record that, like I said, it works equally well with or without it, and you kind of get to choose the tone you want to end the record on, I suppose. But yeah, this is a sensational album. The fact that it's not even my favorite Twilight Sad record is just a testament to the sustained excellence of this band. But I will say it's the only record I've really written an essay on, because to me it's the only record where I feel a consistent, continuous narrative that I wanted to draw together across all the songs. But obviously I'll have plenty to say about the other records too, and I'm very curious to hear what you all think of this one. I recognize that what's interesting about it is it's generally speaking their most beloved record. But I already know, because I know you guys, that there are other records that mean more to all of you, to all of us actually. So yeah, it's in an interesting position in terms of this discussion. I really wanted to give it its due. But I'll stop here and shut up for a bit. And I want to hear what you guys think of this album.
Well, first of all, that was a lovely review. I don't want to go next, but I just want to say that was a lovely review. And thank you for doing it.
Was actually very good.
Nah, I hated it. Sucked.
As always, your honesty,
tension dispersed.
Your honesty is so helpful.
You're tacky and I hate you.
Were you being the little robot game thing from Her? I'm confused.
No, I was being the little gay kid in School of Rock.
Ah, nice.
That's just the dynamic that we need in this episode, Morgan. So
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
Me too.
Yeah, I can get like super deep and super emotional without worrying about, the tone of this, because I know you'll always be there to balance it.
Yeah, it's only because I struggled to convey honest emotions, so I just deflect. But at least it serves a purpose.
I relate to that so much, Morgan. Sweet Jesus.
It's okay. It's better than what I do, which is double down on like hyper sincerity and just vomit out fucking honest emotionality to the point where I sound like I'm a fucking Care Bears episode.
Look, just wait until we get to the last 3 records, all right? I will struggle to make it through all of them.
Oh, I'm gonna struggle a lot here at the beginning. Don't you worry.
Okay. Well, who wants to go next?
I will probably be the person who takes the least amount of time with it, as typically. My thoughts on this are fairly straightforward. I was shocked to find out just how much of a sort of sonic outlier it is in the band's discography. Typically, you expect a debut album to be like because I had heard Nobody Wants to Be Here, Nobody Wants to Leave, probably like 6 months ago now. And that was the first thing of theirs that I heard. So going back to this, I was like, all right, I expect to, hear similar ideas in sort of a more, debut album-esque form. And instead I got an accordion, which was a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Yeah, this I Jesus, this is such a staggeringly powerful emotional experience for a debut album. Like in some, not just thematically, although it kind of does thematically, but just in the sheer power of it. It reminds me of Pearl Jam's 10, just coming right out of the gate. Like, here is our deeply emotional and sort of angsty reflection on both systemic and familial and relationship abuse in many ways. And like, to come out of the gate like that immediately is just, I mean, fucking hell. Like, it's hard to quantify, because I mean, so much of it plays directly on emotions, and sometimes the lyrics and the vocals are a little bit drowned out by the wall of sound around it. And what I find so interesting about the album is the first few times you listen to it, or at least the first few times I listened to it, you only catch like glimpses or just passages in the lyrics because of the way it's mixed and performed, and thick ass Scottish accent. That makes
Yeah,
it slightly difficult sometimes.
lyric sheets are definitely necessary for this band if you want to get into what the songs are about.
100%.
But what I find so incredible about the album is just how well the emotions and the sort of narrative is conveyed through just being able to piece together what you can from hearing it the first 2 times or so, and just the sound of the music itself. It's like, it's just really impressive the way that the narrative is reflected, not only in the content of the lyrics, but in the music itself. It just so perfectly captures the emotions that they're trying to convey in a really unique and rewarding and fascinating way. In terms of drawbacks, I don't really have any. It's really just a matter of, I like other albums by this band more, so it's like,
That old chestnut.
yeah.
I mean, this is absolutely a Frightened Rabbit situation where it's just like, there is not an album that is measurably better than another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these guys don't even have a Sing the Grays, so
No.
fuck.
Yeah, what really like gets me is like how, Morgan, you've already basically said this, but in different words, just how fully formed these guys were out the gate. Like, from what I've read about their early period, like before they were kind of actually recording and when they were just doing shows, they were just like a noise band, basically. Like, they would just do the wars of noise, like, ad infinitum, basically. And eventually what they did is they learned to kind of craft songs around that. And then basically what you get with each subsequent record is more of a refining of that songcraft around that kind of musical style.
Yeah, and that, honestly, that might be kind of where my reservations come in, is just like, I prefer the more sort of direct songwriting approach that they would form on even as soon as the sophomore album. It's really just a matter of preference, and this doesn't always work 110% of the time for me, like almost every other album does. But it's like fucking hell, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just like different appeals. Like this means as much to me as their subsequent records, but like it's just for different reasons musically.
Yeah.
And I'm like and this is one of the things I love about this band is that each album to me is different, like in a different kind of attempt at their style, a different kind of musical focus. And
I mean,
so
the thing is about the band is it's really clear that every record is by the same band, but they fill a different need that one might approach the band with.
yeah, beautifully said.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
like
a lot
my
of like
favorite record, which we'll get to, fills a very different purpose to this record, to Jake's favorite record, which we'll get to. But they're all identifiable as a Twilight Sad record.
Yeah, well said.
spoilers. Yeah, I feel like the best bands are like that, where it's like you can, like, not to belabor a comparison, but The Cure come to mind when you say that. It's like so many of their
Oh,
albums,
we gonna be talking about them a couple times.
once or
God,
twice.
yeah.
So many of their albums are so distinct from one another, but they're all inescapably The Cure, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's, and like
100%.
just so many other acts like that.
Yeah,
feel
like Disintegration doesn't hit the same beats Pornography does, but they're both Cure records.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah.
Precisely.
Very good.
Right.
Yeah, that's about all I have on that.
Who wants to leap on that?
Can I go, if that's right?
Please do.
Right ahead.
Right. Well, this kind of ties into my history with getting into the Twilight Sad, because I'd honestly never heard of them before I started doing this podcast with you guys. And Tyler kept recommending them. And I loved their artwork, and I loved the style of every album's artwork, and that consistent, like, hand-drawn. It feels like you could run your hand
Good
across.
shit,
You
honestly.
could run your hand across the vinyl cover, and you'd like feel like the grooves of the paper pressing. Like the artwork looks like that, you know. And then I listened to this one first, and it didn't quite connect with me. And I listened to Nobody Wants to Be Here, and you know, I changed my mind drastically. I'll get to that, but it didn't quite connect to me at the time. And then I fell in love with their third record, and then I fell in love with their fifth record, and the second record, and their fourth record again. And I then queued up this one to go back to on my Spotify queue, and it was this day where it was actually legitimately Twilight. And because I am in lockdown in a town where I know nobody, what I do regularly, so I just walk across the park to the petrol station, I buy a coffee and a sandwich, and I sit outside and I drink the coffee and I eat the sandwich, because that's about the only chance to go outside I get at the moment. And it was Twilight, and I was just finishing up Miles Davis's Decoy, which is a strange record at the best of times. And I was sitting outside, and I was feeling pretty crap, because that's how it be sometimes. And by this point, I'd become more familiar with the more noisy stuff the Twilight Sad would do later. And because this was my first time listening to Decoy, I didn't know when it was going to end. And then I hear the opening piano of Cold Days from the Birdhouse come in, and the guitars come in with the wonderful da, da, da melody, and I felt like transcendently taken to another plane of existence. It felt like it broke through the noise of existence to touch my soul.
Yeah, that's basically how that what that song does. 200 listens later for me, the first
Sure.
as soon as it starts.
Sure. Yeah, and also, like, since starting to talk about music analytically every week, it's sometimes very easy. I started to find to like if I can't immediately start talking about like the texture of a song to sort of write it off a bit, when it's this just accessible, just beautiful folk stuff that I always really love. So I started discovering like sort of noisy music like Black Dresses or jazz. I can get away from that a bit. And it was just so refreshing to just immediately get drawn back into what I love about that sound. I also think it's really interesting that they started off on that split cassette with Fracking Rabbit, because Fracking Rabbit started out as like this indie folk band and then moved further and further and further into post-punk as they made more music. And again,
another thing that's interesting to note as well is that they basically, their career trajectories were basically happening in tandem. They both had their successful breakthrough records about a year apart, less than a year apart, I think. And you could follow a similar trajectory. And then both bands, I think, fourth records have a bit of a mirroring of each other in terms of like a sonic approach and some of the themes as well. So that's it's not like a perfect match from album to album, certainly not, but there are just like occasional like moments where you can see reflections of their trajectories.
Sure. Yeah, no, absolutely. You could almost imagine them exchanging tapes, which is just a wonderful image. But anyway, and just sometimes when you're feeling really crap, you just need a Scotsman to be shouting, "The rabbit might die" in your ear.
Interesting thing to note there is that ever since the death of Scott Hutchison, when they performed that song live, they changed that lyric to "The rabbit won't die."
That's really lovely.
That makes me feel things.
Oh God, yeah.
Okay, it's fine. Good.
Moving on.
No, it's
Anyway.
beautiful. But what was I going to say? Yeah, this record does what I think I really love about this kind of music, where you have really beautiful sounding words and really beautiful sounding lines and really beautiful sounding music juxtaposed with actual thematic content that is incredibly dark and music that can get incredibly violent. I think this is why I love stuff like Matt Elliott's drinking songs, or just lots and lots of albums or even why I like folk punk in a way so much. So it does that. And even within the opening track, Cold Days from the Birdhouse, it opens so beautifully, and then just halfway through, just noise just comes in, smacks you in the face like a wet fish. And it's actually the second track that I probably love the most on this record. That Summer at Home, I Become the Invisible Boy. Just the way the accordion is used in this song, especially on the chorus where it is the cunt is sitting at the desk while the kids are burning in the bedroom to memory. Just the way that the accordion goes between these two very beautifully juxtaposed notes with such a wonderful flow and rhythm, while these horrific images are being said, it just is music that makes me feel like I'm in a warm embrace while I'm experiencing these really dark emotions. What it feels like when this is done at its best in music, is I am being shown the horror of the world that it's driving my medical anxiety condition, whilst being like hugged and given a blanket and a warm mug of cocoa and being told it's okay. And yeah, I think that song does it really well. And even then when the noise comes in again on that song, it just takes emotions you're already feeling and just drives it to a more extreme place, is what I think that does really well. So there's the song that references the Virgin Suicides, the name of which is escaping me at the moment, Mapped by What Surrounded Them. Yeah. Obviously, this references the Virgin Suicides, and it has lyrics like "The walls are filled with blame."
Oh yeah, I didn't say that lyric. That's another one of my favorites on the album.
Yeah, you actually. One of the reasons I'm breezing through my notes at the moment is you already said pretty much every one of my favorite lyrics in your review.
Well, no, but if they mean something to you specifically, please go over them again anyway.
Okay, yeah, well, sure. Like, so with the second track, you talked about the cynicism overtaking an ideological image, and I have always taken those ideological images of the mother with a heart of gold, or I can't remember what he says about the father. That I always took them to be deeply cynical and ironic.
Yeah, totally.
Like,
There's
constantly.
definitely a sarcasm in the delivery of those lines.
Yeah, and it just I even me, and I have a pretty good relationship with my family, is aware of how family members can try to fit into these archetypes, and just the flaws of being a human get in the way. And even without the abuse that's in this song. Like, I won't pretend like I haven't had a tumultuous relationship with my family, and there is ideas here that will touch on anyone who's had parents. And yeah, it's so just to go back to track 6, Mapped by What Surrounded Them. Yeah, in my dreams I watched Emily dance. The walls are filled with blame. I feel like the lyrics are talking around without ever naming the death of a specific young girl. And just the song explores almost like Twin Peaks. It explores all of the emotions around the death of this young girl that happens right at the beginning, and just looks at the ramifications around everyone without ever actually going back to the death, if you exclude the movie. Yeah. And again, and she would darken the memory. You talked about this song beautifully. I can't really add anything to it that you haven't already said. But I love this song specifically so much. Even though it's really dark, I feel like, well, I'm wearing a particularly warm jumper. It's winter here. And this song feels like a warm jumper, just hugging me, even if the lyrics are really dark. Just, I think the reason I feel like this is, I am already aware of all of the darkness in the world. So reminding me of it doesn't make me feel more sad per se, unless it's a very particular songs. But when you give me the sympathy that these songs provide and the beauty in the music, it does feel like a warm embrace, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, totally.
Closer title track. It's very beautifully involving and atmospheric. The music, particularly on this track, is very beautiful. I just want to talk about what we talked about, the incomprehensibility of the lyrics. I read along to the lyrics while making the notes for all of these albums, probably for the first time. But what I love about what your lead singer does is he uses his, almost in a way that actually I think Simon Neil and Biffy Clyro does as well, is he uses his accent like an instrument in itself to provide a new dynamic to what the vocal deliveries are doing. I think this album is phenomenal. If there is any complaints I have, it's just that I think it's what we said before. They made the other albums too good. I feel like every song on something like No One Can Never Know or Nobody Wants to Be Here, Nobody Wants to Leave, every song has that X factor. And here I'm like, all of these songs are really, really good. But like 50% of them have that X factor for me.
Yeah, I love that. I love the way you express that.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that just leaves Jake for me. I actually don't really know how Jake, properly know how Jake feels about this album, so I'm curious.
All right. Fellas, I've buried the lead a little bit. I'm going to do something special with this episode.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
These records follow a specific trajectory, a narrative, if you will, overall the course of this discography.
Jake, please, I can only get so erect.
They follow a narrative, I believe, of artistic progression, but sort of a narrative I feel they represent or can represent different points in a given person's life. And you could probably make that argument about a couple discographies, but I want to do this specifically with The Twilight Sad and myself, because first of all, I'm going to do what any decent writer or artist does and make everything about them.
Please do that.
B,
I'm so here for this. Yeah.
B, I cannot be honest about this band in the same way that I cannot be honest about something like Frightened Rabbit without saying things. So you're probably going to learn far more about me than you ever wanted to, even more than in Frightened Rabbit in some cases. And I think it is important too, just because there is just a certain, it really all comes down to lyrics. The word I'm going to use a lot, to the point of absurdity, probably, is impressionistic. What you have to do when processing the content of these albums is, if you read these like lines as like, if you read an entire verse or a chorus to any song on a Twilight Sad record, and you try to like put them together as one cogent thing, I don't feel like that's how I process it. I take one lyric and I extrapolate meaning or mood or tone or atmosphere from it, and I hang it up on a wall. I make it a collage, and I do that with every single line until I see the bigger picture. It is a painting that's not painted in pure realism. It's something a bit vaguer. It's something a bit more blurry, but it nonetheless comes to make a cogent image that you can see. And I think it's important that Tyler especially emphasized that, you know, if you have a different interpretation of these lyrics or a narrative or something, that's important to say, just because that is what I love about this band, is that they walk this perfect tightrope of giving you enough to chew on so that you can sort of add yourself to it, but without being insubstantial. Like a lesser band could just toss out a bunch of vaguely flowery poetic prose things and just be like, and call it a day. And I don't think that's what they're doing here. There's a bluntness, a directness, a consistency to all of these albums that feels so deliberate to me, but also feels like you're meant to put yourself into it.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
why I wanted to emphasize, and when I started talking, I emphasized that my interpretations are my interpretations, and that James has deliberately, for the most part, avoided
Yes.
talking about what his lyrics refer to, because basically your takeaways from these lyrics are the truth. There's no objective truth that exists. Like, it's what you take from it.
Yes, and it's funny because I believe that sort of applies the least to this album, just because it's funny, like, for as, you know, esoteric and odd as these lyrics can be, in terms of like the narrative, I pretty much get exactly what you do. I mean, like, there's like overall, in terms of like the just overarching narrative, like maybe not specific lyrics or like super specific beats, but like that mood, those beats, that like that sort of loss, the sort of like brotherly kind of thing, and like the family dynamic, like those were all things that I got. And we didn't discuss this before, so it's just like hearing somebody else say that, it's just like, wow, it's amazing how they were able to accomplish that. And I'll just say, just right off the bat, I love how this record sounds. I like how it's sort of leaning in a more noisy shoegazy area. It's an encompassing sound. It is, Saoirse alluded to it being sort of warm, and it, like, in terms of like raw texture, I do think it is like the most comfortable Twilight Sad album. And I also think it's probably the easiest to emotionally digest, which it's not easy to emotionally digest at all.
Because for whatever that means.
Yeah, exactly. And I will just say this album hits a very specific nerve. It also just sort of gets to the heart of a lot of things that I really love. Notably, it's inspired by things like the Virgin Suicides and Stand By Me. And Stand By Me, you know, I'm looking up, my bookshelf has 80,000 Stephen King books on it, and I'm looking at different seasons right now. I love that story. I love that movie and that feeling that it evokes in me. And specifically, I feel like they really understand that story, because the scene that always comes to mind when I think about this, other than when the narrator himself says, "That summer at home, I became the invisible boy," and just that sort of image of the house in the night, the light, just kind of like, it's really vivid. But I just think about the last scene, which
Yeah.
I'm not even going to try to say the last line of the movie, because we're not going to go there. We're not going to do that.
It's because you won't just kill yourself; you'll kill all of us.
No,
We
I'm
will
not
all
going to do
die.
that.
Even the
We'll
movie
have to-
doesn't say the last. Yeah, look, even
Yeah.
the movie doesn't say the last line of the movie.
Yeah, I won't be
but,
surprised if it kills us all.
It.
Oh!
But
Oh!
it captures the spirit well.
Yeah, I want to say I
And-
purposefully rewatched Stand By Me just a few nights ago for the purposes of this.
Oh, you poor boy.
And yeah, there were like a number of scenes, and particularly the same scene, of course, the same scene you put out. I also thought about, when I was listening to this morning in the wake of watching that, I also thought about like the dinner table flashback scene
Yeah.
as well, came to mind, and a few other ones too. But,
Mhm.
but yeah, it just, there's different tones to those, these two works of arts, but there's like a same kind of emotional understanding at the core of them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's difficult to process, and I won't lie, but I also will say there are moments of warmth on here that are fleeting, yes, but important nonetheless. It is like Stand By Me, which is a movie that I deem, like, I generally consider that to be one of the finest films ever made, full stop. I have no
That's because it is.
thing. It's true. And I remember it as being this, this heartbreaking tale about growing up and losing your, childhood innocence. And then you go back and watch the movie, and for 85% of it, you're laughing because these kids are having a fun time and fucking they're funny. And it's just like, you remember doing this with your friends when you were young. And this album has moments like that. Like, I see on That Summer at Home, I Became the Invisible Boy. I see it's something that does make the album a bit more tragic with the loss that eventually ensues, but I find that the relationship between the brother and the sister characters to be sort of a safe sort of bubble that they use to protect themselves. The lyrics specifically, the kids are on fire in the bedroom, which I think is important, just because at first I sort of seen that, like, kids on fire in the bedroom, you sort of seem like this feeling of like crackling anxiety of unease or something. And then I also just think about that lyric, and I think about like two siblings who were staying up late one night with a little lamp, and they're in a tent and they're talking to each other. Because and it's like it's evocative of images like that. And I remember times where I've done that. And
If I could only eat one food for the rest of my life, easy. Pez, cherry flavored Pez, no question.
like those moments of reprieve, that they make the tragedy hurt more, but they also make the moments of bonding and endearing you to these people. It's warmer. You get more involved with it. And I also just think that the sound of the record just sort of complements this in a way of just this sort of almost overbearing, just kind of wall, especially on my favorite song on here, which is Talking with Fireworks, which is it's a grower. It's definitely a deeper cut on this one, but there's just these fucking moments of pure noise that just like that stab at you, and they just fucking they rip me in half. It feels like these, like, as the title implies, like they're just sort of like using these ways to communicate that aren't like direct, as almost like something is separating them, which, could be tragedy, could be getting older, all these things. But
Yeah,
like,
that's the good point. I also forgot to mention is that is a great title, because it's like, yeah, talking with fireworks, in the sense that you're trying to talk over something that's kind of deafening, but also like, yelling at each other, engaging in
Yeah.
some kind of argument you could call that talking with fireworks.
Yeah, and it just, you know,
Love.
it goes,
Like you could
yeah,
describe it in any way.
that's just the magic of all of this. And you know, it's an album about growing up, so it kind of makes you think back to your childhood and think back uh times where maybe you felt something similar. And in my childhood, I was very, very lonely. I was a single child. My mom worked a lot, and I had mostly friends who were older than me because they were kids my mom babysat, or like I couldn't form emotional connections with people. And I always remembered like wanting a sibling, but my parents were separated, so I didn't really have one. And then for a while, back in grade school, my mom and I tried to, we had foster children stay with us. And the heartbreaking thing about that is when you foster to adopt kids, just the system's not very good, and they always tend to send them back to their parents, even if their parents are negligent, even if their parents are not fit to house them. And I can scarcely think of things more painful than the times where we had to give children who lived with us up for a year back to those people. There is, I can't even, there's such an innate sadness and a tragedy there that just, there's nothing like it. It is so instant, and it leaves such a vacant, empty hole in you. And this album evokes that emptiness so beautifully. And I remembered that and how awful it felt. And then that's why it was kind of this, and I say all this to set the tone, because this is all feeding into a story that I will continue with the other albums, specifically the next one. But when I reconnected with my father, I found out that I had a brother and a sister. I didn't see my brother very often, but my sister lived with my father, and I got to spend a lot of time with her. I babysat her. I got to hang out with her, and we did stuff like I built a tent in her room once, and I like read to her. I would make food and shit. It was nice. I got to experience something in my childhood, and it was over the summer, so it felt like, something like Stand By Me. Felt like these coming of age stories that, that fill you with that weird melancholic warmth. And like the foster children, I separated myself from my father because he was a negative influence on my life, and with that I had to give up my relationship with her. And I regret that every day. I feel awful about it. And when I listen to an album like this, and I listen to the lyrics of I Watch Emily Dance near the end of the album, I just think about all of the things that I missed, and it hurts. And I still find some comfort in it that I was able to have what I did. And I think that's what makes this album so special, is that it holds on to the joy, and it tells you that it matters. And it clashes with the tragedy in horrible, very uncomfortable ways, but it is an experience that you can hold on to. It is something cogent, and it just, there's nothing like it. And the way that they construct it, the way the songwriting and the sound works, it's something that makes every album that this band has made feel like it was made for you. And when you form a connection with an album like that, when all of us do that, how indicative of genius is that? How, this intensely personal fucking thing, how do you even quantify such a thing? And it doesn't even matter. When I had to interrogate why I emotionally responded to this album the way that I did, it was like at first I didn't even know. I had to think about it. I had to process it, and I had to imagine things. I had to create this story in my head, and it just went places I didn't expect, and it made me think about and feel things I hadn't felt in a long time, and it made me remember things that I loved. And what better thing can a piece of art do than that?
Beautifully well said, as ever, Jake.
Oh,
we're-
that was so good.
We're-
When we recorded our main episode yesterday, Morgan said that the B-side episodes are, we talk about the bands we love and then we emotionally vomit on the audience.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's
the most apt.
I really hate to break it to you all, but it's about to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Yeah, I know.
So just, I know I'm a messy bitch, but it'll at least be a bit more tangible because I've prepared a bit more in depth for the next one.
Okay. Well, that I think is a good.
Well, Morgan has become the invisible boy, so I think we should share our favorite tracks and ratings.
You said all of that, and that's not even your favorite record by them.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing. I said all of that, and I love this record with all that I am. I think it does have one particular weak spot, which I'll mention in our favorite tracks and ratings.
Sure.
That said, it is fucking who gives a shit. Like this is not even my favorite. It's not even my second favorite record of theirs. How does that happen? How does that work? I don't know.
Well, on that beautiful note, I think we'll wrap up the discussion of this album as we traditionally do by just saying our favorite tracks, least favorite track, if applicable, and a rating out of 10. Or, I mean, yeah. So, Jake, why don't you go first?
Okay. My favorite tracks are, as I mentioned, Talking with Fireworks. I also love That Summer at Home, I Became the Invisible Boy. And as Tyler mentioned, the incomparable Cold Days from the Birdhouse, an immaculate introduction to the album. A lesser band, this would be not only their best song, but maybe their best opener. I think it's neither. So again, the band's good. Least favorite, just in my opinion, the least instrumentally compelling one is Last Year's Rain Didn't Fall Quite So Hard. Not a bad track. Twilight Sad have no bad songs whatsoever. Like their worst song is maybe like a hard 7. Who gives a shit? But this is the moment I find myself to be least involved with it. I find less of an instrumental presence. I find a little bit less of a thematic purpose here too. It's sandwiched in between two fucking incredible songs. So it's, again, they just made the other ones too good. I give it a hard 9 out of 10.
Very good. I think I made a pretty good case for that song anyway, so I'm not mad that there's disagreement.
No, you absolutely did.
Okay. Well, Saoirse, do you want to go next?
Sure, I would love to. So my 3 favorite tracks were Cold Days from the Birdhouse, That Summer at Home, When I Became the Invisible Boy, and I'm going to say, and She Would Darken Memory. I probably have the same least favorite track as Jake. I know I said the same rating. I'm giving it a 9 out of 10.
Very, very nice.
My 3 favorites are the Cold Days from the Birdhouse, the last one. No, not the last one. That's the title
Second to
track.
last.
Yeah.
I'm Taking the Train Home?
No, the one before.
No, 14 Autumns and 15 Winters.
Dark
No,
in the
not
Memory.
that one.
Oh.
And She Would
Yeah,
Darken Memory?
and She Would Darken. Thank you.
Oh.
All the damn names for everything are so fucking long, and they all sound like the same thing. That one, and then That Summer at Home, I had become the Invisible Boy. Least favorites, if I have to pick something, probably Last Year's Rain Didn't Fall Quite So Hard.
Seems that's the unanimous pick.
Well, it's just it's not hard to see why.
No,
I feel like it kind of.
I was gonna say it's mine too. Yeah, mine too.
And I'll say what I said before. I think it makes a great. I personally think it makes a great thematic contribution to the record. But I also don't mind that people don't care for it because it's what it is.
It's a good song, but it's just
Anyway, 8.5 out of 10. for
Yeet.
me.
Yo.
Shit.
And then it's Tyler.
Okay, so my three favorite tracks are, this is my favorite tracks are Cold Days from the Birdhouse, That Summer I Hung Out Was the Invisible Boy, and She Would Duck in the Memory. So, yeah, you're really stealing my bit here, guys. Come on.
Take it up with James and Andy and the rest of them.
Yeah, although if I had to pick one, another song for the top three, it would probably be mapped by what surrounded them. And I don't have a least favorite. It's a 10 out of 10.
Word.
For me,
Yo.
What was everybody else's ratings?
9. Saoirse was a 9, I believe.
I was a 9.
Cool.
yes.
Coolio.
Yeah, okay. So, a bit of context. Album came out in 2007. 2008, following a tour, the band released a compilation that mixed material from their incredibly loud live concerts with other odds and ends, alternate takes, etc., in a release titled The Twilight Sad, Killed My Parents and Hit the Road. With both the title and the cover being an obvious and cute homage to Sonic Youth's Goo. It's not an essential release by any means, but I do recommend just giving it a check out. If you're a fan, there's some pretty blistering versions of songs on the first album on it. It's a fun curio. It gives you, like I said, it gives you a preview of their unique place the band were in as a live act during this era. It actually might surprise you. Probably not, but it might. And then in October 2009, which is just 2.5 years after their debut record, the band released their sophomore effort, Forget the Night Ahead. It did reasonably fine commercially and critically, though not as well as their debut, which, and I didn't mention this, I don't know if I mentioned this, but their debut was actually a Pitchfork darling and beloved across the music press. And interestingly, for many critics, not all critics, but for some, Forget the Night Ahead lacked the charm and finesse of their debut. And certainly it is a darker record that pivots away from the post-rock structures of 14 Autumns and towards a more post-punk influenced sound, though still retaining those walls of guitar noise that characterize that record in its own form. Also of note is that, as I mentioned earlier, the accordion is dropped completely, never to return. May it rest in peace. Additionally, there is a shift away from the more formless structure of the previous album's songs to a tighter focus, more indebted to conventional rock structuring and indie rock. Whereas the debut record had a number of songs that brushed against or past the 6-minute mark, here the track's a little bit tighter. There's still a few that go up to and over 5 minutes, but generally the music is faster moving and more hook oriented. And at this point, that's plenty of intro. I'm gonna sit aside and let someone else talk about this record.
All right, I am going to get this out of the way. Yeah, as I said, these albums in relation to the development and growth of me as a person. 14 Autumns and 15 Winters is sort of an album about childhood, sort of extending into your early teen years. And to follow that up, I believe Forget the Night Ahead is sort of an adolescence, growing old, on the verge of adulthood record. It is the progression of that, and thus it becomes a bit darker, as Tyler alluded to. Yeah, so I know it has become a bit of a cliche for me to talk about incredibly personal moments, revealing traumatic parts of my life when discussing emotionally potent music, as I just did, to the point where I had to do some serious evaluating as to whether or not my willingness to share this information with others is A, healthy, or B, some kind of call for help because I haven't dealt with it. I probably shouldn't do it. All things considered, and there feels like an element of almost performativity that keeps creeping up on me, a lingering fear, like I'm putting myself on display like a circus sideshow. Come one, come all, look at my trauma, look at what I've overcome, feel inspired, feel sad. It is difficult, especially for somebody as self-conscious as me, but also on the other end of the spectrum, it begs the question, how honest can I allow myself to be, even with others, if I have to consciously and actively hide the most emotionally poignant and significant parts of my experience with a given work of art? Am I going to do the work justice if I feel I withhold why it is important to me? How many times can I say, I have struggled and persevered, and that's why friends and art are important, without dulling how real and effective these engagements with significant works even are? I don't want to sound like a verbose and performative after-school special. So I'm going to do my best to walk a tight tightrope here and explain why Forget the Night Ahead is not only my favorite Twilight Sad album, but as of recently, probably one of my 10 favorite records ever recorded. Without being as typically confessional as I would be in segments like our Frightened Rabbit reviews, but I will include enough of my experience to try and speak to the honesty of what I feel, in the hopes that others may understand and maybe feel the same thing too. For a bit of background here, James and a few band members have been open about Forget the Night Ahead as a moment in their career as a band and just generally as people. James said in a Pitchfork interview afterwards, the first album, the band definitely moved on from 14 Autumns and 15 Winters, musically and lyrically. One thing that I can promise is that the lyrics are very dark, but you might have to look into them a bit more to realize. They are mainly based around things that have happened to me over the past 2 years, revolving mainly around losing people and being none too proud or happy with myself about my antics and situations that I found myself in. So if you're looking for a record with a lot of hope and happy songs, then fuck off, because you won't find it here with us. Maybe on our third album, when we all have coke and heroin addictions, things will start to look brighter. Spoiler, they didn't.
Is he David Fincher? What is this? He's like this take of Neil Patrick Harris parking his car took 2 takes, so all of you can go to hell.
Well, the lyrics for the album were written during a 2-month period after a close family member of Graham's died. I didn't handle it very well at all, he said. I started drinking far too much. About the recording process, just kind of trivia, get you a better understanding of what the record's going for. Guitarist and producer Andy McFarlane said the recording was approached differently at this time. We made a point of staying home to write. Writing on tour is a bad idea, so we stayed in Scotland for the full process. It let us go home after sessions, if we weren't getting snowed in the studio, that is, and we had more time to experiment and develop the old ideas that we had. We'd make a lot more use of an old half-working Roland Space Echo that we'd plug the vocals into, noise strings and piano through. That would get a sort of out-of-tune effect, like some of the early krautrock recordings. All the reverbs are natural, which were done by miking up the inside of the studio walls and rooms on the other side of the building to get the drum sound. 3 bass heads were blown up in the process. There are no big, long delayed guitars, just a lot more noisy ones, and there were a few songs that maxed out the desk because of the amount that's on there. So that sort of gives you an idea for the approach that this record is even taking. All this taken into account, it all makes sense. Forget the Night Ahead is a harsh, often stark record with overpowering guitars, thudding, booming, thunderous drums, and occasional hints of something more industrial and sinister. James also mentioned that a couple of the samples on the album are them beating the shit out of a fire extinguisher. Fun fact.
As one does.
Yeah. If 14 Autumns and 15 Winters was a grim coming-of-age tale, this is honestly more like a macabre horror film. The horror at the core of it, though, is more insidious than a monster. It's about alienation, it's about abuse, toxicity, fear, and perhaps most importantly, the desperate struggle to escape all of these things, to get in your car and flee the ills of your life in the middle of the night with no destination in mind, and the potentially futile hope that you may arrive somewhere where none of it matters. From the first track, Reflection of Television, the album makes its purpose to you very, very clear. Twilight Sad as a band don't write traditional narrative songs or even songs that follow a particularly cogent structure or through line. It's more about these memorable, elegiac, singular lyrics that form an impressionist painting, like I talked about earlier, of what these songs are about. And honestly, I can see that being a hurdle for a lot of people. It could threaten to keep people at arm's length with this discography. It makes all of these somewhat impenetrable on some level. And I get that, especially since they're so singular in their identities. However, I find this to be one of the more engaging things about this particular record here. The lyricism sort of walks a fine line of being both vague, but also specific. And it also is definitely poetic. It evokes a mood, a tone, an atmosphere, an idea, a theme. It's not for everybody. Hell, a lot of the time, it's not even for me, generally speaking, in music. But this band specifically knows how to make it work better than fucking anybody. The songwriting is just, it's not these vapid gestures and vague evocation that are designed, they are designed to invite, to welcome, to let these emotions connect with you on an intimate level. I feel like everybody here will at least have a slightly different take on what each song on this album specifically and others to follow from this band even mean, or rather have different takes on what it means to them, which I find utterly transfixing. And it makes me feel as if they've achieved their goal. And on Forget the Night Ahead, I feel this is the band executing these idiosyncrasies as flawlessly as anybody can. Is it the polished, utterly sublime, horrifying bleakness of their later work, like on Nobody Wants to Be Here, Nobody Wants to Leave? No. It's rougher around the edges. It's jagged. It's unkempt. The best example of this is on the aforementioned opening track that begins with this sound of industrial machinery and even what sounds like an old train arriving at a station, which I feel might evoke the end of the last album, sort of a vague through line to signify some sort of progression. Transporting you into this world that feels like it is, in fact, a shadowy reflection of a television. The lyrics here have permanently buried themselves under my skin. There's people downstairs. I'm more of a fighter, you know. There's people downstairs. It wasn't yours to share. I know that you're old. A heavy hand takes hold. Television's too loud. He leaves without a sound. These mysterious lyrics feel almost like they don't come together, but with this band, especially on this record, I find you have to look into them individually and extrapolate their imagery and sort of assemble this kaleidoscopic collage of what they amount to, a musical tone poem, as it were. The whole record touches on this topic, but most straightforwardly, this song is about abuse, specifically of the domestic kind, the kind that leaves you alienated and alone because you don't know who to trust. A horrifying implication in and of itself, but there's more here. I thought in and of itself, or excuse me, I just repeated myself. I thought that lyrics like, there's people downstairs were just sort of a flavor text, a surreal vision that we're seeing, until I thought about it more. The alienation of abuse isolates people, and when you cut off their connection with others, everyone is a stranger. There's people downstairs gives the impression that whoever the main character of this song is thinks that there are strangers he doesn't recognize in his own home. A terrifying and strange idea, sure, but the implication here, I find, is that they are this character's family. They're abusers. Further emphasized by a heavy hand takes a toll. He leaves without a sound, hinting at a controlling and overbearing figure that looms with an oppressive weight, maybe a father figure, like hinted at on 14 Autumns and 15 Winters. I'm more of a fighter, you know, the lyric implies a hint of rebellion and even anger, a desire to fight this feeling and alienation, some stubbornness that simply wasn't there on the last record, as if they might be stuck in feeling this reflected black television world. It plants the seed of wanting to escape it all, feeling stuck, detached, and it's beautiful in the ugliest possible way. The cleaner vocals don't meld into the shoegazy instrumentals like on the previous record. They stand out. James melodiously delivers his melodious delivery feels like a ray of light in an ocean of darkness. The song has weight, raw power that feels like it's enacting a physical toll on you, a perfect musical and textural aesthetic to cover this topic, as there's a resonance between the two that's seldom found. I could genuinely try to unpack every single tiny detail about this track because it's so fully formed and expertly crafted, gnarly and gorgeous in equal volumes. Every lyric, every note, It is precisely where it should be, but it is not this untouchable, perfect thing. It is jagged. It lets you fill in its edges. It is deceptively simple, but dense all the same. And it is like this on every single song. This is the first track. And I feel like I could extend this into a bona fide essay, which tells you exactly what you need to know about it. This isn't even particularly unpleasant or difficult to listen to, but it is damn effective at its job. Every song is impeccably put together like this. So I will refrain from trying to do a legit analysis on the whole song and entire album to the best of my ability. Half because I feel like it would simply be me gushing over how virtuosic this all feels holistically, and half because I don't want to imprint my experience and interpretation onto other people. So much of the wonder of this band is hearing it all for the first time and processing it in only the way that you, as a listener, can. I'll stick to more important broad observations here to better illustrate what I mean, but trust me when I say that I could write a novella on this fucking album. It's not this incredible milestone. It's not that this thing that it's beyond reach. It's not perfect. It is not modest. It is unapologetic in its nicheness, and it doesn't think highly of itself. It merely is what it is, and what it is maybe the ideal and perfect post-punk record for me. Thematically, though, this is far more broad-reaching, and I have to extrapolate in slightly greater detail to get what I'm getting at here. If the first track is the acknowledgement and realization of one's place within a terrible relationship or power dynamic, then the ones that follow it are the melancholic attempt to run away from it all, without ever looking back. One of the most interesting things about this record is how every song continues along for nearly a minute once the song's lyrics end, so to speak. It's like a buffer, a brief period of contemplation between these tracks that allow you to process it. This is integral to the album's pacing, and I think it's an ingenious move on the band's part that they can keep the instrumental mood going so that listeners don't lose sight of the atmosphere, but still allow them a moment to breathe with only the claustrophobic and titanic-sounding distortion to surround them. I Became a Prostitute is the next track. Absolutely kicks down the door with a set of jagged, distant riffs that to me feel iconic. It's a track about loneliness born from neglect and suffering at the hands of abusers. It gets into a frightening mob mentality, heavily using the pronoun we when not referring to the girl, the main character of the song, saying that they'll bleed her dry, take half her tide, they dwell in the back of their minds to avoid seeing the pain that they cause her. Then, maybe my favorite set of lyrics in the band's discography happened. You are the bearer of a womb without love. You could have had it all. You could have had it all. Is that what you said? Is that what you said on a low ride? You said in your hands you'll stay, all with me today. A terrifying portrayal of gaslighting, stealing all hope from a situation and the helplessness surrounding yourself to another. A point of comparison thematically for me is the Hotelier's Housebroken, as both seem to present the terror inherent with abusive and controlling relationships and its effect on both parties. The song itself sounds like being lost inside a cavern of pure distortion, mixed to absolute perfection. Here's where we get into it, folks. Then we have 7 Years of Letters, which is perhaps the best song the Twilight Sad have made, full stop. The way the forlorn, melted piano noise introduces this track that leads into a great marching drum is incredible. It begins with, if you say go, there's a chance that we're running scared, implying to me that this is where the two characters of the last 2 songs have finally decided to leave that which they feel imprisoned by, using the pronoun we, feeling very apt. I also feel that this is an extension of the last album in terms of narrative storytelling, as I do feel there is a cogent narrative on this album. But I think there is definitely a lot more to unpack here. Lyrics like, you'll say you'll never be there, and the dress that you'll never wear seem like an innocuous but still specific detail that is in keeping with the band's writing style. But the more I think about it, the more it just kind of breaks my heart. It's like the characters at the center of the song are lamenting all the things that they've lost or missed out on in their lives because of their circumstances. Even their escape feels tinted by doom. We are on a hiding to nowhere, implying some kind of strange self-defeat, and even something larger at play here with the lyric, "And they pray that I won't answer you back." Almost like there is a communal or even societal rebuke of these two characters being together and running away. It's only then, when the chorus says, "It's the dance that we'll never share," when it finally clicked for me. To be very blunt, my interpretation of this song, which I think is valid, because whether it's intended or not, the style of this band invites a wide variety of examples where one can extrapolate many different meanings of any given lyric or idea, is that this song is about gender identity. The two characters present, I feel, are the same person, struggling to embrace their duality of whatever makes them different, despite society at large not wanting them to. The dress that you'll never wear feels even more poignant of a lyric with this reading, as if it's not being worn out of a fear or out of repression. And the dance that they'll never share would be a metaphor for self-acceptance. I don't even really consider this too much of a stretch, honestly. Impressionistic lyrics and valid readings aside, as James has been open about his experiences with body dysmorphia and self-perception in several interviews. So I think the idea of a song confronting this is perfectly within reason. Regardless of intent, whether you see it as a good reading or not, the literal interpretation is heartbreaking enough, and that's what's important. In combination with my reading, it feels like this is the song that the Twilight Sad were born to create. It is utterly devastating and positively ingenious. It is bittersweet, but the protagonist of this song seems to succeed in running away, but their fate is overall uncertain. Made to Disappear is another song that shows interplay between these two characters. We share the toll, but we're all alone. We sailed all alone. A lyric that also, I feel, backs up my thoughts on the last song, as well as we'll find her on her own, like trying to realize their idealized self. The song eventually describes what I believe to be a sexual encounter, but a meaningful one, embracing each other with honesty. You'll never find her on her own also feeds back into what I was talking about, like looking for that missing part of yourself that you feel you need to embrace your entire being to truly uncover. Was the fog even there? You're looking at the guilty one, or another set of lyrics that invoke a harsh sense of examining one's own identity. Scissors is an instrumental track that I absolutely adore. Wind whips against a central explosive fuzz, where these worn, tired synths echo into the mix while a distorted guitar and violin wail in the background, nearly inaudible, like something you'd get on a Godspeed You Black Emperor record. This song is like an auditory cleansing, transformation, perhaps hinting that maybe the escape our characters has found has finally yielded something. The Room is totally heartbreaking, a song about a girl treated with both shame and fragility, who I believe to be the characters from the front part of the record. It feels like this song is sung from the perspective of someone who is ashamed of them, comparing them to objects like toys, saying that they need to be hidden and filed away. The trans reading here, I believe, is also reinforced, as the lyrics, "You're a handsome, clever boy on the border. Don't tell anyone else. You were seen near the hollow tree. Look what you've done." This feels like, it feels like they're misgendering the character, saying that the girl needs to hide, reassuring the other character of their identity as a handsome young man. Even in broad strokes, I feel like this song is about hiding the things of yourself that you fear will be judged, which is far more relatable on a universal scale. The birthday present fades in slowly, becomes in roaring like a car going at top speed down the highway. This song is horrifying. It's about carrying around some malformed and ugly version of yourself around with you so that everyone sees it. It's like all your worst fears regarding yourself being realized. There are also lots of different pronoun usages in this song that sort of feed back into my reading on closer inspection. But even if that reading isn't true for you, this song and this album in general get at the broader and more human fears that we all have and our desire to hide them from the world. Floorboards Under the Bed begins with a haunting vocal passage that's totally isolated, just James alone in an empty room. Then the distortion revs up and is joined by a plodding, barely melody-driven piano, and it becomes maybe the saddest, loneliest sounding thing I've ever heard in my life. Interrupted, I simply cannot do justice. It is a tumultuous and chaotic explosion of a relationship between the two characters that feels so toxic and real, and there is so much tangible pain here, and it hurts. The Neighbors Can't Breathe is a similarly dizzying track about being cut off from your friends and loved ones, and you feel a distance between that which you still miss about your home. There's a persistence that still feels alien here, a lingering specter that refuses to leave us all alone. Talks of people that the characters love and trust dying and going away call to mind the darker experience that made the band create this music in the first place. And then we go to the closer, At the Burnside, which is heartbreak incarnate. A harrowing song that's non-literal qualities make it even scarier. Images of sick children being burned alive inside of a car, parents looking for them, ghosts wandering around the world aimlessly, the Burnside being some kind of limbo or hell that these characters have traveled across, saying that they'll take everyone there to see the horrors that they've seen, to make them understand. If this song were a movie, the final shot would be a dozen cars all set ablaze in front of a forest thick with fog, our characters and their loved ones looking on in horror at the sight before them. The thick, pummeling riffs in the second half bury you. And it was at this moment when I realized all of the imagery in this album led to me finding out what I found so personal about this record. The things I imagined, the framework for which I had all this imagery within, the house that I imagined the main character being trapped within was my father's house. The house that I had experienced many of the things that happen on this album, and it was so subconscious I didn't even notice. And when I apply that framework, it is just impossibly devastating is an understatement. And yet, I find it comforting. The desperation in James's voice grows to have a certain warmth in the album's cold and brittle world that it makes. The guitar tones feel like a snowstorm, and you're desperately trying to keep warm. It feels like going on some long, aimless road trip where the night lasts forever, and you never stop going. It's like seeing your own personal version of Silent Hill for nearly an hour. It is an acknowledgement of the oppressiveness of abuse, but it's also an escape, a fantasy to be used to drive far away from the people and the memories that keep you bound to the places that you want to leave behind the most, to brave whatever may come. And in the words of James himself, to forget the night ahead of you.
Jake, I want to say something because I don't want you to think that you've like fixed an interpretation in my or anyone else's mind, like about about what this album is. But I do want to say that a lot of what you've said just clicks with me. And yeah, and it's not that you've put I want you to think you've put this idea of what the album is about in my head, and now I think, you know, that's what it is. I definitely have my own ideas about certain things, but this is by far the Twilight Sad album that I have spent the least time with and have the least of a solid grip on. So what you've said has made so many things fall into place with me, and I'm not going to be able to explain or integrate them into what I say, because it's just, I don't have the time to do that now, because I'm still processing it right this second. But I want you to know that everything you said made sense to me, and there were like many points in what you were saying where I knew what you were about to say, just because I do know this album quite well. And I thought, oh, I see where he's going already. And it just like, it was like a wave washing over me, and I would never be.
God, it's so relieving.
Yeah, I felt exactly
I
the
don't
same
think
way.
I
Fuck.
don't think anything that you said is even remotely a reach. And while at the same time you acknowledge the impossibility of truly knowing what was going into this album in detail, but you still give this really fulsome picture of it. And you said, I'm not going to write an essay or give an essay, although I could, but I still feel like you basically locked every part of this into place, more or less.
I had to do my best just because I know this is like the least like celebrated release that they have.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the ones that deserves more of a shot than it gets. And yeah, it's wow.
Like, it's an ugly beast of an album, and it's weird, and I get people not fucking with it like the other ones, but like there is just something about the sound here that just like it just immediately captivated me in a way. It caught me off guard in the way that only my favorite works of art can.
Yeah, like Jesus Christ. And I also want to thank you for bringing that interview context and stuff into it as well, because fake fan, I had not read that interview, and I did not know those things that you said. So that was that's fantastic knowledge to have, and good
Glad.
context for this record, because I know I gave a bunch of context for the previous record, and I'm going to give band context for subsequent records, especially the fourth and fifth ones. But I did not have like that level of context for this one, so I think that it's added so much already to what we're doing. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it do be like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fucking bravo, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to do this work justice because God, it deserves it.
Yeah.
You did. With my sort of less enthusiastic take, I feel almost like inadequate now.
No, it's
Oh.
fine. It's fine. We're Woo! Okay. So
Really.
who would like to speak next, if anyone who's got a burning urge to speak on Forget the Night Ahead? Follow that up.
Yeah, I was just thinking. No.
Yeah, I can do it, and I can be pretty brief.
Oh.
So yeah, this is easily the Twilight Sad album that I had heard the least about, which I think is a little as how best to say, stupid. I don't get it. It's just so massive and cacophonous, and I feel like it is the bleakest album by a band that makes bleak albums in exclusivity.
Yeah.
Almost. And from everything from the lyrical content to just the tidal wave of guitar noise and reverb, natural reverb, as Jake pointed out. Just it's like absolutely massive and sort of discordant sounding record, and I'm just very fond of it. Even more so than the first record, I think this sort of is more successful at blending the genres of like shoegaze and post-punk. Because the last one wasn't super post-punky. I think it would be fair to say that it was more influenced by shoegaze, but this is where the post-punk influence starts to come in a more sort of heavy way. And I like a trend with me with post-punk albums in particular, coming from no source in particular, is I like it when the music sort of like, it's also a thing with Proto Martyr's Ultimate Success Today, where it's like it just sounds like it's being recorded in a big cathedral, and
Yeah.
all of the sound is just bouncing off the walls, and feels like sort of hollow, and the noise really rings out, and it's just so loud, and I
Yeah,
love it.
which is ironic because Unknown Pleasures was recorded very, very cheaply in the north of England.
Yeah, and yet
Yeah,
it's like just a monolith.
yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
yeah, this has to date some of their best songs on it. Jake has elaborated wonderfully on why The Room and 7 Years of Letters and At the Burnside are so brilliant. Um, and even more detail than I had considered in my listening to those songs. Um, just there's brilliant stuff here, and once again, the only real fault I can throw at it is that it's not the 3 following albums. Um,
We're in for it, dude.
yep, yeah, we are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just staggeringly good.
Mm. No, well
Mm.
said.
Yeah,
Saoirse, I'm curious
definitely.
to hear from you on this record next.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I suspect I like it slightly less than Jake and Morgan, but then again, it's like you said earlier, like Jake's review of it made so many readings perfectly clear to me
Yeah,
that could probably go back to those songs and be way more affected by them.
yeah.
But
I'm
really,
curious specifically how you feel like, because to me, and I'll get into this, I see this record is
Mhm,
related quite strongly to the first one. So I'm
mm,
curious, like for you, how it compares to the first album in terms of like not just your
right,
liking of it, but like how you see like it relative to that
right.
record.
I mean, it's interesting because if you look at the arc of the first 3 records, it's like this is the peak noisiest.
Yeah,
Um, but at the same time, there is definitely a progression of where they're drawing influences from across those 3 albums. Where you have the third one, which is the most sort of electronic and icy of the 3, and you have the first one, which is laced with like acoustic folk instruments, and you have it meeting here in the middle with the most cacophonous one of the 3. Um, and I like it a whole bunch. It is, for me, probably the most oppressive thing they've done, just in terms of just incomprehensible walls of noise that are still deeply textured to the point where you can't take it all in on a first listen, because it's just throwing so much at you. It makes sense to me that their mixing board would have bugged out by loading so much onto it. Um, I think maybe it's just the fact that I didn't sort of maybe gravitate to the textures in it as much as I did the third album, but I have a hell of a lot of respect for it. I think the song "I Became a Prostitute" is a towering achievement. Um, yeah, it's just really, really like aggressive and sad and in your face. So, excuse me, 7 Years of Letters is of course, as Jake elaborated wonderfully, wonderful. There is the riff that is buried right in the background of the chorus of just 3 descending chords. That whenever I hear it, I feel like I'm like watching a horror movie, and you've seen like the monster in the background of the shot, and the camera isn't highlighting it, but he's there, you know. Um, I think actually, we talked about this a bit before. This album is probably the closest the band or maybe music have come to sounding how a good horror movie feels. Like this is an album that will make you feel scared in the way Ari Aster's films will, or like Lynch's films will, where it's just the vibe of it is threatening, and it's not quite sort of hanging together in a logical way, but it's just like there and it's imposing, and you just have to deal with it.
yeah.
And I like it a bunch. Scissors as well, the instrumental track, I think. When I was listening to some to my notes today, I was feeling, and this was before some other sad news came later. I was feeling pretty despondent, and this song gave me respite in just capturing amazingly how I felt. And I had a lot of catharsis in that, just musically and tonally. It really captured the vibe I was in. It's interesting. This is like right in the middle of the record. The Room is, of course, a wonderful. The use of piano here is great, and it builds into this like just swirling hurricane of emotion, almost entirely through the way it builds music. Although the lyrics are, of course, really good. Yeah, and I also really like the song Interrupted, but all of the songs are really great. I wish I had more of a personal connection with it.
No, you've made some very good observations about the record and the way the sound works. Yeah, so I think I've already kind of said that this record, it was the one I've spent the least amount of time with, relatively speaking. I've still spent more time with this than I've spent with probably 90% of the albums that I've heard in my life. But that's just this band. It's what it does to me. But I will say that I have had a series of minor revelations with this record over the years, and particularly in the last week, thanks to Jake's enthusiasm in no small part for this record. I think the moment that I saw that he'd given it the rating that he'll give it, which is no surprise. I don't know why I didn't just say the moment I saw it, give it a 10, whatever. The moment I saw that, it was like, whoa, okay, I didn't know this was a record that people thought anyone would think that about. And so I thought, okay, clearly I'm overlooking something. Clearly I'm not giving it its full due. And I think the reason for that is that early in my relationship with this band, I developed such an attachment to the debut record, such a close relationship with it, and also such a close relationship with Nobody Wants to Be Here and Nobody Wants to Leave. Those two records became, at the same time, became kind of like emotional tent poles for me and defined the specific ways this band would hit me with the most immediacy and with the most emotional impact. Whereas I think this record, I think you really have to dig into it a bit more. It's not as welcoming. It's not as emotionally forthcoming as those two records.
As James himself has said in interviews, he's just been like, it's not as emotional on the outset. You have to dig into it more.
And that additional bit of context was so revelatory for me. Like, okay, I'm not going crazy. That was definitely an intentional choice. And so the result of that is a record that does, I think, demand a little bit more of the listener. And it's especially so because it's taking an established and successful sound and it's changing it in a way that makes it less bright than it was and less kind of warm sounding than it was on the first record. It's more blustery and murky and scary. And then the horror movie comparisons are superbly astute, especially in light of for both of you, you, Saoirse and Jake both said that, and Morgan probably said something similar as well. I'm floundering here. But yes, it definitely has the atmosphere that you've all said that it has, and I feel like a fool for not really giving it its full due until recently. But yes, that said, there are always songs that have struck a chord with me right from the beginning. And I'll touch on those. I won't give it the full song-by-song analysis that I gave the first record, both for the sake of brevity and also for the sake of the fact that I don't have that relationship with it yet. But Jesus, listening to Jake talk about it, I'm like, this shit's gonna hit different. I already know it. Anyway, to me, Forget the Night Ahead is a spiritual sequel to 14 Autumns. It examines the experiences of that record's protagonist as they're aging into early adulthood. If that record is the sound of being 14 years old, this record's the sound of being 19 years old, 20 years old. That moment when you're on the cusp, you're not necessarily fully independent from the forces that raised you and the environment that you were raised in. You're on the verge of being able to get out of that, but you're not quite there yet. Gone is the foggy glow of childhood. It's rendered a dull grey by trauma. And forward into an equally grey but heavier adulthood with a sense of doom and an accumulated numbness. As I've said, this record doesn't have the same kind of narrative progression to me, at least not yet anyway, that anchored that first album. It's more a sense of variations on certain themes and ideas. The night ahead of the title to me is adulthood. You try not to think about what you're moving into. It's scary. It's unknowable. It's inevitable, crucially. But you try not to think about it. It's inevitable in the sense that you don't consider death an option. And that's also, I think, something that kind of is hinted at with that title. Forget the night ahead, forget adulthood. There is another way out. It's, not to be too much of a downer or anything, but yeah, that's, I think, intentionally suggested. Anyway, a key track and single for the album is I Became a Prostitute, which I think best encapsulates what the band were aiming for musically with this record and its development. I think Jake's observation that it sounds instantly classic from the opening seconds is just so true, because it really does. That riff just, again, it's like the tone of the guitar, like the tone of the way it conveys melody. It's the same kind of effect as that drone at the end of And She Would Darken the Memory, but this time it's like structured into kind of like a pop song thing almost. Not really, but like kind of. It's that it's that driven by that vaguely shoegazy guitar wall sound, always driving the melody, but also anchoring it in a veil of darkness by virtue of its tone. Topically, my interpretation of this track is a bit more unique, I think. I think it actually expands upon a little bit upon some of the themes of religion that were hinted on in various subtle parts of the debut, particularly in the context of parenthood and in the context of not even necessarily religion, but just this idea of ideological tools being used to cast moral judgment on powerless people. Doesn't have to be religion, it can be anything. But these lines like, you are the bearer of a womb without love. You could have had it all. It's exactly the kind of thing that like a religious parent would say to their daughter if she were to get pregnant. Like, that's the first thing I think of when I hear that. And I Became a Prostitute, that as a title is kind of darkly sarcastic, because it reflects the way in which women are treated by such parents in that situation. A fumbling sexual encounter, a totally normal part of growing up, is treated as this heathenous devaluation of yourself by someone who isn't you. You have that kind of encounter and all of a sudden you've become a prostitute in the eyes of someone you care about or who cares about you. My parents are not religious, but I've played this song to someone whose parents are religious, and they've assured me that it does perfectly capture the mindset of religious parents, or again, just generally ideologically set people who project this kind of specific perspective on their children. The Room is another crucial track, and I think one of the best that the band ever wrote. Like Prostitute, it also explores ideas of how young men and women are treated by a society that gratifies masculine ideals and casts women in a particular light of victimhood and suffering. To me, these two tracks are clearly related mirrors of each other. The former exploring the victimization of women by an inherently hateful and controlling system, and the latter exploring the ways in which men, specifically young men here, are protected from any harm that might result from their own conscious actions. The Room seems to take place in the wake of some horrible act of violence, suggested by the lines, hide her, don't break her, we'll hide her and we'll leave, with the perpetrator valorized and defended against his actions through endearing terms. You're handsome, just a clever boy on the border, don't tell anyone else. Then the victim is dehumanized and only discussed in terms of her relationship to him. You're the grandson's toy in the corner. Again, don't tell anyone else. But I'm saying this and I still can't stop thinking about Jake's reading of this song, because I think it fits even better. But at the same time, it's not a case.
I still like your reading as well, though. I don't even think that they could necessarily contradict one another. I think that there could be a meeting point between the two.
Yeah, I think, but the reason I think I slightly like your reading better is that it fits, is that my reading is kind of like sort of politicizing the song a bit, and I just think that doesn't necessarily fit too well with the way James writes. But at the same time, I do think that it's still a valid and valuable interpretation.
Yeah.
But yeah, a point I want to acknowledge here, one complaint that has been sort of lodged, not often, but I have seen this complaint lodged before about James's writing, is that it often appears to cast female characters almost exclusively in situations of suffering, pain, and victimhood. But I want to address that criticism and counter it, because I don't find this to be a particular issue for me. And I want to emphasize again, I don't think James's writing gets political very often. And my interpretation of Prostitute and The Room are genuinely exceptions, I think. I also don't generally care for readings that go out of their way to politicize lyricism that doesn't directly gesture at politics.
Mhm.
But I still think that sometimes you do find little exceptions that are worth noting. Additionally, to me, most of the characters that James writes about, especially around the era of this and the next two albums, tend less to be portraits of actual characters as much as I think metaphorical representations of aspects of James's personality itself. That's something I wrote this morning, and I'm realizing it maps perfectly onto the trans metaphor too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
And I realize, I wrote here, I realize it's certainly a big thing to say that all of these different characters that James talks about might perhaps be representations of himself. It's not something I can say, I don't think. I think there's an important nuance here between saying that all these characters are representations of the writer's self and all these characters are representations of the same person, because you're not necessarily saying you think it's about a particular real person, but you're still saying you think that it's about the same person, like all these different characters. I think that's an important distinction to make. I can't say that James is necessarily writing about himself. There's suggestions that he is from those interviews that you cited, but it's still not something I can say with certainty, and more importantly, it's not something I want to assume. But anyway, as someone who has experienced a lot of the same isolating pain as he has talked about openly, I do feel a strong attachment to and recognition of that pain in basically everything that he writes. And so
I gotta I gotta say, I think the application or the idea that the characters in the writing being miserable applies to everyone regardless of gender.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, no, totally.
I mean, like the trans metaphor really works for when you look at so many of the songs where, like, it's very directly about him being miserable.
Yeah,
Everybody here wants to die. It's not.
That's very true. I think.
Look, nobody wants to be here, and nobody wants to leave.
Hey,
so.
The criticism that criticism that I saw was specifically applied to the fourth record, "Nobody Wants to Be Here, Nobody Wants to Leave," which does paint some very vivid pictures of abuse from the perspective of an ostensibly female character, and I don't find it an issue. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily a legitimate criticism, but I do think it was one I wanted to address in terms of the fact that we're going to be constantly coming back to this notion of suffering. But anyway, those are the two tracks. Two of the three tracks that I kind of want to focus on. The third one is At the Burnside, which is another really
deeply underrated track, if you ask me.
Yes, deeply underappreciated. And I want to touch quickly on the title of the track, At the Burnside. I think, Jake, your discussion of this track and the notion of kind of being at the side of a literal burning or even just a metaphorical burning of people or of lives or of identities or whatever, is a great one. But I want to look at what does the actual word Burnside mean, because it's used repeatedly in the track, and I didn't really know that it was a word. So I looked it up, and Burnside is actually like an Irish/Scottish word, topographic name for someone living beside a burn, which is like a river or a stream. It's also a habitational name for those places. So places where people might live or gather by some kind of river. so that's just like an important. I don't necessarily have a big meaning thing attached to that. I just thought that was that's what the word Burnside means. But I also think that there's also a clever play on words that Jake's kind of already touched on. But I'm going to go a little bit more metaphorical with the word Burnside itself suggesting somewhere or something that is emotionally proximal to some kind of trauma, pain, or bad experience. Being at the Burnside is being reminded of your pain, being taken back to it, or, I mean, what you might call today experiencing a trigger. We can't all be there so far at the Burnside. You're alone in your experience of that pain, with no one else who can properly understand or empathize. And then we're taking everyone in the car to the Burnside. Though others can't understand, you feel as though you're dragging them down with you. Or alternatively, you could read this line as being about people rubbernecking, passing by to observe you in your pain, but never actually reaching out to help you. I just think, like, immediately from the title in those opening lines alone, there's just so much to unpack, which is awesome. And then you get some lines that are some of my favorite lyrics that James has ever written. Maybe my favorite, like, continuous passage, which is, the brothers were born with a lump in their heart and wearing no clothes. Someone knows where they are, and sharing their lungs, seeing ghosts in the park, in houses and trees, holding hands with a spark. And again, this to me is like a final reflection on your childhood, on the period that you've lived through, like almost a kiss goodbye from the threshold of adulthood to any remaining semblance of the past, but also with the knowledge that things, that people that are long gone will still physically linger in some ephemeral way, whether it's as a ghost in the park or a spark in the house at night. Something you can't explain that you might occasionally experience, or even just a feeling that washes over you every so often. I think it's quite poignant that the record ends on that note of reflection and sort of standing at the border, at the precipice of the future. Yeah, and I won't go into all the other tracks except for to say that there are a bunch of, I do like to love all of them. Interrupted, I think, is a particularly underrated track on the second half. Has this real driving groove and this fast pace to it, and I just find that the repeated intonations of "you and I will bury them all," you said your head was so sore, to be just really chilling for some reason. It's just a particularly evocative song that haunts me, and also just the juxtaposition of lines like "you are the olive rose, bite down on your pillow." Like, oh, that's just, you get this reassurance from, definitely, clearly some abusive figure that you're someone that they care for and think is beautiful before they continue to hurt you. Yeah, that really.
It's not the only time I've had a reaction to that kind of subtext.
Yeah, that's
in a song they've written.
Yeah, and I also liked Jake's shout out of the song "That Birthday Present," which I think is one of the biggest growers on the album for me, in the sense that the first few times most of the time I was with this record, I kind of just sort of tuned out of it a little bit because of how intense it is, and in every sense. But really sitting down to read it, it's just ghastly. Some of the lyricism here, I don't actually even want to repeat it for a number of reasons, just because there's some real explicit references to violence and just like rendering someone hopeless and meaningless and lifeless. That is really quite difficult to process. I think I will basically stop there. I will say one more thing, and that's that the interludes on this track, I think, were the one major criticism I used to have with this record, and still kind of have, if I'm perfectly honest. I think that they are good in and of themselves, particularly Scissors, which the vibe of it, the tone of that track is just absolutely so thick with doom and menace that I find really gets me. But I also think that they do disrupt the pace a little bit, particularly Floorboards Under the Bed, I think, which I'll be perfectly honest, I agree with Jake that there is no bad Twilight Sad songs, but if I were to rank all of the ones on the albums, that's probably the one I'd put at the bottom. It just doesn't quite hit me like the other ones do. And also just it's at a weird point where I think it stops the pacing of the record briefly in a way that I think I would have appreciated Birthday Precinct going into Interrupted a bit more. But it's a very minor criticism, very minor. It's a great album. I still am open to the potential of it growing considerably, even more than it has up to this point. And I know for a fact the first thing I'm going to do when we're done is listen to it in full, this one, because it's still the one I feel I haven't unpacked fully. I mean, I feel that about a number of them, to be perfectly honest, but especially here. So yeah, great album, great record.
Right.
Okay. So
Any closing thoughts?
Yeah.
Anyone?
I would like to say that I mentioned briefly at the very end of my review, I compared it to Silent Hill, and the more I think about that comparison, the more that the actual aesthetic of the record reminds me of Akira Yamaoka's score for Silent Hill 2 in a lot of ways. There's a lot of heavy, industrial, overpowering, serrating guitars that just sort of evoke that, and I feel like the reason the album is so special to me is just because it evokes that introspective sort of space that I just go to and can like think around and operate inside in a way that like I can't with like I could seriously count the amount of things that imbue me with that feeling on one hand and still have room to spare. And it's just I love it.
Beautifully said. I already can't wait to watch this back.
Very glad.
Okay, so let's move on to our favorite tracks and ratings then. We went standard order last time, so we'll do reverse order this time, if that's all right. So my three favorite tracks on this record are The Room, I Became a Prostitute, and very tough. I want to say Interrupted, just because that's my gut feeling. Least favorite is Floorboards Under the Bed, and I'm going to give this record 9 out of 10.
Sure.
And Jake,
Okay.
I want you to let you know that a week ago it was 7.5 out of 10. So that's
Yes.
that's what this last week has done to me.
That's
It was
good.
like, I can't love this band any more than I do, and then Jake said, "Bitch, you thought."
Yeah.
That is why this podcast is cool as fuck.
This podcast is definitely cool.
It's
So-
just the best thing that's happened to me all year.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
I mean, yep. Not even.
Yeah.
It's not even like it's because one good thing's happened to me this year, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, even if there were competition.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Anyway,
right.
sure.
My 3 songs. I Became a Prostitute, 7 Years of Letters, The Room. My least favorite. All right, let's go with The Floorboards Under the Bed as well. But I don't like choosing least favorite songs on good albums. And I'm going to give this album an 8 out of 10.
Yo. My 3 favorites are The Room, 7 Years of Letters, and I'm gonna say Reflection of the Television.
Yes, good shout out.
No least favorite really. For a rating, I'm gonna say a 9 out of 10 with room to grow. Right now, I hold back just because it is just it's so viscerally unpleasant to listen to.
Very understandable. Very
Well, yeah.
understandable.
No, we're not the last time we're going to hear that today.
No.
Yeah, but like, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's different. It's different the other times.
Yeah,
but
it
like,
is.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so context for where we're at.
Hello.
Yeah, I wonder what you're going to give it, Jake.
Oh, sorry,
Well, I mean,
sorry.
3 favorite tracks. No, I mean, I was
No,
just
I just
Yeah.
was looking at the spreadsheet and Saoirse's already filled it in, so I forgot that you hadn't.
yeah. My 3 favorite tracks are 7 Years of Letters, At the Burnside, and The Room. My least favorite, nah. And fucking the hardest 10. The
The
only
hardest
just
10.
just the hardest 10. Horde.
Yeah,
Word.
that's very
Oh,
satisfying.
right. And now from one album that in the last like month or so, Jake has discovered as one of his favorite records. To an
Yep.
album that the last month or so I
You
have
know,
discovered as one of
you
my
know,
favorite records.
Saoirse, I'm getting this strange feeling that you might like the next album. I don't know where it's
I
coming
don't
from,
know where you're getting that
but
idea from,
please
Tyler.
don't get ahead of yourself, because
I won't. I won't.
we actually have something brief I want to discuss before we get to that.
Of course.
Forget the Night Ahead came out in 2009. The band released another EP in 2010, the Wrong Car EP. Two
Yes. Very important.
original songs on it and 2 remixes. I want to say something briefly. This will be quite brief. Don't worry. One of the remixes is by Mogwai of The Room. It's all right. I don't particularly care for either of the remixes. I'm perfectly honest, but they're certainly not bad. Then there's another track on there called Throw Yourself into the Water Again, which is a pretty solid B-side. Quite dig it. Really noisy track, like quite like ear-piercingly loud. I think just in the way it's produced, even.
Definitely Mogwai influence there as well.
Yeah, but I want to talk about the title track on this EP, which is the second longest Twilight Sad song.
7 minutes and change, something like that.
7.5 minutes, yeah. It was recorded at the same time as the Forget the Night Ahead sessions, I believe. I could be wrong, but it sounds very much of a piece with that record, musically and thematically. And it perfectly fits the vibe of that record, such that I honestly wish it had been on there. But then I think about that and I'm like, I kind of get why it's not, because there's very clearly a form and structure to that record that you can't always make everything fit in terms of creating a cohesive whole. But it doesn't stop me from kind of secretly wishing that it was the opening track. But I don't even care that it's not, because it exists and who gives a shit. I guess maybe in the sense that I just want more people to hear it. Anyway, to me, The Wrong Car, the song, is one of their most amazing, emotional and impactful songs they've ever done. It's top 5 for me. It's driven by this bizarre melodic tone that almost resembles distorted strings, but I can't tell whether it is actually strings that have an effect on it or whether it's just a guitar tone that has an effect on it. It's particularly worth noting, I think, because this does not appear on any other Twilight Sad song, and it makes it all the more affecting here. The song kind of applies the post-rocky build structure to the post-punky distorted sound, because you have a song that just builds and kind of builds and builds as it goes on, repeats the same kind of like verse chorus motifs, but just increasing the intensity each time, until eventually you crest with the shouted, gut-wrenching delivery of lines like, "Oh Lily, do you worry about me, because I'm always waiting to see you? Does your stomach still ache from the wife that he'll take, because I'm always waiting to see you? Do you stay in at nights because it's more than you can bear to show? We're on the right side of the wrong car." Now, that last titular line in particular is a curious one, I think, that I think devastates the more that it's unpacked. I mean, think about it for a second. What does it mean to be on the right side of the wrong car? And to me, it's like you've experienced, I mean, this is the most obvious interpretation, but it's like you've experienced something horrific, some violent trauma, and you're close enough for it to affect you massively, but just out of reach of it taking your life completely. You're in the wrong car, but on the right side. So whatever has happened, you're forced to live with it. And in my head, the character of Lily that he refers to represents the person who is lost to this event, and our protagonist is left waiting to see her again, reclusive in their home for the sake of not destroying someone else with the tragedy that seems to follow them, and to take the people that they care about. Perhaps Lily is even the sister from the first album, or the girl treated terribly in the songs like Prostitute and The Room, or perhaps they're all the same person. And perhaps the wife that he'll take is a reference to their father's toxicity infecting their mother and other women, as it did for his sister and for him. It is just a perfectly devastating and moving song that, to me, touches on all of the elements of suggestive tragedy in James's storytelling, but also leaves enough blanks for you to fill in the gaps with your own stories, but enough detail to suggest the pain that nevertheless must underpin any interpretation. I don't expect necessarily all of you to know this song particularly well or have anything to say, but I wanted to shout it out personally, and I am curious if any of you do have anything you want to say about it.
No, I mean that's just a beautiful way of putting it. I just think it's a fucking similarly heart-wrenching song. It reminds me a lot of shit like At the Burnside. Honestly, it's, well, I mean, especially considering the trajectory they took sound-wise, I think it's like inarguable that it was with the same session, just because it definitely doesn't fit on No One Can Ever Know. Yep. But I similarly think it's fantastic. It's a top 10 Twilight Sad track for me. It's just dizzyingly like perfect.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Obviously, anyone else want to say anything?
I haven't heard it.
Okay, well, there's, you know what your homework is.
Yeah,
I've heard live versions, I think.
Your homework is pain.
Yeah,
that's what my homework was last time.
Yes,
that's what I do in my free time anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Well, then let's move swiftly forward. Okay. So between the first two albums, there was a 2.5-year gap. And between Forget the Night Ahead and their third album, there's also a 2.5-year gap. And in February 2012, we get the Twilight Sad's third album, No One Can Ever Know. And this album represents an intriguing musical shift for the band, and I would say the most drastic one yet, at this point anyway. There are still blustery waves of distorted guitar here, but they are by and large cast into the background in lieu of oppressive, blaring, even blown out synth tones and colder, more spacious and industrial atmospheric soundscapes. James's talent for writing memorable hooks is still present, but in many ways, that is all that anchors a number of these tracks, as they are often sparse, foregrounding the dark emotion and leaving little reprieve from its caustic and difficult struggle. And if it's all right with the rest of you, I would personally like to hear from Morgan first, because he seldom gets to go first on albums. And I know, I happen to know that this is a record that means a great deal to him. So we'll let the...
Oh, really?
I happen to have heard that somewhere. And so a little bird told me. So if that's all right with you, Saoirse, because I know this is an important album to you.
No, absolutely. I am fascinated to what Morgan says. So
cool. So,
and I think it would be great if the two people with the strongest feelings for it bookend the segment. So, like, sure. I go first and you go last. So, like,
that's fine. Sure,
entirely fine with me. Morgan, please.
I do find myself sort of bringing up comparisons to other post-punk acts with this band a lot, and I don't do that to devalue the band in any way, obviously, but because it reminds me so much of some of my favorite sort of moments in music and certain acts that resemble, and that the Twilight Sad was taking influence from. I mentioned The Cure already. That will become more relevant through later albums. I'm wearing Joy Division, so I already kind of gave that away. But the record that this most reminds me of, not so much sonically, although kind of sonically, is Joy Division's Closer, which I find they're both sort of like emotionally distant in the same way, but while maintaining the sort of intensity, which is I think is both an incredibly difficult tightrope to walk, that both this and Closer do nothing short of masterfully. I did not expect to enjoy the more almost industrial electronic focus of this record, but it ended up being, all things considered, my favorite sound that they've ever explored. There's, and I think this is primarily because there's like a rawness to it, particularly in Graham's vocal performances. I feel like here he's just going for it in ways he didn't really before, like almost to a degree that I hear in my mind's eye a bunch of nerds complaining that he like goes like off key or something every now and then, and like no, he's just riled up.
Yeah.
And like,
Appreciate the emotion, damn it.
yeah, you loser. Yeah, I it's like when Tyler was talking about headhunters last in our main episode, the most recent one, where he said like within the first 2 seconds of Headhunters, you could tell it would be a classic, and I felt the exact same thing the first time I heard the synth melody in Alphabet, and I was like, ah, shit, I'm gonna love all of this. Oh, all right. 'Cause I like,
same thing happened with me, dude. Same thing.
Once it ended, I was like, all right, if every song is this good, this is gonna be my favorite. And
Then they were.
Yes, and then some of them were better.
Yeah.
Like it's one of the most emotionally powerful, but also one of the most cathartic and gratifying experiences I've had with any piece of music in quite a while. I think in particular, perhaps more than any other record, maybe aside from Nobody Wants to Be Here, I think the lyrical content here to me stands out, particularly in the way that it portrays a sort of strange dynamic with both sort of like a strange dynamic in a relationship, with both a sort of vagueness that makes it sort of applicable or readable in any way, but with a stunning sort of truth, particularly on something like Sick or Jesus, names. Fucking hell. Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, Kill It in the Morning definitely comes to mind. Nil, Don't Move especially.
Nil.
And particularly with experiences that I've had in my life with certain relationship dynamics, which is something that I will get into a little bit more detail on a certain part of the album following this. It's that shit hurted, and I needed some milk. It was like both, and on different songs, it was like seeing a portrait of my perspective of the situations that I'd been in and the other person's perspective, in like such a vivid, deeply resonant way. And the music surrounding it is like ice cold and borderline industrial at parts, and like bone chilling on occasion. But I would be lying if I said it was anything other than either cathartic or weirdly comforting. I find solace in music that is able to perfectly reflect certain emotional state of minds, no matter how dark they may be. Just so long as the music is like, sort of, I don't want to say catchy, but like if it has some immediacy, I feel like even the darkest of works of art across any medium can sort of become like safety blankets for me. The Devil and God Are Raging Inside Me is one. Home Like No Place is there, another obvious one. Nick Cave's Skeleton Tree, which, geez, talk about reminiscent of this.
Wow, I did not put that together, but holy shit.
I didn't until this very moment.
Yeah. If I could just add something to what you're saying very quickly, is that okay?
Yeah.
Because it's just in my general section, there's just one thing, and it's a quote from John Carpenter about seeing the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And he said, I watched it, and it rode the edge of taste, and it pacified my soul. And then I went home, and I slept like a baby. And that was in my notes for this album.
Yeah, I read that quote some time ago, and I was like, he gets it.
Yeah.
He just explained the whole thing.
Oh, that's genius.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And like, this certainly is not, riding the edge of taste or whatever.
Sure.
But the sentiment and the feeling is just very applicable here, particularly because of the catharsis that the icy and almost kind of cruel nature of the album gives me. Whether that's catharsis or masochism remains to be seen. But yeah, it's good.
I like it. It's good.
I've never felt so. This is a lie, but I feel so validated now.
I agree with everything that this person is saying.
I hate it.
Yeah. So this album, wow. To me, this, and I know I'm making a point of this because I know that not everyone will agree with me. To me, this is the most dark and unforgiving Twilight Sad album. It is the most merciless and cold. It's the only one that has absolutely no reprieve from the pain because there's no catharsis on here, I don't think. Like, there are moments of intensity that build, but they're not building in the sense of that they're building to an emotional catharsis. They're just trying to hurt you harder. There's no moments of there are moments of quiet, relatively speaking, but there are no real moments of calm or reflection. In fact, I would even say that with one major exception, in terms of louder songs, the quieter songs here are the ones that are more devastating and more ouch. This album is all either jittering anxiety, numbed pain, withdrawn introspection. I wrote anxiety again, apparently, and frigidity. This is a cold album, so much so that one of the listed subgenres for it, a subgenre I have to confess I'm not heard of before, is cold wave. Which I think is like a subgenre of like industrial music or something, but I don't know. Yeah, it's I know it sounds dumb as fuck, but
Really does.
it's a thing apparently. I don't make this shit up. So yeah, I'm not the genre guy. I don't decide on. I don't go to the meetings where they decide the genres. Anyway, I'm
I'd
definitely
like to. I'd like to go to some of those meetings. I have some grievances.
I definitely I'm definitely glad to hear that some of you find warmth in this record. Genuinely glad to hear that. But I have to be honest and say
I wouldn't call it warmth. I don't think
Well,
that's the correct word.
I know that
but
Saoirse has said that there are elements of this that are warm to her, and I know she'll talk about that.
Kinda.
Yeah.
We'll get on to it.
Yeah, I don't want to actually.
Yeah.
Again, I shouldn't presume your opinion,
Sure.
but I'm glad at least that some don't. That not everyone finds it as oppressive as I do. But I have to be honest and say that for me, this is not only the coldest and darkest Twilight Sad album. I say without reservation, this is one of the least warm and most difficult albums I've heard by any artist that I love. Um, One comparison I want to make is that there are echoes of Portishead's Third in the sound here, in a few places specifically that I'll get to. In fact, there's one very specific musical element of one song that is a direct reference to that record, I think. But especially just in the atmosphere and the energy of the two albums, which I think is identical. In terms of storytelling and thematic interests, there's still some kind of similarity and continuation here and contiguity with the band's previous works, but there's also a clean break from the first two records as well, I think, and that is reflected. I believe that's a conscious decision on the part of both James in terms of writing and the band in terms of their identity musically. Gone are the themes of lost childhood and turbulent reflection. And here is the coldness of being a 20-something racked with suppressed pain and anxiety, terrified to let others in for fear of infecting them. The title of the record has dual meanings to me, both referring to that refusal to let other people in, and also a suggestion of the way that the burden of trauma is heaved onto the shoulders of victims with a forced promise to keep our little secret and tell no one for fear of the consequences and for the good of moving on and keeping up appearances. That idea of maintaining a healthy image, a family image, or even just a sense that you're doing well so that others don't worry, has been a permanent interest of James as a writer, way back to that very first song he wrote, where he wrote the lines, "A strong father figure with a heart of gold," and referred to this lovely home. And for all these reasons, No One Can Ever Know is one of my favorite album titles, alongside 14 Autumns and 15 Winters. It's as evocative as that debut album title, but I think, personally, I find the words, "No one can ever know," I feel like they almost stop you dead in your tracks. There's some kind of inherent power to them. They make you immediately confront some kind of darkness that's so huge, so overwhelming, so all-encompassing that it simply has to be suppressed for the sake of everything. I had some words here that James said on this album's content. He said it's, quote, "It's definitely not a happy album, put it that way. Ha ha. I mean, the themes of the record are kind of tied in with the title, so I'm not going to tell anyone what they're about. I kind of wanted the whole thing to be a story. And while if there is a continuous story, I certainly haven't unpacked it yet to the extent that I have the first record and some of their later records. Again, I would say that this is the one I have spent the second least amount of time with, but I still have the moment where it hit me was still considerably further back in time than the previous record. So I have had an intimate relationship with this record for a while. There's just, I don't have like specific song to song interpretations. I'm hoping that either Jake or Saoirse will to some extent have interpretations. I just have elements of the lyricism and the musicality that just hit me. Dead City is just this storming, brooding 6-minute piece that kind of plods and creeps in really eerie fashion. It has one of my favorite single lines on the record. It seems now both your hands may burn, which is not like a line I find particularly meaningful, but I just find it creepy, and it just like sends shivers down my spine. I follow on Twitter, there's this bot that will just randomly
I follow the same bot.
yeah, there's this bot that will just randomly use a algorithm to tweet random no context Twilight Sad lyrics, and every time I see it tweet, it seems now both your hands may burn, I do get those shivers, like like it's that threat of an impending doom that you have no control over.
Kill Bill sirens start going off.
Yeah. Yeah, and just lines like then you came to it all, and if you all could go away, then I will try, and if your fear came around that day, then she won't starve. And that's just this dark scene of like crippling anxiety and also like a fear of someone else who's kind of feeding on your fear. And do you want more from me? One day we'll bleed. We'll both need to leave. We'll both need to bleed. The sense that the suffering that's being kind of unloaded onto this person is something that's going to eventually take down both them and the person who is inflicting it. We'll both have to bleed for this. It also kind of suggests some, perhaps even, and again, this comes back to the title, perhaps even some horrible act that's been committed that has been covered up by the person who's done it, and maybe another person, perhaps even the person from whom these songs are taking the perspective of. And so it's not just necessarily talking about processing your own harm you've experienced in terms of the perspective of the protagonist, but perhaps processing guilt as well. And I wouldn't even want to guess at what that guilt is in reference to, but I find the suggestion of it more disturbing and haunting than actually knowing what it is. Although you do get reference to some tragedy on a song like Nil, which is very kind of explicit in reference to some kind of horrible event befalling someone. It immediately starts out with these foreboding lines. I remember that day, it was our last. We can't go back. Be careful what you're selling. You're content in your ways. Who cares if she stays? There's one line on here that I have no interpretation for, and this album has a few lines like this where I don't have, like the one about your hands burning is one, but there's another line here that's one of many that I don't have I don't know what it means. I don't have any context for it. I can't even interpret it. It just scares me, or like unsettles me. And there's a line here, is that you, son? Is what you used to say. I don't know what that means, but it just...
Are you winning, son?
Yeah. And then the song gets darker and darker. There's only one way this is going to end. And I like the way that it kind of builds up to this stark image of this girl lying flat on the ground. But also specifically, it's talking about it in the context of the past. So this is being recounted to someone. If you had been there and seen her, it's not happening in the present tense. No answer when you asked her over. No answer when you rolled her over. Like quite explicitly painting a picture here. And then just this hollering cry in the final stretch of the track. I won't let you run through the day again. So that's a song. Then you have
Indeed.
One of my favorite moments on this record is the reflective, wistful sadness of a song like Sick. I brought up when we
Yeah.
discussed everything's Reanimator. I brought up how the song "It Was a Monstering" is quite musically similar to this song, and I'm still struck by that every time I come back to it. I don't think it's intentional. I have no reason to believe that, but very simple kind of similar guitar line on both those songs. But anyway, that's an aside. Just the stark way that you get the imagery painted in this song, like three girls saw her looking so thin, black and bruised skin. Again, you don't have context for these images, but they're almost more affecting for the reason that you don't have the context. And it's like the difference between a record like this and Forget the Night Ahead or It Won't Be Like This All the Time is that I don't know if I want to interpret these songs. I just kind of want to live in the images that they paint. I'm kind of scared of interpreting them. That's a strange feeling to be given by an album, because generally, like when it's an album you love and you're a fan of the writing, you want to kind of figure out what it means to you. And here I'm like, no, I don't want to figure out what it means to me. I want to linger in the unknowing.
I don't want this to mean anything to me, because then it can only be bad.
Yeah. And then you get sort of classic references to abuse in the song "Don't Move." Lines like "I'll hurt you more than you will ever know. I want you more than you will ever know. We paired off in the violence." And that's a key line, I think, because tying back into a song like Dead City, referring to potentially a mutually destructive relationship, whether it's because of violence or guilt or whatever is causing it. This notion of mutual destruction I find quite compelling, and it's something that's explored more on later records as well, not just victimhood but just mutual self-destruction. And just how evocative lines like "You crawl to the windowsill, outside it's still, by the neck you hold us, you call when the leaves won't fall, everybody's unsafe but you are the violence." That's a song. Also, a really underrated track on this record. In fact, there's 2 songs in a row on this album that basically I've never heard anyone talk about, but I just adore both of them. And it's and they're very different from each other. The first is "Don't Look at Me," which is just this quite fast-paced track that I'm surprised I don't see more admiration for, like enjoyment of. It's one of my most listened to songs on this album. Just the sheer forward motion of it is quite compelling. It kind of calls back to Forget the Night Ahead a little bit. I often listen to like Interrupted in this song in close proximity. They have a similar energy and musically. I dig that song so much. And then the next song, "Not Sleeping," one of the most low-key songs on a record that has plenty of those. And it kind of lingers, and it has quite a bit of repetition in it. It's almost hypnotic in certain ways. And then there's, towards the end of this track, it kind of just settles into this repetitive groove and this sort of hypnotic mantra. And then there's this moment where these synths come in, and there's these start-stop drum pattern where it comes in with the synths, and it's just such a good musical moment. You're going to say something?
No, sorry. I burped, and it was. I had a Morgan moment.
That's okay. And then I'll just...
I don't have a trademark on burping, you ass.
And then I'll just kind of wrap up by talking about the closing track a little bit, because I think that's quite an important track to the record. "I Kill It in the Morning." It is the most sonically distinct piece of music on this record, I think. It is by far, to me, the most outwardly and just visibly oppressive song that the band have ever composed. It just rumbles forward and it does not stop. It wants you dead. And it just has this real sense of, like, I've talked about how this album has a sense of creeping dread to it, but like this song makes that look like a joke in comparison. Like the dread on this song is like, it's like I cannot listen to it if I'm in a certain place. It's just too much to deal with. And the Portishead comparison with Third specifically comes back here because that main groove on the song, that down 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 down.
Yeah, but the way it does that, and it gives you that creepy riff, and then it gives you another creepy riff on top of it halfway through the song that's completely different.
I want to shout out that riff is basically identical to a similar musical motif in the song "We Carry On" off of Third. Like if you play them back to back, you're like, oh wow, that's the same melody. And I'm not like calling out the band for like ripping off or anything, because there's so much happening in Kill It in the Morning that it hardly matters. But I do think I feel like that homage is so similar that it has to be intentional. And I think it's a neat little callback to that record, because like if the Third comparison hadn't occurred to you until you get to this closing track and you recognize that, it then gives you a whole extra piece of like musical comparison that can contextualize the record the next time you hear it. And also worth shouting out, I think, is some of the guitarist Andy McFarlane's actually been explicit about some of the influences musically on this record in particular, and he shouted out Sushi and the Banshees, Can, Public Image Limited, Fad Gadget, Cabaret Voltaire, Wire, Bauhaus, and I think those are all bands to a certain extent.
I can see every single one of them.
And those are all bands to a certain extent that I think you can see prevalent here. But I think that's basically all I really want to say on this record. But yeah, it's just very singular in how fucking just nightmarish it is.
I want to like DJ for like a dance club sometime, and just in like the middle of the set, just slip another bed in there.
Oh yes,
and see what happens. Because the first time I heard that song, I was like, "Is this a motherfucking dance beat on the Twilight Sad album?"
Yes.
Yes.
Fun detail about that song.
Yes.
It was the first one written for the album, but it was the last song added to the album. They figured it was so different from everything else they were working on, there was no way it would fit. And it wasn't until they worked out the demo in the studio that they realized it could work. And it was the lead single for the album.
I can see why.
It's very good. Yeah. That's a bit of a misleading single, though. Like, wow.
Sorry, no. It was a second single of two.
The first one was "Kill It in the Morning," wasn't it?
No, the first single was "Sick."
Okay.
Oh. Huh. Interesting choice.
There are no good choices for a single on here.
It's not a singles album.
No, God, no. I mean, this isn't really a singles band, if you want to be honest.
Yeah. And also I know we're sick with comparisons, but two more that I saw another publication make that I think are worth bringing up are The Holy Bible by Manic Street Preachers.
Yeah.
And The Downward Spiral.
Oh, I wonder why this is my favorite.
Yeah, but this is like, the thing is, like, this
fucking
is
mystery.
This is a much less immediate record, I think, than any of those influences I've cited. So I can see why it's a bit more slept on. But it's also, I think, in many respects, one of the most rewarding Twilight Sad albums in terms of the amount of time you spend with it and what it gives back to you. And it's like but it also, like, it punishes you as much as it gives you that. So
I guess that's part of the appeal in a way. I mean, honest to God, I just kind of feel bad just because it's like I do definitely co-sign everything said before me. So I guess I will do my best to do this justice, and I'll add on to my personal narrative with this band. No one can ever know. This is such a strange beast in the trajectory of the Twilight Sad's career, because it's like the single biggest departure from a previous album sound that they have. Like, no album that follows another is more different from another than this one. like, I can't imagine what it was like to be a fan of this band and to like witness this happen, because it's just like, fucking really? Okay. And as said before, I mean, like, the most common adjective to describe this so far has just been like cold. And we have this frigid, like vaguely industrial feeling that's combined with the slight elements of post-punk, some elements of electronic music, and somehow, instead of clashing, even though this is like the first time they've dealt with these sounds battle and complement one another seamlessly. There's like I hear a struggle in this music, and the lyrics reflect that too. I think that to say, you know, like, oh, this is a darker album than the Twilight Sad's catalog, like, that just doesn't fucking mean anything. But I think the word that I'd go for, in just terms of the album, in terms of content, in terms of sound, crystalline. It is, it's like polished to a mirror sheen, and it's reflective. It's like a fucking mirror that you can see yourself in. It's a prism. And the content is, it's like, I think it's interesting that Tyler said, that James said that there's sort of like a story here, because at least personally, I just kind of find it to be less narrative driven than the last two, and that could still be true, and it's just in obvious ways, I guess.
Jake, I have the same takeaway from this. So
yeah. But that said, I do think there is a turning point here. There's a direct and more personal approach here to the songwriting, because, you know, before, at least, there was sort of an obfuscation with narrative. There was sort of a way in which he talked about these stories and these like externalizations of different parts of himself. And, you know, it was a bit of a, you know, a way that wasn't as, you know, like, you know, he wasn't directly saying like, oh, I feel this, I feel that, so on and so forth. It's not as like direct as it would become. I think we'll talk about that on It Won't Be Like This All the Time, because that's sort of the logical kind of polar opposite to where it starts at. That said, you know, it's just amazing how they're doing things that they haven't done before, and they're doing it like they've been doing it the whole time. They, like, the narrative approach is gone. The lyrical approach is a bit more personal. The sound itself is so much different. It's like there's a world of difference, and yet it is pulled off with such astounding confidence. I think that the electronic elements are like, they're just vast and sweeping and icy. And they emphasize how, like, this music, to me at least, it's very autumnal and wintry. Like, just every single one of their albums just sort of evokes that kind of end of the year turning like fall into winter sort of phase, and this more so than maybe any other record. Like, even the vocals, I think Morgan briefly touched on this, sound strained and desperate occasionally, and it leads to I guess a less harsh sound, but a no less intense sound than what was offered on, at least on Forget the Night Ahead. And there's also a no less wide variety of like basic sounds. Like, I just love the way that the guitar sounds on stuff like Sick. And I love the synths on Alphabet. And fucking just like these things, just, they show how textural of a band the Twilight Sad are. You just want to fucking put your hands in the rawness of what this aesthetic is and just fucking like keep it there and like move your hands around, and it's just you can touch it. And it's like, this is a departure that a lesser band would result in sounding flat and flimsy rather than fully realized and whole. And there's like a unique, a vaguely progressive nature to how some of these songs just sort of are structured. Like, there's just no, they're wild and unwieldy, which, like, is absolutely something that I think they've sort of built to over the course of what they've done. Not that, you know, we've talked about, like, it's not like they've tried to go for like a pop structure or anything, but it's sort of like they're just, these musical movements sort of become more singular. And there are select moments where I do feel, at least occasionally on this album, that the inexperience with electronic elements do feel a bit too pronounced or out of place, maybe too robotic for their own good. Just like maybe the occasional backing beat in a song that feels a bit spare, or maybe even a bit cluttered, or that I just don't feel adds much where I would have preferred maybe a bit more space. But these things don't ever fully detract from like just the general excellence of the songs the whole way through. And not to mention, just because like these elements I could also see being things that grow on me, just considering how they do achieve a specific aesthetic. Like, I don't necessarily think it's always because of inexperience in what they're doing with sound wise. It's just more so that like it's just so brittle and so harsh, and sometimes it can feel like a bit distant, but you know, it's like, does that work for you? Is that distance something that you can engage with? And clearly it's something that we all do to some extent. And, you know, if the arc here continues, I think that after the growth of Forget the Night Ahead, which is sort of like an extension of going into your teenage years, No One Can Ever Know is the fucking loneliness and numbness, and even occasional moments of startling beauty and realization that you can get when you're wrapped up in your own head like this. Because personally, for me, what this reminds me of, and the trajectory of my more personal story, is, you know, Forget the Night Ahead is my early teen years, when I departed and separated myself from a very difficult part of my life. And then I went into the part of my life that was more about me, about discovering myself. It was less defined by the people who shaped me and more about what I wanted and what I was doing. And I couldn't fully break off from that. And I was lonely, and I was sad, and I was depressed and numb. And when I listen to this album, I think about sophomore year of high school, which is just one of the worst fucking parts of my existence. It was just constant numbness, constant coldness, constant, God, I will do anything for this stage of my life to be over. And those of you who are familiar with my Frightened Rabbit segment know that what this amounted to eventually, and thankfully I was able to persevere past it, but it is a long and brutal and cold winter that you have to put yourself through. And even the pain that you felt before in your life feels almost insubstantial to the pain you feel here. And I feel like that's perfectly representative of what this album is. It's just, it's coming to the end of the road and finding that there is nothing there but yourself. And it's like all Twilight Sad albums, and it's intimate and it's moving, but it has flourishes of gentleness that we found on the first record, and quiet moments like on songs like Nil, one of my favorite songs on the record, just devastating as anything on the last two records. This album, in one word, is empty, in the most beautiful and complimentary of ways. It makes me think of winter, of bitter cold, being alone in some godforsaken cabin, all alone, while you think about everything that led you there, and the harshness of depression and isolation, and how maybe somehow you can achieve peace in that loneliness and find yourself. But that peace comes at such a hard-fought, ugly expense when you recall how you got there. And the title is so fitting, just because no matter how good you are at explaining yourself, or how good people are at understanding and relating themselves to you, nobody can fucking understand the depths to which the intensity of the pain that you felt during this time. Nobody can possibly know that. And there is a deep, cynical sadness to that, which is uncompromising. And that is what this album should be applauded for in all aspects, is that it is 100% uncompromising.
Yeah.
Well said. Okay,
Really good.
the long-awaited
Yeah.
Saoirse review of No One Can Ever Know.
Yeah, there are a couple of ways I could lead into this review, but I'll start by touching on some things that Jake said, because also just apologies in advance. I love this album a lot, but I am really, really, really tired, so I might be a bit more muted for this segment than normal.
Perfectly understandable.
Yeah, so you talked a bit about how this album reminds you at times of your life that you just desperately want to be over. And if I'm being real, that's intermittently how I've felt for the last 6 years. And now it's, at this part of my life, it is somewhat returning to the peak of that period. And I don't know, I'm a very insecure person. And you talk about, you get to the end of the road and there is only yourself there. And that's a realization I've had like 30 times over the last 6 years, and still not in there yet. But and maybe
Who
that's
among
why,
us is?
yeah.
Honestly.
Maybe that's why this album resonates with me so much at the moment. Well, especially on songs like Nil or Kill It in the Morning. There are points where I feel like I'm on the lost highway and being driven down my own inevitable realization. Or even with this, I don't know if any of you have seen Della Morte Della More, but there's a scene in that where they finally, this is a bit of a spoiler, so it's also called The Cemetery Man for viewers, so I'm going to spoil that, where they finally get out of their city that they have worked so hard to get away from, and they go through the tunnel on the edge of town, and they just find that outside of their town there is the void. It is empty. There is nothing. And then they swap personalities. It's the whole thing. And there are songs on this album that make me feel like this is a realization I'm being confronted with. Even when the beat kicks in on Nil or with Kill It in the Morning, like someone is forcing me down this, and it's like, I know that somehow this is going to be good for me, but it's going to be fucking painful to get there. But to bring the scope out slightly, I first heard this album after I got a reissue this year, because Tyler shared with us the article about that. And I want to read to you something Tyler shared with us at the time from this article.
Oh, please.
Freshly inspired by a listening diet of Cabaret Voltaire, Cannes, Liars, Autechre Magazine, and Public Image Limited.
I forgot about the Liars and Autechre listening.
And I
habits.
think, and Liars are actually on the remix album of this album, I think. And their remix is very good. The remix album itself is very good. But not within the first 2 seconds of the opening track did I hear Autechre on this song. And I had a similar experience.
I think we've all been listening to a lot of Autechre.
Yeah.
We've been poisoned.
But it was the same thing. I heard the first 4 notes really of Alphabet, and I was like, God damn, this album's gonna hook me. And this was in the brief period where pubs are open in the UK. And I went and I got like a food and a coffee, and I sat down and I put this album on and I read my biography of Dario Argento that I was reading at the time. And I just listened to the record, and it just blew me away. And this is so strange because when the album got the reissue, something Tyler talked a lot about is how this album, I've seen it has a lot of critical praise, but maybe didn't resonate with the fan base as much because of its distantness, its devotion from the sound, and also how it's just an awful place to start with this band. And yet, every time I listen to this album, when the first track gets to the hook, where your man James goes, so sick to death of the sight of you now, safe to say I never wanted you more, and now it's time for one more go. It's just, that is just one of my favorite moments in music now, and I've heard this record a lot since then, because it's like this dark...
it's the way he sounds when he says it that really gets me on that line. Like he just sounds like so exasperated, and not
It
just that,
sounds
but like
impassioned.
synth behind him is like so bright at that point in the song. Like
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
almost
Yeah.
blown out. Like it sounds like it's almost just about to distort, but it doesn't. It's really like oppressive synth sound.
Like before then, what the synths have sort of been doing is the note is holding on for a bit longer than it should do, and it causes the notes to blend together in interesting ways. And then when the chorus comes in, he is reaching for those notes, and the synths are suddenly bursting, and it's bright. And yet he's singing this incredibly dark lyric, and by the end of the song, it's back in a minor key. And it's just really, really well done. Dead City, maybe one of the more accessible tracks. It's got a nice drum beat to it, and the bass line gives it such a groove. Words, please. When I was listening to this record today, I put the vinyl I have on, and when it got to Dead City, I couldn't even really write notes, so it was just there like grooving out to it, shaking my head, just really getting sort of lost in the vibe of the melancholic beauty that is here on this song. There are moments where it gives you that melancholic beauty of transcendence before it plunges your head back underwater for more waterboarding. And it's just this feeling of grasping for air, that there's like an underwater sea witch constantly grasping your feet and pulling you back. Sick is actually really reminded me of In Rainbow's era Radiohead at points. It opens with the sort of more properly Autechre beats, but then the guitars come in. It tells a story of there's a person dancing with this girl who is gaunt and beaten up. And he says, I won't go home with you tonight. I will never go with you tonight, sorry. At the same time, you feel like these are both very dangerous people who've led very dangerous lives, who are tempting each other to fall into each other's more toxic modes of living. That's my take on the song anyway. And it's just really sad. But it's also brooding and enigmatic. And I know it's about two very fucked up people, aesthetically fucked up people, but it's also got, it feels kind of like a really smoky dive bar where you are horny in the specific way you know it's a really bad idea, but you're going to do it anyway, and you know it's going to fuck up a lot of shit. And that's like, again, Portishead's third, all Portishead records kind of have this vibe to me. Don't Move is maybe the most typically Twilight Sad, noisy song on the record so far, but it brings in these icy synths. There's a nice driving drum and bass to it, and almost like a nostalgic atmosphere with a lot of chaos in it. And I just get lost in the vibe. Nil, sweet Jesus, Nil. Where do I begin with a song like this? It's horrific and threatening. And at first the lyrics and the drums give it this feeling that you're being slowly pushed along a cliff into danger, like you're walking the plank. And the guitars are so mournful, and there are these sort of almost like 80s John Carpenter style synths laid over the top that slowly build. And again, like the line that you brought up, it's that you, son. It's what you used to say. It doesn't make any sense, but then the rest of the lyrics start hinting at the story of if you'd been there, seen how to flat on the ground. And then, we all know whose fault it was, is the refrain that comes up again and again in this song. And then the drum beat properly comes in. And
I just... Nut!
Yeah.
Nut! I got like the rhythm coming in and the glowing man. It was like that kind of gray matter expanding moment.
It is just such a visceral thrill where it's still really oppressive, and I'm in that zone, but within the context of that feeling, I'm like, someone just shot me in the arm and I'm awake now. And it goes into this refrain of I won't let you run through the day again, and he does it with such astonishing passion.
Wish I could do
and
the accent that well.
I lived with a Scotsman for 2 years. It happens. But anyway, and I get this picture that this something has happened to this girl, and it's bad. At some point she was unconscious, and it is someone's fault. And you know, pretty explicit in the lyrics. But that then the line of is that you, son? Is what you used to say. That could be to do with the perpetrator, or it could be to do with the lady herself who is on the floor. I remember distinctly this Nicole Dollanganger song called Coma Baby, actually. It's super fucking sad, if anyone's heard it. She only does super fucking sad music, but what are you going to do? And yeah, like, is that you, son, is what you used to say. It could be that it's the person's father who maybe drove a female person to some kind of suicidal moment, and now he is cut off from the life and he is mourning the loss of that relationship, inevitable and necessary, so it had to be. Or it could be sung at maybe a mother who did something that either killed herself or damaged her brain enough that this relationship is lost in that way. And I don't really want to know which one it is because they're both ugly. But anyway, it's a really transcendent song that's also really, really, really bleak. Yeah, Don't Look at Me has these sort of warped and tortured, but still deeply melodic synth lines. In my notes, I have it described as like if the Mona Lisa was found at the bottom of Loch Ness after 10 years with coffee stains on it.
I remember listening to that song for the first time, and I was like, these synths are gorgeous. I wish I could just listen to them like in isolation. And then the end of the song did that. And I was like, wow, it's like you read my mind.
Yeah. And the next track, which you also highlighted, opens with like these very quiet pianos and wailing in the background. And then the noise comes in and these smashing drums are like comes in, and it just builds, and it builds to like a level of chaos. And this is why I wrote down the Carpenter analogy. This level of chaos that cleansed my soul. I like it just went through me and just took out any capacity to feel emotions, positive or negative. And I just caught up in the sheer brain switch off moment of wall of noise. And then we get on to Another Bed, which could genuinely, I feel like, have been written by a band touring in the 80s to support The Cure or Depeche Mode.
Yeah, I meant to bring up like 80s synth pop bands for this song specifically. Like it's quite a cool shout.
It sounds like if you like raised the frequencies of a Depeche Mode like Violator era track up to like the point of near distortion,
or even like Pretty Hate Machine era.
Yep.
But it's genuinely like when it happened, I was like, there's a song on this record that's like unambiguously fun. What the fuck is happening?
And then you read the lyrics.
Yeah, exactly.
Death, I long for it.
Yeah. But I mean, the lyrics are really bleak. When you hit the chorus, it's musically joyous. And then Kill It in the Morning happens. And it's just two songs could not be on a record more tonally contrasted than these two songs.
Great.
It's just like you finish Another Bed and you're like, yes, happiness. Oh no! It's just the peak
just
of the
like
roller coaster.
it's how loud that sound is at the start of Kill It in the Morning. Like the first time, well, I don't know if it's the first time I heard of it. Every time I listen to it, basically, I keep being taken aback by how shrill that sound is at the beginning. It's like you're immediately being It's like the psycho strings slowed down.
It's
It is a
it's like the exact frequency of like tinnitus.
And then like that
Hurts.
sound comes in, and you get like the bass go.
Yeah, I actually wrote down in my notes at the bass line at the beginning, reminding me of like the Jaws theme, just super threatening and scary. And then there's a groovy as fuck riff comes in, and it's just, I listen to it, and it's, don't get me wrong, threatening, noisy, all the rest of it, but I listen to it and I'm just like, yes, I like this, I'm vibing.
It's like being chased by something you can't see is how that groove makes me feel.
It's like being chased by a rave that's out to murder you, but they're playing music you really like.
It's like when you're a little kid and you have to go down to the basement in the dark, and like once you get what you need out of there, you're running back up the stairs. And like there's nothing behind you, but you're running like there is, and it's like it's scary, but it's like a little bit exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
That gif of that baby running into a room and then just being like, oh, and then just turning around and hightailing it.
Yeah. But
His legs start spinning like Looney Tunes.
Yeah. And it's like for half the song, the guitars are going bum, ba-da, ba, ba-dum, and that's really nice in itself. But then these other lead guitars come in that's playing one chord and then occasionally shifting, not a full tone, a semitone up. And it's sort of providing even more chaos and dissonance, but it still works in the groove. And it's like, I'll dance to this, but I feel like I've a gun to my head doing it. And it is just an exhilarating experience. There's this muscular riff, and it just brings it to a level of like where it is so much that I like transcend to a point of bliss. Like, I made this comparison to other songs. It's like the final shot of The Sacrifice or even Martyrs. If I was to be in the headspace where I'd like the second half of Martyrs, that would be the effect they were trying to achieve.
Yeah, totally.
Well, yeah, the last shot of Martyrs is pretty great, irrespective of the left turn of quality the film takes.
Yeah, and speaking of like not left turns in quality, but just like left turns in the song, the way the song like switches up in the second half, like it changes into almost like a major key, strangely enough. And but it still manages to sound the same vibe. It's really strange how well it works.
Yeah, exactly. Like I have never heard a song that is so threatening but such a bop, like ever. I remember when we first talked about this album when that reissue came out, and I said I was considering listening to it. You sent me this song, and said this is like a horror song, and it is. Yeah, so I've talked through every track in the record, and I've tried to adequately. I know I said I was exhausted, but this album has energized me.
You've done great, Saoirse. Really good.
I know. But I was just noting, as a testament to the quality of the album, how much just talking about it has lifted my energy.
Yeah, that's great. That's good to hear.
But anyway, so I tried to talk about. Yes, it's really dark, but I was trying to justify the fact that I do find a lot of joy in the record, irrespective of how dark and oppressive it is. But I just want to say this thing that Tyler specifically requested I say, because I mentioned it in the group chat earlier, that we all have as a podcast, people who make podcasts together, where I said, it's like holding a skull made of metal covered in blood, and finding the grooves in the metal and feeling the wetness of the blood, details I can get lost in, and getting lost in the details in this horrific thing is comforting in and of itself.
Well said. Very well communicated. I definitely understand how you feel about this record, which I was, so a couple...
This has been a very good segment.
Yes, it has been.
It really has.
A couple more details I forgot to highlight in my context for this record. This album was, the production credit on this record is the main producer credit is to the band themselves, but there's also a producer credit to a legendary producer called Andrew Weatherall, who, if you're not
Mm.
familiar with, he died recently, actually, I think, and he has a lot of production credits on many seminal albums, and the most relevant of those are My Bloody Valentine's Loveless and Primal
Oh.
Scream's Screamadelica.
Yeah. And he
But
also he directed Uncle Bloomy Who Can Recall His Past Lives, didn't he?
fuck off. What even is that?
It's a joke on the name of the director of that
They
movie.
literally
No,
have
no, it
AW.
wasn't.
They have AW initials. That's it.
Okay.
I don't know how you're.
because it's hard, weird.
Saoirse, how does your brain get to that? I don't even understand.
It makes my brain. You should know this about me by now. It makes weird connections a lot of the
It's
time.
fine. But yeah, Weatherall's also got credits on albums by New Order, Bjork, The Orb, The Future Sound of London. So a very important producer. But what's interesting is that he's actually credited as anti-producer on No One Can Ever Know. So I'm not sure what the rationale behind that was. I think maybe it refers to like the fact that he maybe took a bit of a backseat role. But it's an interesting credit that I thought was worth shouting out. But the notion that the fact that Twilight Sad is the main producer and he is there as anti-producer perhaps suggests that there's like a he's kind of reining them in some ways. I don't know. I just thought that was worth shouting out.
No, it's interesting. Yeah.
And I'll also shout out briefly before we do our favorite tracks and ratings. There's a couple of really cool bonus tracks for this record. I just want to shout them out briefly. One which was re-released recently is called "Tell Me When We're Having Fun," which is
It's really good.
a piano-led ballad that I think is quite good. Another one is quite different. Is this entirely instrumental synth piece called "A Million Ignorance," which is just nothing like anything else I've ever done. It actually resembles Mogwai's 2010s era Mogwai more than this band, but it's also quite haunting and it has the same vibe while being instrumental. I thought it's also worth shouting. So but that's it. I think that we've basically done this album a great job. So let's move into our favorite tracks and ratings. We'll do our regular order, shall we? Jake, do you want to go first?
Okay. My three favorite tracks are Alphabet, Nil, and Kill It in the Morning. Least favorite, if I had to pick one, again, no bad Twilight Sad songs. It's a good song. Just my least favorite, probably Dead City. I give this album with the score is tentative, just because this is just one of those albums that's it's a bit impenetrable, so it's a bit harder for me to engage with it. But that said, it has only gotten better with each listen. It is one of the ones I've spent lesser time with, but I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Oh, the way you were talking, I was expecting like a 7, but you were like,
Oh, no. Well, I mean, like, for this band, I feel like an 8.5 is a 7. For like, I don't know how that makes sense, but
no, that's good. That's I can breathe a sigh of relief, even though you said Dead City
I love
before,
this
but-
record. It's fantastic.
Cool. Morgan.
That's Morgan.
My three favorites are fucking hell. This I don't know. I'm gonna say Sick, Don't Look at Me, and I'm sorry. I'm gonna say Kill It in the Morning.
Okay. Do you have a least favorite track?
No, it's a 10.
Oh, Sick. It's a 10.
Yeah,
Okay.
love
Oh,
to
wow.
see
That
it.
was pun not intended there. I did say the word sick, but it was not a
Yeah, it
pun.
was funny.
Saoirse.
Hello. My favorite tracks are Alphabet, Nil, and Kill It in the Morning. I have nil least favorite tracks. Zany Hours. I'm giving this a 10. Not the last time I'm going to say that today.
Wonderful.
Nice.
Okay, so my three favorite tracks are Nil, Don't Look at Me, and Kill It in the Morning. My least favorite track, if I had to pick one, would be Don't Move, I think. And I'm going to give this I'll give it 9 out of 10.
Nice. Oh my god, that's the highest average of any of them so far.
So far. Oh boy.
Yeah,
So
that
far. Yeah,
that's not
that
gonna
changed.
last.
No.
That'll
Oops.
change. Okay, so that's that. So interestingly enough, during the tour cycle for No One Can Even Know, the band actually, there was an interview with James, and he said in the interview, and I quote, "Our fourth album will be very important in deciding the future of this band." Now, this was an interview. This was from an interview taken before studio sessions and writing had even begun for the fourth album. So there was already a sense coming off the bat of No One Can Even Know that in terms of where they're at, it was, I believe, it was still like widely well regarded critically, but it was their, I think, least commercially successful record. They had to tour hard for it in order to financially stay afloat. And there was a sense going into their fourth album that it could well be, in fact, it was quite likely going into their fourth album that it was probably going to be their final record, their fourth album, just purely because of how difficult it was to sustain themselves as a band financially. That's the only reason. It was certainly not for a lack of inspiration or a lack of desire to do it. In fact, I want to read another sort of interview quote from the fourth album cycle. And Graham says that he approached the record as being the band's last album. Since the start, I've been an overthinker, but we went through a particularly rubbish year before writing these songs on Nobody. Things weren't going too well for us on numerous levels. I loved doing the first two albums, but by the third, we were so run down and nothing was working out. And at that point, we couldn't see beyond our next album. When you're constantly touring, it can be really hard coming back because it's only ever for a wee bit and then you're away again. It's a weird frame of mind to be in. I definitely think I lost it a bit too, in that gap between the first and fourth record. The year preceding the writing of our fourth album was tough. We weren't working with the right people. It wasn't a good time for us. We were kind of questioning if we were going to do this again. There's been a lot of faith shown in our band. There's Mogwai, how they've helped us out, and even bands like Frightened Rabbit and Churches. These people constantly talk about our music. We seem to be a band that bands like, but I genuinely think this record is a mission statement. Not to prove people wrong, but to prove people right. I want to prove it to other people as well. I'm proud of all the records, but this one, although it keeps the same ethos, I think it can reach new people. I can categorically say these won't be the last songs I write. These songs, to me, proved I have a lot more to say. Writing these songs with Andy showed me how much I need this in my life. The thought of not doing it anymore terrifies me. Nobody wants, even though there was a considerable gap between the most recent album and this album, I believe Nobody was the record, at least since their first record, that had the longest gestation. Recording began in the second half of 2012, and the album was not released until late 2014. Again, continuing a release pattern, 2.5 years between the first two records, 2.5 years between LP2 and LP3, and 2.5 years between No One Can Even Know and their fourth album, which is titled Nobody Wants to Be Here and Nobody Wants to Leave. And this was released in October 2014, a significant time for me because this was the time that I discovered the band in conjunction with the release of this album. And the reason I discovered it, well, one of the reasons I discovered it was thanks to a rare and glowing 10 out of 10 review from one of my favorite and most read music publications at the time, Drowned in Sound. It was some kind of combination of the album title, the album art, the glowing review, and just the general description of the record and its tone immediately attracted me, and I was suckered in. I
That hot
listened.
5.6 from Pitchfork.
Yeah, let's not. Let's not even. I wasn't going to acknowledge it, but yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to take a stab.
Sorry, did you say 5.6?
Yeah, that was a rare time where
Looks
they
like we're gonna
reverted.
get
That was
our own.
it's a rare time where they reverted to a 5-point scale just for that review. It
Right,
was,
right.
Ah,
It looks
right,
like we're all
right.
going to be
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
our own pitchforks soon, aren't we?
Not today. Today is a day of love.
I know.
But yes, I listened to this album the day it was released, almost exactly 6 years ago, plus a couple of weeks to today. And though I won't pretend it was instantly in the moment an all-time favorite, it was still one of those beautiful examples of a record that I fell in love with instantly during a time when I was still kind of relatively early into my dive into the world of music, but not so early as to kind of be in that stage where you're just like in love with everything. It had an immediate resonance and it felt special in a way that even took me by surprise despite the hype. Yeah. Does anyone have a desire to talk about this first? Or a desire to talk about it?
I mean, no, talk about someone else go first, really.
I don't in particular.
I'm happy to, but I wanted to check in because I don't have like specific notes for this, so it's going to be very free flowing.
I think you should probably go last on this one.
Okay, I'll go last.
Jake, if you don't want to go first, I can go ahead.
That would be great. Just because
Okay.
this is a difficult album to talk about, regardless of how you feel about it. I think.
Yeah. So as I said at the beginning, this was the first Twilight Sad album I heard at the behest of Tyler. I imagine it was many people's first Twilight Sad record. It feels like this is the one where they kind of reached beyond the realm of Pitchfork, maybe. Sort of, they opened for The Cure after this. So,
Right, yeah.
It's one of those records to me, sort of like Blackwater Park, which, go check out our review of that. It's pretty great. It's one of those records where it just feels like a moment, it feels like, even though it doesn't necessarily sound like anything that came before it, it's like thus far the sort of peak of their like like just a perfect mix between ambition and accessibility, that it just works on every level. I think this is the best place to start with the group. It's hard to say it's inviting, but I feel that there's a sort of familiarity to it that, like, already, if you just heard, even like, or just sort of dipping your toes into the world of post-punk, this is something that is going to feel pretty natural and right at home to you almost instantly. Like when I turned on the album for the first time and There's a Girl in the Corner started playing, I was once again, like the last record, just immediately like, oh boy, buckle your seatbelts.
Yeah, this is one of those instant top first few seconds albums.
Yep.
Yeah. And like, admittedly, for like a week of having heard the record, I really couldn't bring myself to move past the first 3 tracks, just because I kept listening to them over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I have to listen to the rest of this. But like, if it's just an EP of the first 3 songs, it's the greatest EP ever made, full stop. Like,
I would agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you move past that, and then It Never Was the Same starts, and you're like, oh, son of a bitch, they're all like this. Okay. It's just like, fucking it's again a bit like the last one, even though this is far less confrontational. It's over the past 6 months or so, this has become a sort of a safety blanket album for me.
Oh God, yeah.
Particularly in the song Last January, which I funnily enough, we'll get to this in more detail later, but this is not my preferred version of that song. But as I was saying in the No One Can Ever Know segment, there's a particular time in my life where to make a long, boring story short, I wanted to be with someone and they didn't want to be with me. And that it's something that affected me, still does, frankly, in some ways. And it's maybe the only thing I've heard or listened to that has made me sort of reckon with my own feelings at that time, like just forced me to fully confront them. Particularly like the line, just the refrain at the end of "This isn't the you that I came here for," is like, you project so much onto this other person, and then the second you can take like a step back and be like, they're just a person, and you're sort of projecting an image onto them that might be a little unfair, to say the least in some cases. It's like I felt myself level up in the moment that that sort of became clear to me, because it was something that I had been working towards for a while in terms of my thoughts on the situation as a whole as the years have gone by. But there's there's like a selfishness to it that like it almost sounds childish without the song, if you were to just read the lyrics before listening to the song. And I think that sentiment is kind of really at the core of what the song is getting at, but the music and the atmosphere that is created in either version of the song is so perfect at conveying what you feel in that moment, in any of those moments, where it's like you felt entitled to something and you didn't get it. And it's difficult and it's painful, but it's something you're going to have to reckon with one way or another. And that's why I love so much that's the last line of the song. That's the note it goes out on, because it's like something Saoirse said about the last album. It's like at the end of the road, you only find yourself to look at, and it's like this is just, no matter what, this is a feeling that you're going to have to reckon with at some point in time.
When I said that, I was quoting Jake, for the record.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's cool that I didn't even know that. But it's regardless of who said it, it's very very apt. And I think the beauty of this album as a whole is that the feeling that I get out of Last January, and specifically even the version that's not on this album in particular, is a feeling that is so easily applicable to any of the 9 other tracks on here. I think in at least one moment or another, they are just as powerful as the song before it in some way, and that's magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, beautiful. Well said.
I don't really.
Today, dude.
I don't really think that I can. Oh, this is an album I just didn't really prepare to talk about, just because it's like
You and me.
How?
I mean, yeah, I mean, like you said, you compared it to Blackwater Park, and then it feels like a moment, and like I feel like I mentioned yesterday at some point, I don't know when, but I just mentioned that in like Blackwater Park, this record, in my opinion at least, is like untouchably perfect. Like just 10 of the most finely crafted post-punk songs I have ever heard, with a clear unifying vision. Like again, it is an album that is made like the people who made it thought they were never going to make one again because they thought that they weren't. And it's very, very evident, but like the fear, like, is that normally when I say that is that bands do that and they have like an assurance to them. But there's an anxiety here that's like when James said, it's like, the thought of not being able to do this terrifies me. And I feel like you can hear that. I feel like there is just so much boiling anxiety here, and it would threaten to overwhelm if the songs themselves weren't so tightly constructed, so well put together, and just, God, lyrically fucking there's not a superlative in the English language. I don't have one. It's listening to an album. I think the word that I'm looking for here, if there is one, just to describe the overall vibe of it, and Morgan kind of hinted at it, is misanthropic. So that this album is ugly in a lot of ways. For as many ways as it is perfect, it is also just a showcase of the worst parts of a human being that can be displayed. There is a selfishness, a cowardice, but also a hate and an anger, and just, it feels developed from the other records. It feels like this is an album that's about reconciling with the anxieties of adulthood. This is about becoming older and having responsibility and wanting to escape it because it's fucking hard. My favorite song on the record, I think, hints at that, which is The Pills I Swallow, which it's just got this part in it where James is just pleading, which again, it's a little, this particular moment is better on a version of this song that is not this version, but I still love this version. Just where he just pleads, won't you let me vanish now? Like he's just trying his, like it's sheepish and cowardly in a way that like he isn't proud of, and he just wants to escape, and he just wants to fucking get away from this like call. And it's just so it's oppressive, like Forget the Night Ahead is, but not sonically, just in content. And there's also just a lot about this album that I just love the way that it sounds. Just parts of the production, just like these like stabbing guitars, these fucking, just these passages that just, they sound so sublime. It is the best the band has sounded. The best most of like any band could possibly sound. And it's just so great at evoking those singular elegiac images. Like my favorite thing about my vinyl release of it is just like, I almost feel like this back part of the cover is a better cover than the one we have, because it's just got this woman standing outside a car, and it looks like she's not moving, and she's just watching this other person walk away into the distance like that, and she has no intent of pursuing them, and they're just going. And yeah, it's something that like every song on here will evoke some of the darkest parts of your experience. Like, as much as I do think it is sort of a development in the arc of these records and the arc of how you can assign it to different parts of a person, I also think that it's just representative of like, you can assign it to any part of your life. It's omnipresent. It's scary in a lot of ways too. There's songs like fucking Drown So I Can Watch, which again just sort of gets at that like just misanthropy that I find so fucking disturbing. And it's never like overbearing to the point where it's like unrelatable, because when you do misanthropy, you kind of run the risk of like alienating your audience, because you become so unrelatable and like beyond human and flawed. But like the things that these songs are about, they capture such a specific moment. It's just like, it's not always indicative of an entire character. It's just indicative of a moment in this person's life, because that's what these things are. They're moments. And good God, the closer. I've listened to this song. Like, the fact that it's not my favorite song on the album is just like,
yeah,
fuck you guys. Like, it's like the fucking he's already dead fucking meme, for fuck's sake. It's just like, I'm already in love. Please stop.
yeah.
But sometimes I wished I could fall asleep. I listened to this song in just so many times in the countless like nights since I've heard this album for the first time, because it's like weirdly comforting. It's like a lullaby in some ways, but it's also just maybe my favorite singular Twilight Sad lyric, which is, "You don't haunt me anymore. You don't need me anymore." Yeah, I've gone through a lot of abandonment issues, because people just leave, and dealing with that is not something I'd put on anybody, because it's just for reasons that are completely irrespective of you. And like, but there's always a way to blame yourself when you sort of embody sort of that misanthropic mindset and you point that inward, and you blame yourself just because it's the most convenient thing to do. And then you look at all your flaws, and they just become more pronounced, and you obsess over it, and it's you become this hot boiling fucking swath of misery, of anxiousness, and of self-consciousness. And you feel like every relationship in your life is a ticking time bomb waiting to end, with you, as you have always been, alone. And, you know, it's not that this album captures loneliness like that. It's that this album captures the feeling of being left by someone. And it doesn't matter if it's romantic, it doesn't matter if it's a friend, it doesn't matter if it's family. It is that heartbreaking, singular moment where you realize that someone important to you is not in your life anymore. And just you think about all these things that maybe you like, you confront these gross parts of yourself where you're just like, maybe I would want to do something in return to these people who've hurt me, even if they didn't realize that they did. Like on the last song, "Sad to see I will stay awake. I'm leaving you just to be cruel," where you've been left so much that you can only leave others. And the prospect of becoming that is the most terrifying thought I've ever had. And I have laid awake staring at my ceiling fan, thinking about the final lines of this album for more hours than I think we have collectively joined on this podcast. And saying that I love this album is almost difficult, because it's like, how do I love something like that? It's terrifying, but it also just, it comes back around to making you feel seen, that maybe even after you're left by everyone, that at least somebody somewhere at some point in time knew how you felt. And God, you just sometimes having that to take solace in, it's like the one constant that you need to tell yourself it's like a fucking drug. It's like fucking heroin. You just need it. And it's painful, and it makes you feel terrible, but it also just reassures you. And it's complicated, and it's messy, and it's weird, and I don't know how I feel about this record fully. I don't think I'll ever know how I'm going to feel about this album, because I don't know how I feel about myself, my understanding of the world and people and relationships, and it's fucking scary. And all I do when I listen to this is I just think, fuck, I don't want to be alone. I don't want to. Please, God, I can't be like this forever. And, you know, getting to stare into the abyss, I guess, just lets you get one look and say, I'm not there yet. And something about that is profound and Lovecraftian. And I don't love it, but I feel like the people who made it love me, and that's good enough.
Well, I will say, Jake, it won't be like this all the time.
Morgan,
I was
fuck
waiting for
you
Saoirse
for
to say
reading
it.
my mind.
I mean, I was
about to say the same thing.
And I was expecting Saoirse to say,
I was gonna say.
oh, thank you for breaking the tension. I feel like I was gonna fuck.
I was gonna say "Won't Be This Bleak Forever" as in the Spanish love songs.
Oh, fuck.
Great faces, everyone.
Energy.
Fun times with
I
the
guess-
James and T podcast.
I guess since I'm going last, that means it's Saoirse's turn.
It is me. I can't really ask a whole bunch of what's been said, so I'll try and talk broadly about what I really like about this record. I think this is some of the most sonically accessible I've found the band up until this point. Like going from the last record to this record is like night and day, just in terms of just the immediacy and almost like popular appeal that the sonic palette of each song can have. Like there's a fucking xylophone on the best song on this record, in my opinion. That being Pills I Swallow.
Gang.
Yeah, and just the lyrics are emotional and still kind of abstract, but still very straightforward. And I love the guitar tones on this record.
Oh,
There's
God, yeah.
There's one that keeps coming up where they threw a lot of reverb and a lot of tremolo on it, and it's on almost every song. And it just comes in to provide this real like brooding sense of atmosphere they always have, but it's in the higher registers, and it just punctuates what they do so perfectly and frames it within a much more tight and controlled framework, where I feel like they've really felt about getting the full sonic experience from this album. Jake's already talked really beautifully about the lyrics. Those are my 2 cents on the sound, although I co-signed everything he said. I wanted to highlight some specific songs. Opener, The Girl in the Corner. Sweet fucking Jesus. What a way to open the record. My lord. Yeah, just the recurring post-punk ambience of industrial threat with the refrain of like, she's not coming back from this. Da-da, ba-da. That's actually, yeah, they do that in the guitar tone they just referenced. And it's just, it pieces this picture of utter tragedy. It's really, really bleak. I could give you all that you don't want. It is more just like very straightforward pop punk, but not pop punk, post punk. With just this really killer chord progression.
I was gonna say.
Did something happen to your version of the album?
You shoot me in the fucking face.
Dennis Hopper.
Shooting Dennis Hopper shooting.
A
That's the
Scottish,
joke.
a Scottish pop punk band is a contradiction.
I'm fairly sure they do exist.
There will be ones. Don't worry. I'm just being facetious.
Yeah, sure. Also, In Nowheres, I love the song a lot. I also love Drown So I Can Watch. But In Nowheres particularly has like a synth solo that's off the charts. And what I like about that synth solo is it's not out to impress you with technical wizardry. It's just playing the notes and playing them with a great tone and doing it really well. Yeah, and when the guitars come in on the song, it's like a punch in the face. There's a lot of dissonance. Yeah, and when he says there'll be no more nightmares, I don't believe him. And I feel like that's intentional. I feel like he says it almost like a threat. Like, am I not going to be having more nightmares because you're going to murder me? Is that what's going on here?
I see it as like a self-assurance, but I'll get into that.
No, sure. I'm not saying that's a literal interpretation of the song. I'm saying that's the tone of his delivery, how it makes me feel.
Yeah.
That's title track is also fucking insane. All of these songs are insane. I don't know why I'm choosing tracks to talk about. Also just the run from In Nowhere through to Leave the House is amazing. And
I'm stunned. I'm stunned. None of you have mentioned Leave the House yet, but that's fine. I'll do it.
Leave the
Bro,
House is
I'm
great.
not ready to talk about Leave the fucking House.
Yeah, there's no one in the light. Just what do you care for? Just the constant refrain, and the music is so sad, but also just like really easy to listen to, but it's so sad, and it's just like, dude, please don't make me go back and listen to the song again for the hooks because I'll be devastated. But I'm gonna.
Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes I wished I could fall asleep. Some wonderful closer. The reason I'm trying to be brief is all through the two people before me have done a great job, and I know Tyler's going to do a great job and cover all of the bases I would have gone into detail on much better than I could have done. So I'm just going to co-sign all of you and say, yes, but also the guitar tones. Can we talk about the tones?
Yes, we can and will.
Sure.
No, I definitely appreciate your brevity because we're doing a great job, but this has been a long haul. But at the same time, like, we're here, so I'm not gonna cheap this out. I'm gonna make it worth it. Because we're here, we're only gonna fucking do this once.
Sure.
So I did not have time, nor did I have the mental fortitude to sit down and write notes on this record like I have with previous records. I won't surprise any of you to hear that this is by far the Twilight Sad record I too have heard the most. I've probably heard this album the whole album at least 200 times, maybe 250. Who fucking knows, honestly. There's really no way of keeping track. It's my comfort album also, as it has been for others. And you all know this because I've said it multiple times, but I'll say it for the viewers at home as well. This is my second favorite album of all time. It is as good as my first favorite album of all time, which is The Goodness by The Hotelier. The only reason I placed that album higher is because that album makes me want to live when I'm finished listening to it. And I need my favorite album to be something that does that for the sake of survival. But this album is definitely the one album that I think resonates with who I've always been deepest. And Goodness is kind of like resonates with who I am and who I've been, but also who I want to be, whereas this album just feels like it's in my DNA, and it always has been. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a track by track here, because I think that's the only way to make sure I don't forget anything, and go through them song by song. So there's a Girl in the Corner. Immediately you're struck by how much, relative to their previous records, and especially the last one, how instrumentally and atmospherically it's much less oppressive. It's a bit more stripped back. It's cleaner. It's clearer in terms of production. Thank you to Peter Kaitis, who produced their first record and also has produced records for The National and Frightened Rabbit. I've talked about him in the Frightened Rabbit video, I think. So yeah, it has this more stripped back and clean and clear sound. For the most part, with a few exceptions, that wall of distorted guitar sound is mostly gone, and in place you have layers of atmospheric synth tones and gently twinkling and pretty guitars. Definitely guitar distortion as well, but it's more selectively implemented, and the record in general is just more tasteful in its production. And the synth tones that are here, and crucially in contrast to No One Can Ever Know, where they are frigid and suffocating on that record, and the brightness feels particularly artificial and neon and seedy. Here they just feel colorful, intricate, and pretty even at times, even when they're pretty fucking devastating. But yeah, so There's a Girl in the Corner is just this, immediately throws you into the darkness. It's one of the more hopeless sounding songs on a record full of hopeless songs. Just this repetition of you're not coming back from this, she's not coming back from this, you're holding on but not too far. Just this ultimate, you saw me, you saved me, you saw me, you saved me, and then just the ultimate screams of she's not coming back. She's not coming back from this. I think we're going to talk briefly, me and Morgan and Jacob will at least talk briefly about the acoustic sessions for this album. And I think it's telling that this was one of the few songs that they didn't do in the acoustic session, because if you were to strip this down anymore, the sound of James howling at the end of this track would just simply be unbearable to listen to. It's very much a tone setter for the record, and also just one of the best songs ever written. And you know, it's there's not a lot lyrically happening. It's quite sparse. So the fact that I'm saying that is a testament to how affecting and effective it is. Last January is really one of the songwriting and musical peaks of the record that comes quite early. It's one of the definitive songs in terms of the sound of this record. It's one of the most instantly catchy and emotively moving songs. I think there's it just hooks you in with that groove instantly, and that's the way it kind of stutters that as well. It's a bit off kilter, the instrumental, but James has this commanding vocal presence, even if he's a little more subtle in his delivery than he was on the opening track. But one thing I want to shout out particularly about this record in terms of the talent and the skill and the mastery of it is the way that every single song, like every single line that James sings on this entire album, he sings it like a hook. Like everything on this album, every vocal is a hook. Like you can get any given line on this album stuck in your head at will if you know the album well enough, or even after the first couple of listens, you'll come away with it. You'll come away from it thinking of like having certain hooks kind of pop into your mind at any times, and it's an incredible testament to the writing on this record and the James's talent as a vocalist that he's able to do that. Just everything on here just gets embedded into your brain, and it's just the fact that these songs are so loaded with hooks that it's not just the lyrics that I want to shout out. It's just the individual vocal deliveries of all of them that deserve equal praise. And it comes down to last January comes down to that stunning finale with that, this isn't the you that I came here for, this isn't the you that I waited for, this hollow, heartbroken despondence in the way those lines are delivered that is so much of the effect of them and why they are so as moving as they are. This record, I think, represents, in terms of lyrical and writing style, I think James has spoken about how this was the beginning of him finding a little bit more confidence in terms of writing more directly than he had in the past. That would be even more fully realized on the next record, I think, but you definitely notice it here, like if you sit down and compare the lyricism and the writing on No One Can Ever Know and on this record, you'll be starkly surprised at how there are much fewer metaphors and more just fewer. There's definitely still like a poetic style to the way that he's writing. Like I'm thinking of lines like it's your eyes touching my eyes. Like that's an elliptical and indirect way of expressing a momentary connection or a perceived connection between two people on the part of one person. You could express that much more simply, but he
Sounds like it hurts.
yeah, exactly. He chooses to make it like more anatomical and clinical
And
and
his
biological.
delivery of it too, just the your eyes, and then he always just stops for a second, touching my eyes.
Yeah,
It's
it's like
just
he's caught up in
heartbreaking.
the character is caught up in this person's eyes such that they take a brief beat to finish the
Yeah.
line.
Oh,
Um,
fucking perfect.
and just this notion of being so smitten with someone but also so wrecked and rolling in a darkness in your own life that what you're being of this person is to not die, let alone to enter your life, but just to stay alive. And just the continuing intonation of we're feeling the same, you'll come for me, this kind of sense of trying to convince yourself. And Morgan touched quite poignantly on how there is the implicit moment of acceptance at the end. It's not until those last lines, it's not until that this isn't the year that I came here for, it's not until you get to that there's the moment of self-awareness for the narrator of the song. And it's so powerful that the song is constructed in the way that it builds to that. I could give you All That You Don't Want is just I think alongside songs like The Birthday Present and Nil, it's like one of the most dark and just upsetting Twilight Sad songs. It's just there are to me, from my perspective anyway, this song makes a number of very clear references to an abusive relationship. Again, not a new topic for James to be writing about, but there's just, again, like I said, that topic here being tackled with more directness in terms of the lyrical style means it's a whole new level of suffering that we are approximating with this record. You carry them and scrape your face, and you're telling me where to go. You're telling me no. Just getting. It's not a lot of different lyrics. It's a few select lyrics that he repeats over and over and over to impress the impact of them, and that I think is much more effective than writing dense and non-repetitive songs. Again, I think that's where the hook focus of the songs becomes particularly powerful in conveying the emotion through that repetition. Um, and there's just there's this moment in the song where you've had so many lyrics that are from the perspective of an abuser, which is actually quite an interesting development for the songwriting, because you've had so many songs up to this point that take the perspective of being hurt and being the hurt one. But here you get a lot of lines that appear to me anyway to be from the perspective of someone inflicting pain. I could give you all that you don't want. I know where you go. She keeps on calling me. She's sitting pretty over there. But it's not just from the perspective of the abuser. In my understanding of the song as well, there are moments where you kind of switch to the other side as well. And this is my interpretation, at least. The line readings are sufficiently ambiguous that one could argue they're all from one perspective. But just there's this moment after he says, after the she's sitting pretty over there hook, where he says, there's just this moment where the song opens up and he says, how dare you decide what's right? No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. And the tragedy in this line is you could read it as from being from either perspective, but I choose to read it as a rebuke of the abuse from that person who is suffering. And again, a line like the silly little girl's gone shy, it paints this very upsetting picture of just like, it even kind of calls back to sort of some of the childhood imagery of the first album, and makes me think maybe it's not about an abusive interpersonal relationship, and maybe it's about an abusive parental relationship. I'm not too sure. But then I think that parental relationship theory would be lent credence by the repetition of lines like "Don't you dare say no," which is, you know, something that, I mean, certainly I heard a lot as a child. But, you know, you could also see it as a denial of consenting someone's agency as an adult. Like, it's really tough listening. And the decision to make this song so hooky and so catchy and so driving, where on a record like No One Could Ever Know, they would make this kind of song sparse and more focused around those words with a less of a driving backdrop. That has worked on that album, but with the lyrics that are as direct as these, I think it would be too much. It would be too difficult to listen to. So I think the fact that it's packaged in this driving format, I think, makes it a little bit easier to swallow. It never was the same. That's it. That's the tweet. So
Yeah.
James said in an interview that there are 2 songs on this record that basically, to him, encapsulate the whole theme of what it's about, and are the 2 finest achievements that he's most proud of. And this is one of them, and I'll get to the other one shortly. But I can definitely see why this would be one of them. It's an incredibly mournful and sad song. It's the first moment on the record where it kind of, the tempo slows down a bit. It's the first real ballad on the record, and it's more synth driven, and there's this refrain in the song: we dance to save them all, we ask to save them all, we tried to save them all, you didn't have to kill them all. Now, I listened to the song for a while, and I found this a deeply moving refrain for reasons I couldn't quite understand. I certainly, because I remember this album entered my life when I was, how old was I? I was like 17. And I don't know that I could fully appreciate at that point in my life everything that James was going for with the writing here. But there was a day when I was listening to the song, and it hit me as I was listening to that chorus, because I always wondered, like, what are they dancing to save? Like, what is this, some kind of situation where you're before some great judgment haver who decides whether people live or die? And I was like, what is happening here? And then one day it just, like, something hit me on the head, like, and I was listening to it and I was like, this is not literal, and this is not about literally saving people. This song is a metaphor about memories of a dying relationship. Not even necessarily specifically memories, but just like a dying relationship in general. And just the moment in a dying relationship when you both are aware that it's not going to work, but you also do both have those feelings for each other. Like, you'll always have feelings for each other, but you just know it's not going to work. And there's an incredible pain that comes with that mutual realization. And it's something that I have experienced on multiple occasions. And unsurprisingly, that was what it took for me to make the connection in this song, in terms of it being about that. And when he says, we danced to save them all, we asked to save them all, we tried to save them all, you didn't have to kill them all. It's about the futility of trying to make a broken relationship work, the futility of trying to save everything that means so much to you, the experiences you've had with that person, the love that you've shared. It's watching it die and not wanting to let that happen, and not being able to accept that it's happening and you can't stop it. And you can dance to save it all. You can ask to save it all. You can try to save it all, but it's going. It's gone. And it will never be the same. And it's not even just in this refrain that's suggested. Like, when I realized this, I realized the whole song is about this. You know, you said our love will never die. Obviously, that's what the song's about with the line like that. And then towards the end of the song, and this is especially poignant in the Oren Moore acoustic version, there's this repeated refrain of, we've fallen, we fall apart. And just the lingering in that, the despondency of the, of only being able to, you only exist in that state of falling. You can't see anything else. And yeah. I mean, drown so I can watch.
Yeah.
This song's even better. And I don't know how. For a long time, this was my favorite song on the album, and it's still right up there. And I still consider it one of the best songs I've ever heard. There's a real a gentle continuation of the devastation from the previous tracks, but there's also this just blissfully bittersweet and haunted refrain of carry me away from here. Carry me away from here. You'll carry me away from here. Almost like an order the third time he says it. And it's like, yeah. But this is a complicated song, right? It's not just about wanting to be
Sorry,
carried.
I was muted, and I had interjected in a pause that you had made there. So,
Sorry.
No, that is 100% my fault. I think of the "You'll carry me away from here" less of like a command, and more like a sort of like almost like they're in denial about it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, they'll carry me away from here.
Yeah.
It'll be okay.
And it's not, and it's a difficult song because it's also about acknowledging the pain that you have inflicted on others. It might not necessarily be that you've inflicted pain maliciously, but it's that through your own suffering and being with someone as a person who suffers, you've inevitably, they've had to exist in that environment of suffering with you, even as you might try as hard as you can not to, put it on them. Again, it's something intensely relatable to me. Basically, every relationship I've been through is characterized, at least initially anyway, in the early days, by me constantly trying to keep myself in check so that I don't unload something onto the other person that might drive them away, or might, not even just that it might drive them away, but just that it wouldn't be fair. The sense of like, and the sense of being so consumed by the idea that it's not fair for me to give my pain to this person because they don't deserve to share it. And it's this line, I put you through hell, but you carry it oh so well, don't you? And that's a blunt admission of that, tell me that you, and I love the contradiction in the lines, tell me that you want me there now, tell me I don't matter here now. And it's like, those two lines to me, it's like you're at a party you don't want to be at, or you're at some kind of place you don't want to be, and you're on the phone to that person who keeps you anchored, who's not there with you, and you realize you're hopeless, and so you're just on the phone, you're begging them tell me you want me to be where you are, and tell me that I don't matter where I am now, and that it doesn't matter if I like leave and no one's actually going to care if I just walk out, because I want to leave, but I also feel like if I leave, people will think I'm rude, so I don't want to do that, but I also don't know what to do next. Sorry, reliving some moments here. And it's just those lines are like, that's that, not even ambiguously. Yeah. And then there's and later in the song there's these just devastating lines. You're too slow. He killed my friend. I know. Too slow. It's not the way to go. And this is just like, again, the preoccupation with death that's all over. No one can ever know. It kind of resurges here, and it's like, again, it's another image, like you're confronted with someone who is responsible for the death of someone close to you, and you're seething with rage but also with powerlessness, and someone is there with their hands on your shoulders saying, listen mate, it's not the way to go, leave. So yeah, it's not, yeah, that's, yeah. And just the way I'm sorry, I have to linger on moments here. Just the way he says, he killed my friend, I know. It's not an anger, it's like a resigned sadness. Oh, God.
I feel like in many ways, this album is kind of about confronting and reconciling with truths
Yeah.
that you can't really run away from anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now that you're like old enough to take responsibility for yourself, it's the things that you're more aware of that you learned throughout your youth and your childhood, and now they're there, and it's just the omnipresent weight and pain of adulthood.
Yeah. Look, I'll keep moving. In Nowheres, I think, so it's an interesting point on the record because it reintroduces the kind of wall of guitar sound for the first sort of major time on the record from earlier records, and it comes at a welcome point. I think it just compounds. That's like a sadness in it and a weight in it that just compounds on top of everything the album has built up so far. But there's a real like commanding presence to the vocal delivery here as well, which there would have to be in a song so loud in terms of the guitar. And also just point to shout out how well this record is mixed in terms of just the way everything sits on it. It's just perfect. Yeah, and the sense of possession on the song. Outside, they say you're all right, but you're mine and I'll hold you all night. I'll never go, I'll never go, I'll never go, I'll never know. And they tell me when you're gone, they won't find me. I'm all you ever need. And just there's this moment, and Saoirse has already discussed the No More Nightmares refrain, which this is this haunting moment of stillness before the wave of guitar comes crashing in again. And you have these gorgeously melodic synths in the back half, and just you have James's voice again careening, like soaring through the mix in the second half of the song when he just sings, let him go, you know you won't, let him go. And it's no surprise that I listened to a lot of music in the wake of Scott Hutchison's death in May 2018. We already talked about it in the Frightened Rabbit episode, but like listening to this album in the wake of that and hearing those lines, let him go, you know you won't, it's a lot. I may have done some things I should not have done. And yeah, and it's frankly a miracle that I can still listen to this music and find comfort in it for all of the hurt that it has accompanied in the last 6 years of my life, every major piece of hurt that I've experienced, this album has been in close proximity because it's just something I always listen to, regardless of how I'm feeling. And so it has this presence in everything. And Jesus Christ. So I said before that James said that It Never Was the Same was one of two songs that kind of explain or sum up the theme of the record and are things that he's most proud of. And the other song is the title track on this record, which is my favorite Twilight Sad song, which I know you guys already know, but I'm saying it for everyone at home. It was not always the case. In fact, this has been my favorite Twilight Sad song for a reasonably short amount of time, and I mean months. But to me, this song is the crux of the album. This is the centerpiece, because it captures the emotion that's expressed throughout the whole record, and it distills it down to its most minimal and impactful form. It's the most lyrically sparse song on the album, in the sense that there's very few actual different lines in this song, and most of them are repeated many times. And they're also just elementally simple and straightforward. Can we go back? I won't keep you long. Can you stay tomorrow? You won't leave tomorrow. I don't know where it all went wrong. And also an interesting point to note about this song is that it actually has this vaguely industrial, oppressive synth bounce that drives it, that lays underneath of the distorted guitars. And actually, that synth, that I can't do it with my voice, but that bouncing synth tone, it's atonal, it's just purely atmospheric, is very Suicide, the band Suicide, from the late 70s, and like Frankie Teardrop and Ghost Rider and that sort of thing. Those tracks have that exact synth timbre, and so it's clearly a callback to that. And yeah, so when you're directly shouting out with your instrumental and a band called Suicide, and specifically an album called Suicide by the band called Suicide, you know it's more on the nose than a red ball on a clown. Anyway, but it fits, and it just, again, the elemental simplicity of this song is what completely undoes me. We've talked about all these albums where you have emotions wrapped in imagery and metaphors and evocations of specific scenes. And here, the imagery is gone, the scene setting is gone. It's pure emotion. It's pure begging. Again, and it's like Jake said, when Jake was talking about his personal response to this album and his personal experience, that not wanting to be alone. Jesus Christ, please don't let me be alone. And that's what the song is to me. I mean, obviously it's what it is. It's basically saying, don't leave in as many words. But just the delivery of the final lines, that I don't know where it all went wrong. It's like structurally, it's like Last January again. You have this, it's a song in the sense that it's a song where it's about pleading to another person for the most part. And then in the final lines, it's a looking inward to say, I don't know where it all went wrong. And perhaps the first seeds of an acknowledgement of actually processing your emotions rather than just being desperately pleading at another person. And it's something that I've needed to hear a lot. You've all done a brilliant job of shouting out Pills I Swallow, which is a deep cut that I genuinely was not expecting to be as beloved by this group as it is, but pleasant surprise. Again, just the vocal delivery on this is what makes it. I love how evocative the imagery is here. It kind of paints a picture of a scene. You were only asked to find her. No idea what that's in reference to, who's missing, where she might be. But again, that's actually kind of like a no one can ever know moment lyrically, where like you're just given this image and not much information to really contextualize it, but it's a haunting image and you don't need any more than that. So we're nearly done now. We're getting there. Leave the House is this beautiful climactic point for the record. Again, it's one of the sparer tracks instrumentally, at least at first. And the desperation of the album so far is kind of curdled into a resigned acceptance here. Almost a sense of like tiredness and weight of like having to have lived like this. And it's very confronting in terms of the way it speaks to some unknown second person. What do you care for when there's no one in the right? It's again painting this picture of this mutually destructive situation, or not even necessarily mutually destructive. You could apply it to the abusive relationship paradigm, where it's like this person is treating me like shit and hammering and harping on things that I can't control and is blaming me for them. And I'm like, what do you care for? Like, you know, why are you doing this to me? Basically, there's no one in the right. It's just a shit situation that we're in, and there's no point in you pointing the finger like this. And just this line, you'll see me, girl, but only in the dark. Only in the dark. This notion that you as a person feel like you'll only really be seen in your worst moments. That's the only time that someone might dare to show you sympathy or affection, and purely because they're uncomfortable with that darkness that you're presenting. You'll see me, but only in the dark. That's a really affecting line to me. Say where you go away, and I won't call there. Yeah, in the sense of paranoia as well. I don't know where you go. I don't know what you know. And in just the way that the song, just in the midsection, you just kind of trails off and you get that gentle, I think it's a glockenspiel again, and just boom, and it crashes down again. The entire song crashes down and you get this gut-wrenching melody over top of that wall of guitar. That melody just makes a pit in my stomach sink when I hear it. It's such a sad melody, and it's a beautiful climax for the record. And then you have Sometimes I Wished I Could Fall Asleep, which is like this just devastating epilogue. I think I don't even want to dwell on it because I think Jake explained and touched on this song so beautifully that I literally have nothing to add. Yeah, and also like, I'm sorry, but I've taken my time on this because I don't have any other way with this album, but I've gone it out.
Look, Tyler, it's not every day you get to review your second favorite record.
Look, I don't have any other way I could talk about this than to take it slow and moment to moment, and I'm so happy that I've been able to do that.
It's what the album deserves,
And
frankly.
You did it real. You did it good.
Yeah, and I know we've been here forever, and I'm so grateful that you guys are sticking with me on this, and because I've basically dragged you into this, even though you're happy to be here and you love the album.
No,
I'm still the reason it's happening.
Arm.
no, man, I'm not tired. I'm just really fucking sad.
Okay, well, I've said all I want to say about the album. I could say more, but it would be pointless. Let's move forward. One more thing I want to add, that just as a detail that you may or may not have already known. You can take from it what you will, but the album title is actually a line in Cormac McCarthy's book, The Road.
Yeah.
Oh.
So a very important book to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to sit here for a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like when I learned that Jerry Cantrell played the solo on Phantom Bride on Gore, but like the exact polar opposite emotional reaction.
Oh,
Oh,
I can't remember exactly what it's in reference to in the novel.
no, I've just started rereading it because I keep thinking about this, and while I was prepping for this, so I'm going to reread it, and when I get to the point that line is at, I'll probably like screenshot it and send it to you
Sure.
all.
do the DiCaprio.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
will.
I always
Okay.
thought it was just about sort of being alive in an awful time. No one wants to be here, but you don't want to leave. What's the alternative to being here in that situation?
Yeah, where will you go? Anyway, all right. Unless anyone wants to add anything, we can do our favorite tracks and ratings for this one.
Sure. Let's go.
Regular order.
My favorite tracks are Pills I Swallow, Sometimes I Wish I Could Fall Asleep, Last January. Least favorite track, No. This album is as perfect as music is capable of being and is the pinnacle of the art form. And it gets a 10 out of 10, and the fact that it's not my favorite Twilight Sad record is basically the best endorsement I can give. And if you don't listen to this album, then partially I can't blame you, but also you owe it to yourself.
It's like
There are way more difficult Twilight Sad records. I don't see why you wouldn't want to listen to this.
It's like when we talked about Pedestrian Verse in the Frightened Rabbit video, and it was like, how is this not my favorite? Although I actually think that I did make this comparison earlier. I actually think that weirdly this kind of mirrors Painting of a Panic Attack in some ways.
It's got the same energy, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't want to dive into, but
that's the record I listen to, and I don't understand how it's not my favorite record by the band.
Yeah. Anyway, Morgan, your turn.
My three favorite tracks. My number one would be Last January, but since I prefer an alternate version of it, talk about that when we get to the top 10/top 15 or whatever. I will, at least. So I'm going to say There's a Girl in the Corner, Drowned So I Can Watch, and It Never Was the Same. Get out of my face with this least favorite tracks. I want to give it a 9.5 just to troll Tyler for giving Blackwater Park a 9.5. I think that would be amazing, but I can't in good conscience do that. So
I would, without a bit of emotion on my face, leave this house, drive to yours, walk into your basement, and just beat you.
Morgan, not to make you feel guilty for thinking that, but if you did that, I would genuinely just cry.
Oh my God.
I would there would be a single tear running down my face as you said it.
Well, I mean, like how vindictive would that be for me to do that? Like, genuinely.
Yeah.
This is like rivals acknowledging each other. This is like in like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, like Angel Eyes and the main character just like acknowledging each other's prowess and just being like, I'll see you later. You know I could do this, but I won't because I respect you.
Yeah.
No, it's not because I respect Tyler. It's because I respect the album.
No, I definitely want it to. I want it to be because you respect the album. So yes, that's good.
Here at the Jams and Tea podcast, we don't respect each other.
I'm really struggling to choose.
Don't twist my words.
3 tracks from the ones I have in my 10 tracks list from this album, because I have more than 3 to choose as a top 3. So I'm gonna say Pills I Swallow, Leave the House, and There's a Girl in the Corner, and I think we have a new gold star record, ladies and gentlemen. I know Tyler's rating, but I'm also giving this a 10.
The sweet sigh of relief.
Smell success.
So my favorite tracks
Good
are
movie.
all of them.
I would have loved it if you'd have just done. My favorite tracks are The Girl in the Corner, Last January. I Could Give You All That You Didn't Want. It Never Was the Same.
I just
Down So I
want
Can Watch.
Tyler ASMR right now.
Yeah.
That'll be good.
But this is the thing we do. I'm not going to be, silly. I will actually pick 3 songs that I want to shout out just because I feel like shouting them out today. Obviously, the title track, "Drown So I Can Watch," and I'll pick, "It Never Was the Same." And there's no concept as the least favorite track on this record. It is a 11
Every
out of 10.
song is a 10. So
Yeah, really.
no skips.
It do be like that. It do.
Like, this is one of the few albums that if somebody like on music Twitter listened to it and they were just like, I'm pretty respectful of opinions, but they were just like, I just wasn't into this. I would just be like, well, I'm not into you. Fuck
Music
you.
Twitter doesn't know what
I
the
hate
Twilight
you.
Sad is.
Tyler, what rating are you gonna give the album? I wonder.
I said it was an 11, but 10 for the sake of clarity.
You said the
And-
same thing about Blackwater Park.
Yeah, sorry, that was unintentional. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna leave you with
God.
around more now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Briefly
I
touch on
know, Saoirse, you haven't listened to Around More, so we'll keep
It's
this.
fine. I just didn't know we
reasonably-
were gonna talk about it, so I didn't listen to it.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Anyway, so Around More came out, I believe, around the same time as the album. It's for those who don't know, it is an acoustic session. Around More is the location, I think, in Wales, I want to say, where it was recorded. It's a heavily, obviously, it's acoustic, but there's also it's not all like literally acoustic guitar. There is obviously electric guitar on it, and also piano too. At certain points, and organ, or like not organ, but like why did I say organ? I think it's like
Mellotron.
in the final piece. But anyway,
It's probably
so-
not a Mellotron.
it's probably
I
not
just
a
wanted-
Mellotron. So
I just
just for a
wanted the
point of
porcupine tree.
comparison, there's 2 releases of this. There's one that just has 6 songs on it. That's the original physical release, but the ones that's on streaming and the one that I presume everyone has heard is the version that has 9 tracks on it. And 7 of them are from Nobody Wants to Be Here and Nobody Wants to Leave. And then there's one song called The Airport, which is actually exists in an original studio form as well.
It was a B-side for,
Yeah.
was it Never Was the Same, or?
Yeah, it's the one B-side for this album cycle. And there's also, it's a great song. There's also a cover on this. I don't know if you guys knew that the final song was actually a cover of a song by an artist called Arthur Russell, who tragically passed away far too young, and of whose music the vast majority was actually released posthumously. And this song is one of my favorite songs. I obviously discovered Arthur Russell through this version of his song, but I recommend listening to the original song as well. It's equally as good, I promise you. In fact, the original is better, frankly, but this is a great cover. But anyway, just some really sparse and haunting versions of album tracks on here. The first 5 tracks, Nobody Wants to Be Here, Nobody Wants to Leave, Last January, It Never Was the Same, Pills I Swallow, and I Could Give You All That You Don't Want are done on electric guitar, I'm pretty sure, and then Drown So I Can Watch, The Airport, and Leave This House are done on acoustic with piano and Leave This House. I will just take a step back for a second. What do you guys want to say about these versions and what they mean to you?
I will just say that I feel like the fact that these versions exist make the no matter which version you prefer, I feel like it makes the original better in some ways. I feel like, especially with like Last January and Drown So I Can Watch, you can kind of hone in on just how like intimate and like perfectly constructed those songs are, despite the sort of like walls of noise that they can create. Just generally more, way they're more sparse, so you can sort of like, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We've been at this a while.
Yeah.
Um,
Jake, anything you want to add?
I would just I mean, like, everything is like essential if you like the band. Just like genuinely, I completely agree with what Morgan said. Is that it only enhances your opinion of both versions of the song and just sort of accentuates why each one works for the reasons it does. And it's like a version of the album that now that I like have it, I see myself visiting it as much as the Twilight Sad's normal, like, proper albums. I think that like there will be at least one of these songs that you end up preferring to its original form.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think it's a terrific release, absolutely essential. And my technical favorite version, or my technical favorite Twilight Sad song is on here, and that's the acoustic Pills I Swallow.
Yeah, that's just out of this world. Like the vocals on
Yeah.
that are insane. I'll shout out. I think actually the airport version here is better than the original, comfortably. Actually, I think that
I
song
would
really
wholeheartedly
benefits.
agree.
That song really benefits from being stripped back here. I also want to shout out the moment where the piano comes in and Leave the House, where it's like it's entirely an acoustic guitar and you're not expecting the piano, but then it comes in to do that melody that comes in the second half of the song, and it's like, whoa, okay, that was not expected in the best way possible. I also think that basically the first three songs here, the title track of the album, Last January and It Never Was the Same, are basically the highlights for me, the biggest highlights among highlights. I just think those versions are particularly haunting. The stripped back version of Nobody is my favorite version of my favorite Twilight Sad song. Again, just the way he delivers the final "I don't know where it all went wrong" is like seeing God. Yeah. So that's
And he's
that.
a Scotsman.
Yeah. Okay. And
Sad Scotsman.
yeah, and then the fucker does the same thing at the end of Last January with the vocal delivery, and I'm like, fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
Rude.
I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Tyler's Scottish accent there.
Oh, look, when I sing along to these songs, and you better believe I do, I do kind of affect a bit of a brogue.
How do you not?
Yeah,
If you think I don't, you're lying.
yeah,
Like,
so,
you can't sing the Twilight Sad without, at least not while it's like playing in the background while you're singing over it.
You carry
You
it
just-
all so well. You
You
carry it all
carry-
so well, don't
You
you?
carry it all so well. Like, no, it doesn't work.
That was the Scottish pop punk that Saoirse was talking about earlier, just there.
Yeah, that was
No
Tom
one
DeLonge.
knows who you are. Anyway, yeah. So that's that. I just wanted to shout that out. We don't have to make it an official review, but anyway, yeah. Anyone else want to say anything? Did everyone say everything they wanted to say on that?
Nope.
Okay. Well, in that case, some good news. This album was successful, critically and commercially, in terms of the, relatively speaking, for this band anyway. It wasn't and it wasn't
Secured.
It wasn't an indie breakthrough or anything, but it did reasonably well, and pretty much everyone loved it. And
Yeah.
so that's all. And so
And that's it. That's the end of the video.
But the band still coming off this record, though it was a bit of a relief, and they realized after making it that they were still committed to making music, and they did still want to try and make it work. It was a while before they were able to make another record. Like, up to this point, those 2.5 year gaps that I've highlighted, not anymore. Sorry. Try 4.5 years.
Okay, Terrence Malick.
Yes.
Like
Yeah,
30 years, but all right.
This is the gap
Yeah.
between Days of Heaven and the Thin Red Line. But well, no, it's funny because I got into this band when Nobody came out, and I had to wait until fucking January of last year to get another one. But anyway,
Are you just really gonna skip over January of last year?
oh, I was
Come on,
I was panicking for a
man.
second there because I thought I legitimately forgot something important. But good
No,
joke.
I mean it was right there.
Good. Hey, good joke. So anyway,
Funny
this, uh,
stuff.
yeah. So this album was recorded, I believe, in early 2018. The first single was I'm Not Here, Missing Face, which was released in July of 2018. I remember vividly that day listening to it, and I don't know why I was weirdly nervous about this album. I was like, I guess because I love Nobody so much, and I was like, how are they going to follow that up? And they've taken a long time, and it's like, has the creative juices, like, have they kind of dissipated? Is there some kind of struggle with inspiration?
Then it comes out, and you're like, just
No,
miss once.
no,
One time.
no. I listened to I'm Not Here, Missing Face the day it came out, like I said, and I'm like, wow, okay, so this is one of the best songs they've ever written. And then the whole album be like that.
And then the whole album's that.
So yeah. So I guess I'll go first. I guess
Yeah,
I'll
do
go
it.
first because I haven't done that since the first album, even though I have zero notes on this, but I've listened to it a million times. Who gives a fuck? We'll go for it.
I never have any notes, so.
Yeah. I'm too.
Morgan just
And we
sitting
love
here.
you for it, Morgan.
Yeah, so this album is a much more a brighter sounding record. It's a more busy and detailed and complex and layered and impressive sounding record. It's a product of the influence of Robert Smith of The Cure, with whom the band actually toured as a supporting act in the time between this album and the one before it. I can't remember exactly when. And of course, Robert Smith actually covered There's a Girl in the Corner, which you can go and listen to if you want to. It's a very good cover, obviously. It's fucking Robert Smith. But yeah, so he had an influence in terms of just advising the band with this record. He didn't produce or anything, but he was definitely like there to kind of help them realize the vision that they wanted to realize with this record, which is essentially to be the second coming of The Cure, but not a Cure ripoff, still its own thing. And that is what this record succeeds in being in spades. It is truly remarkable. It is absolutely, again, much as with Nobody, this is an album laden with hooks. It's very much like they went into the studio on this record concentrated on making some of the best shit, the most direct and hard-hitting shit they ever made. I talked about how on the previous album, James sought to write a little bit more directly, moves even further in that direction here. There's actually very little overt metaphor on this record. It's very much direct. He's even spoken briefly about, not in detail, but he's alluded to some of the things that the songs are about. And one of the primary themes of the record is becoming a parent, which is something that happened. And so a sense of anxiety over becoming a parent, over a sense of, oh, well, I have this deeply messed up person who's had this horrible experience throughout my life and just incredibly withdrawn. And what is my child going to become because of that? Like, what does this say about both me as a parent and both the chances that my child has? And this song, I think, is most explicitly touched on, this theme, sorry, is most explicitly touched on in the song BTR, I think, which is a song about, again, that feeling of your love, your all that you can do. What if it's not enough? What if it won't save us? What if it won't help me be the right kind of person I need to be? I don't know who to trust. Don't let me do my worst. I won't be surprised if it kills us all. I know already that Morgan has a strong attachment to this song, so I'm not gonna dwell on it because I'm sure you'll have plenty to say about it. But it's very much, I think, an integral core track on this record as to the vibe emotionally and psychologically on this album. Yeah, so maybe some of the tones are brighter, but we're still in that dark place.
Yeah,
So
it's brighter tones and it's more sort of propulsive, and that somehow makes it more like the nature of the emotions are like more urgent somehow. At least I feel anyway.
no, I definitely agree.
They're not like
Uh,
emotionally stronger, whatever the hell
No,
that would
no, no,
mean, but like
no.
they're sort of
Urgent's the right word.
yeah.
That where nobody has this kind of forlorn um, quality to it. Like it's like it's an album of reflection and reaching out to someone. This is kind of an album like about being in the middle of a panic attack, or like just having this real anxious episode or manic episode of just like where suddenly it feels like everything that matters in your life is on the line right now. And the moment that it's on the line right now, that moment is actually your whole life. Sorry. So you're going to have to live like that. James has said that he intended the record title to be hopeful. It won't be like this all the time, as we kind of joked about when we were discussing the previous record. But I think it's interesting that that is the intention and that choice was made, because I feel as though there's really no moments of actual hope on this album. I mean, sorry if you were hoping for it. If you wanted
Yeah,
that,
like when you first told me there was a Twilight Sad album called "It Won't Be Like This All the Time," I was like, "Oh, that sounds like a kind of positive, uplifting message." And then I hear the line in context. I hear the line in context, and I want to die.
yeah. And so I want to. Oh God, the context! I can't wait to talk about that in a second. I want to start though. I've already started with VTR, but I want to talk about the other kind of like most important sort of centerpiece track on the record, which is that lead single, "I'm Not Here," which I think, I mean, what do you, there's nothing to interpret. You're too close for comfort. You're too close to comfort me. It doesn't stop when your tears run dry. I'll drink everything in sight. I don't want to be around you anymore. I can't stand to be around you anymore. I don't want to be around, you don't want to be around me anymore. I don't want to be around me anymore. This, again, it's like that moment of realization of the brokenness of the relationship that I talked about, and it never was the same. But like, that's this album. Sorry. Yeah, I actually, for all of the sadness of the previous record, I think this one is even darker. But I also think that, and this is an interesting balance to strike, because I've talked consistently about how I think that James's talent for writing elliptically, abstractly, painting these images in the early days is one of the things that makes him such a great songwriter and such a unique songwriter. And yet, I think that the level of directness here and the talent and just how well the lyrics are written here makes this my favorite Twilight Sad album lyrically. I just connect with every line here instantly, and it just has an urgent immediacy that is not quite there in the same way on any of their other records, which is not a negative thing about those records. It's just a unique feature of this one. Yeah, like, I think the most I've ever been atted by a song is in the outro to "I'm Not Here," or like the final climax of it, where James is just screaming, "What are you doing? Why do you do this? Why do you do this to yourself?" And it's like, it could be directed at himself, which I personally think that it is. I personally do think it's something that's directed inward, but it also could be something that is directed at a person from someone else, a concerned partner who perhaps doesn't know how to properly be supportive, or perhaps it's something that is being, it's just, he just fucking howls it, man.
Yeah.
He just howls it, and it's so gut-wrenching. It's so sad. It's so, like, it's one of the most directly soul-crushing sentiments that James has ever expressed on an album. And it's a perfect song as well. Like, I really emphasized how the way this song is constructed and the way it builds, and with those pulsing synths that come in on the chorus, you know what I mean? Like, dum, 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 and it's just like, whoa, this song is like really fucking good. I'm kind of dancing all over the place with this album in terms of track to track, but I don't care. I'm going to go, I'll shout out the opening track now, 10 Good Reasons for Modern Drugs, which is a hilarious title.
In square brackets.
And like, again, this album opens with the lines, "We're hanging on by a thread." And I think that is like, that line kind of encapsulates the focus of this album. Like, nobody wants to be here, nobody wants to leave. It's kind of about your personal experience of isolation and loneliness and feeling distant from your partner or from someone you have an attachment to. And this record is like really getting inside of that, into the relationship. It's about the us, not just the me and you. It's about we on this album. And it's like there's almost moments of back and forth between the protagonist and their partner, like the line I just talked about on "I'm Not Here," how you could interpret that as being from either of their perspectives. This is really a record, I think, that digs into the relationship dynamic a bit more. There's the moment where that blaring synth first comes in on the opening track. It just sounds like so, like, I'm turning into a broken record here, but it's like just one of the most hopeless and just like, sounds in the world. Like, it's so devastating. And then just the way he says, they said the screaming wasn't loud. A heavy heart hammered you down. You said the screaming wasn't loud. And then just belting, "I'll call you all night." And that's another thing about this record, is that more so than I think on any other record, more frequently anyway, James is belting on this album. Like, he's not afraid to like roar some of these lines across the record. Like, it's he's seems to have gained even more confidence in his vocal skills, which is great to hear, because he does not shy away from letting things out. Like on previous records, he'll sing things tunefully in his brogue voice, and then if you listen to a live version of that song, he'll be like screaming it, those same lines that he said peacefully on the album. Here's where that translates to the studio versions, and it's really awesome to see. The confidence perfectly complements the louder and more, busier tone and mixes of the album. But there's also more sonic variation, more adventurous exploration of their sound on this record. I'm thinking of a song like The Arbor, which does not sound like any other Twilight Sad song. It's one of the songs, I think, where the influence of The Cure is most deeply felt.
Yeah, buddy.
Goes into much more new wave directions than like anything they've done previously.
And like the version on the album is great, but if you haven't listened to the live album that follows this,
I know.
Do that. And specifically the version of The Arbor on there, just the way that like the crowd kind of like simulates the swirling, almost like screaming synth that rise up in the background of that song's build up.
Yeah. And it's again another massive compliment to the production and mixing on this record. The song in particular does have that sense of swirling quality in the mix. It's just really captivating and enrapturing. And then and also, like, this is an album of bangers as well.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know if I've emphasized that enough. There's only one like ballad on this album, Sunday Day 13, which is just another song that if you haven't heard in its live form, I also recommend listening, because I talked about how James belts on the studio versions here, but there's particularly on this song, he actually he I think purposefully chooses on this song to sing in a more withdrawn and sadder tone because it accentuates the tone of this song, and it's a wise choice.
It's not only, I think, that it accentuates the tone. So I think it matches not just the thematic core of the song, but the perspective from which it is sung.
Yeah, but my point is that if you do listen to a live version of this song, where on the album he gently sings, "Would you throw me out into the cold," in this quiet voice, on the live version, motherfucker is screaming that shit. He lets it go.
Dude's hollering.
And yeah, and just that sentiment as well. Would you throw me out into the cold? Would you throw me out onto the road? That sense of latching onto someone at your worst moment, and even perhaps behaving in a way you shouldn't behave because you're not thinking clearly. You're not thinking from how they might be perceiving this. You're begging them to, genuinely, like, there's this in the second verse where it's like, will you always be mine if I promise to be nice? Please don't ever change your mind. Those 3 lines of just like, wallowing in your shit and just begging to be accepted. And then just the next line is just this defeated sigh of, you should hate me. It's like, oh my God. Just, yeah. The first time I heard that, I was like, again, that's that stomach pit moment where it's like, wow, okay, you're really like getting into the emotional core of this kind of situation and like how complex it is psychologically. Yep. And also I want to shout out as well, there are multiple shout out seems like the wrong terminology for this. There are multiple references to physical violence on this album, like specifically physical abuse. Sunday Day 13 opens with the lines, "You hit me too many times," and my personal, well, there's 2 tracks on here that are basically tied for favorite in the sense that they're not distinguishable, but my personal, like, the one that, I don't know, I can't distinguish them, but the song I want to talk about in particular, because like I've read a bunch of reviews of this album and almost no one even mentions this song for some reason, is the song Auge Machine, which is,
fuck yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Which is, for anyone who didn't know, is German for eye machine. So obviously, like, casting yourself in an emotionless role. But anyway, that song, again, like the chorus of this song, it's this blaring siren and just, I can't believe you hit me. I don't know where to go. When I say this album is the most direct Twilight Sad album yet, I'm not kidding. This is some difficult shit. And it's like, it's not just I can't believe you hit me. It's I can't believe you hit me and it'll never show. Like that sense of you, it's not necessarily, perhaps it is like a metaphor and it's not necessarily physical violence, but regardless, it is the sense that you have been delivered some kind of startling, shocking pain that's taken you aback completely, but you're also hopeless because you realize that, it'll never show. No one will ever believe you that it even happened. Yeah. But there's also like an acknowledgement of a deepening acknowledgement of the fact that people who are are on the outside of, but present to witnessing an abusive relationship and don't do anything. The song also calls them out. You stood there and you watched it happen in the pre-chorus. yeah, that's a particularly hard-hitting moment, and I'm running out of superlatives, but the climax of this song is just one of the best things ever. It's this moment, you get this bridge where it's like, and again, there was another song where which song was it? It was I Can Give You All That You Don't Want, where it's like from the perspective of the abuser and also the perspective of the abused. And there's this moment where this song is basically mostly from the perspective of the person who has been hurt. But there's this moment where after an iteration of that chorus, that disbelief, that I can't believe you hit me, I don't know where to go. In the bridge, it's like there's this moment where he's like, do you think that we're scared and they won't come for you? Will they come for you? We will come for you. It's this confrontation moment. And then it's like, after that, it's like God mode happens. James, or whoever the song is from the perspective of, leaves their body, and it's like this force that's casting judgment over the person who hurt them, and he's just shouting, you took my eyes, you took my eyes, over and over and over again. And this, I think I alluded earlier to the fact that this is a very direct album, but there's occasionally overt metaphor that slips in, and this is a very effective moment of that. Obviously, no one's literally taken their eyeballs, but it's the sense that my personal perspective, my existence has been taken from me, is being controlled by someone else. Someone else holds the blinders, someone else holds like a lens that they can force in front of my eyes to see the world they want me to, in the way they want me to see it. So they've effectively taken my ability to see things for myself. And the way this is expressed is both desperation, but also as cathartic, accusatory, confrontation. Is just like, it feels like the whole discography had been building up to that moment to me. It's, yeah. Jesus Christ. And he just like says it over and over, you took my eyes, you took my eyes. And I've barely even shouted out the fact that instrumentally, this song is one of the most fucking loud and deafening and just like brutal songs on the record instrumentally. It's got a fucking wall of sound that would make the first two albums blush. Yeah. And then it's like, when I'm sitting there wasting away, a pale imitation of my former self, this fucking album has the gall to follow it up with Keep It All to Myself.
James, you bastard.
Which, yeah, again, all I can say is just the last minute of this song, the way he screams. I don't know that I've ever heard someone expressing, emoting as hard as this on an album. Or like, certainly that I haven't heard anyone emoting harder than this on an album. It's not easy. I don't want you to see me. And I mean, yeah, I want to be able to have the perfect words to sum it up, but I don't. I just have to point it out and say, look at it. That's it. That thing there is it. And Jesus Christ. Girl Chewing Gum comes next. And look, this is a song about wanting to die. And it's not even coy about that in the slightest. I'm leaving now. I won't see you again. Put me in the ground. I don't want to be here anymore. This is goodbye. I'm leaving my best behind. Those are the only unique lyrics on the song, and they're repeated over and over and over and over. And all I can say is, I hate how much I relate to it. Because it's like, wow, so what you're doing here is the way I feel every night when I go to bed and when I'm lying there just with my thoughts. So you've put that into a song, and you've just like, that's just all it is that. So fucking screw you for doing that, dude. Also, just like, again, I'm rapturously running out of time in terms of like, I would need to be here for days to shout out every aspect of this record I love, but like the backing vocals that come in halfway through this song, like the ahs that come back during the bridge, it's like you're being lifted up, and it's fucking terrifying because it's making this awful song about wanting to die seem triumphant. And I'm going to be honest with you all, I don't know how to process that. Let's Get Lost.
I think it could be easily argued that you aren't meant to.
Let's Get Lost is this fantastic penultimate track. Again, it delves, it steps away from the more introspective, just thinking about me, focused of keep it all to myself and girl chewing gum. And this returns to the main theme of the album, which is about relationships, interpersonal relationships. I'm losing you every day. I see it coming. I still do nothing. You won't let me in today. You're not the first. Run away from my words, deaf to everything I say. You won't let me in too deep. I'll do my worst. And then just the repetition of the bridge of, it's just another heartache to me. It's just another heartache to me. And like, you do get to a certain point when you've experienced enough pain where you kind of do just like become numb in that way. And it's like, it's just another heartache to me. Like, this is inevitable is the vibe of that. And Jesus Christ. And then like those soaring guitar chords that come in after that bridge in the final stretch of the song, they're so loud, they're so bright, they're so clear, and they're just like, again, it's one of those like I'm ascending moments that are all over this album. And it's the only album that really makes me feel like that kind of out of body ascension, because of how just intense and busy and yeah, like the other Twilight Sad albums make me withdraw into myself. This one genuinely, like, I'm astral projecting at times when I'm listening to this, especially on that back half with that run of those tracks on the back half. And then you get a bit of respite, not really, but kind of, with Videograms, which is still a very dark song, but it, like, again, it leans into that Cure influence some more. I said The Arbor was the most Cure influenced song here. I'm going to take that back and say actually this one is, because it's taking that Cure-esque aesthetic and it's applying it to pop songs, which is the Cure's thing. But again, there's just so Twilight Sad. You would not confuse it for another band. I think this is the song that has the best hooks on the record. It has so many good hooks. It was the second single, actually, believe it or not, and it's like a rare example. I normally hate when bands drop the closer as a single, but I'll give them this one because it's a good single choice, and it also would not fit anywhere else on the record except at the end. It does have that feeling of finality to it. And yeah, just again, the directness of lines like, I'm scared of everyone I meet. I can tell your talk is cheap. Don't you start on me. I will say, though, that, that there's one line, in fact, the opening line of the song, that actually is a little bit of a reprieve from the darkness. I won't keep all the hurt you gave to me. In fact, generally, this whole verse, like, I won't keep all the hurt you gave to me. I am scared of everyone I meet. I can tell your talk is cheap. I'm not even scared of these secrets you can't see. yeah, that's sad, but it's also like, again, strangely defiant. It's like I'm starting to process all this shit, and I'm starting to like, I'm still fucking devastated, but now I'm like devastated standing up instead of lying down. And I'm looking at you and I'm telling you, don't you start on me, because I can't live like this forever. Um, but at the same time, it's a complicated track. It ends with the lines, "Is it still me that you love? Because I'm not sure." It's like, yeah, I'm standing up to be defiant of the way you're treating me, but at the same time, I still care about how you feel about me, and ultimately, I'm still afraid to tell you when you're wrong, and I'm not sure. And that's, again, for me, that is like a full circle moment that comes back to the first lines of the album. We're hanging on by a thread. I'm afraid to tell you when you're wrong. It's this fractious relationship that's so filled with harm and suffering and abuse, but still is hanging together. And Videograms suggest the possibility of an escape from it, but it doesn't quite give you that. It's the first step towards it. And so I appreciate that in a certain sense. But yeah, I can't lie. This is one of the most difficult, emotionally difficult albums for me, just because of how direct it is. And I think that it's a testament to it, that directness works well. It doesn't feel like cheap or lazy writing. It feels like it's what needs to be said. And yeah, sorry, I took forever, but I'm done, I promise.
No,
it's
you
good for you.
deserve to speak your piece, especially just considering the fact that this album seems to not really, like, it's not like the Twilight Sad are super popular or anything. It's just that, like, this album has like a noticeable like, just is seen as lesser from like the aggregate communities. Like, it's significantly lower rated on stuff like Rate Your Music and Sputnik, and it's just kind of like, I see that it's weird because this was the first Twilight Sad album I ever listened to. I actually listened to this before I even met Tyler. It's just that I guess I can stand to prove his point. Don't start here. It's a bad place to start you, because like I thought it was okay when I first heard it, but I didn't know who the Twilight Sad were. I had no context for them whatsoever. I just saw that album had came out and somebody wrote up a review for it, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll give it a shot. And I was just like, this is a bit much for me. It's kind of blown out, and it's just kind of like scattered, and it doesn't feel particularly cohesive. And now I go back and revisit it with the rest of the context of their career, and it's like, I know they don't have many albums, and it's not even gonna, like, just depending on where I rank this, it's probably gonna end up in the lower question half. But like, the idea that people think this is less good than the others astounds me, because it's really, truly just on par, in some ways better. I think it's a necessary move. I think that, like, it's not necessarily a one-to-one comparison, but like in terms of moments for the band, if Nobody Wants to Be Here is their disintegration, this is their pornography. This is an album that is just manic, feverish, fucking just unrelenting. And it's only when I was like able to take in what a giant step forward this was for them, after I listened to all their other records, because it's such an adventurous like direction to take, and it kind of harkens back to the electronic stuff on It Won't Be Like That, or not It Won't Be Like This. Christ, on a bike, I'm tired. What's that fucking album called? No One Can Ever Know. That one. It feels like a mirrored universe version of that, whereas the synths are frigid and that album is cold. This album is searing. This album is restless, and it's, as a result, it's fucking fascinating. Just the fucking palettes of the sound here are gorgeous, and I love the artwork just sort of perfectly encapsulates what this music is doing for them at this point in their career. It's this like glitchy, staticky, hazy kind of thing where it's just like you can't quite make it out, and like all of the songs have these weird kind of titles, and it's just this complete state of disarray. And I think the directness, like if this album was written the way that like the earlier albums were written, God, I couldn't fucking listen to it. It would be impossible. It's just like that's just too much. So I think the directness works here, even though it's mostly in service of things that are very painful. Because God, there's just, it's like he's been writing like this for years and has somehow reached a peak, and then suddenly he just kind of pulls a 180 and just like, oh, I can do this just as well as I do the other shit. And it's I mean, it's incredible. And I think that it still fits into a special place for me because Nobody Wants to Be Here, Nobody Wants to Leave is sort of this album kind of puts me in a state of reflecting on what got me here, sort of looking back at the other periods of my life, sort of contextualizing it with that myself. This album is the opposite. This album makes me look towards the future, but in like the most anxiety-riddled way possible, as in it is full of possibilities, good and bad, of terrors and horrors yet unknown, and it's manic, just like I am manic, and I get on its wavelength, and it is a hell of a wavelength. If I could describe how it has felt for me to be alive in these last 11 months, I would just tell you to turn on this fucking album, because despite the fact that it came out last year, this is the most 2020 shit I've ever listened to. I feel scattered, I feel fucking nervous and sad and scared, and this just so perfectly captures what it's like to have a manic meltdown. It is going to fucking caramelize your insides. And the vocal performances, like on No One Can Never Know, are these way more unhinged and just fucking like he's just going so hard. And I just think like every song on here is at least near perfect. I think that the album's real only weakness is just that like it's by nature it can't be the unified vision that the other albums are, but that also just plays into why it's so great. And I think this was a great decision for them to go, because at this point, if they do ever make another album, even if it's a repeat of something they've done before, even if it's a repeat of this, it's like, cool, I want more of that. You all have done everything now. You've explored every avenue. You've done it. You've passed go, collect $200. And
Now make
I don't know,
death
man.
metal album.
I mean, I would go with it because
Oh,
they could do Drone because that fucking the Sun guy.
If they just went the King Gizzard route and did an album that's totally different every time, in the new genre.
You mean like they did?
Yeah.
But, to be fair, not quite to the degree that King Gizzard did.
Yeah, that was more
obviously.
my point. Like, if they released like a thrash metal and then a hyperpop album, would not be surprised at either.
But regardless, I love this album. I think it is terrific. I think it is a bit of a grower, and I can understand why it would be some sort of like kind of off-putting just because it is, you know, it is a departure. But I will say the Robert Smith influence really shows, because this and No One Can Ever Know both sound very Cure-esque. So if you're into that sound, you could very likely find yourself really digging this. I would just recommend that you start elsewhere and kind of build to it, because it feels like a really singular moment. Listening to it can be difficult, but also it's just enrapturing. It's sort of a combination of the last two records in a lot of ways, and the fact that it's like considered lesser is a crime. You all need, like, if you're a fan, you owe this a second shot if you don't love it already.
Yes, I agree. Sorry, I'm so defeated right now.
No, I am too. I'm so tired. I know I'm being vague. I'm just so I'm exhausted.
It's fine.
Jake, it's 5 a.m. here.
Yeah, Saoirse, why don't you go now? Why don't you tell us what you think of the album?
Sure. I mean, I like it to fucking pieces. I love it so much. I feel like I've stuck.
I like it to pieces is a hilarious phrase. I know you meant I love it to pieces,
Yeah. No, I
But,
get you. I mean, when you open with 10 Good Reasons for Modern Drugs and it has like that first like 10 seconds, you got me. Really.
It scratches that fucking itch. God.
Yeah, it's like, did I want the Twilight Sad to make a really loud, aggressive, up-tempo, sort of post-punk, gothy, synthy album?
yes.
No,
Yep,
needed it,
sure did.
but here it is. I love VTR specifically, and the intro
Hell
and
yeah.
shooting, the soccer shooting. I also love Sunday 13, although I had a slightly different take on it than y'all. I don't know if this is one of the ones he's been direct about what it's about, but I felt like you have the first verse where he's saying, "You hit me too much," and I hear this knowing he's been through a lot of abuse in his life, and then he trots out all of these things like, "Would you throw me out in the cold?" And specifically, the title, "It Won't Be Like This All the Time," it feels like words that an abuser tells their victim to allow them to keep abusing them.
Yeah, I've definitely had that interpretation in the past. That I think I suppressed that interpretation because I wanted to think of the title in a positive light, but it's definitely there.
Yeah, I can't
Floating
see any
in the fourth type beat.
Yeah, I'm not so, but this is why I meant like I understand why this is one of the more subdued tracks on here, because when you are either playing the voice of someone throwing these lines back in the abuser's face, or just assuming that persona, it has to be pleading, or else it just doesn't work. I love Og Machina, just really great lyrics. And I just want to highlight Let's Get Lost, which I don't feel like gets talked about enough in general. I remember when I heard the song today, writing notes, I was just really hit by how beautiful it is. I see it coming, I still do nothing, and the refrain of We Got Lost. It's just haunting and beautiful. Videograms, it's just such a perfect closer. There's a guitar solo on it that sounds like the guitars were made by aliens out of foreign materials. And it's really, really great. I'm afraid to tell you when you're wrong. Again, it's showing this sort of side to a kind of a toxic relationship, and I love it. I love the album. I'm trying as hard as I can to be concise, and I think I've done a good job to convey how much I love this album in as few words as possible. It's really good.
You did an excellent job, but like with an album like this, I feel it is incredibly difficult to even try to be concise, even by this band standards, because it's just so fucking all-encompassing.
Definitely.
Yeah, I get you.
Okay. Morgan, that just leaves you.
Give me this take, boy. I'm ready for it.
I'm ready, because
It's good.
Good evening.
Yeah,
don't miss.
It's like miss once, miss one time, guys. Let me know that you're people. It makes so much sense to me that like I like this album as much as I do, coming off of No One Can Ever Know. I feel like in some ways they're like not so much like companion pieces, but like just explorations of similar ideas through a different avenue. The sort of metaphorical lyrical approach on that album and the sort of the vagueness of it, I guess, is replaced with sledgehammers in the form of words.
Yep.
Sorry. I would love to hear what the Twilight Sad would do with Sledgehammer.
I was just
See,
thinking that.
You know, I went the exact
Jesus.
opposite way. I was like, I wonder what Peter Gabriel would sound like covering the Twilight Sad, and you just went to,
Oh,
no. This band should cover Sledgehammer.
what?
Sledgehammer.
Look at me, in your eyes, like the heat.
This band could cover like
I am complete.
This band could cover like Gypsy by Fleetwood Mac, and it would smack.
Fuck yeah.
I can only get so erect.
Don't threaten me with a good time, miss.
But anyway, I had heard VTR around the time that I had started listening to Nobody Wants to Be Here. It was actually an accident because I put on There's a Girl in the Corner on Spotify's front page for them, and then that accidentally went into VTR because I thought I had turned on the album and I hadn't. But then it just I listened to it and I was like,
yeah, it do be like that.
That is live footage of what listening to this album feels like. You just sit there with your head in your hand and you're like,
I have fallen and I can't get up.
and I choose not to get up. But like, if ever there was a moment where the true unsung hero of this band was the bass player, even like no matter who it was at whatever point in time, just the bass on VTR, it's just like it's a song made up of little details that make other songs like just by themselves, and there's like 50 of them. Like and the opening, the drum line, the sort of two hits on it. It's like it pushes my brain buttons, and but like as I said earlier, it has that sort of urgency, and the emotional power of it is something that I find just really compelling. And I said to myself, if every song is like this, we're in for a good time. And I because of the sort of rushed nature, well, not rushed, but like the way that we have to do things sometimes for this show, I did not hear this album in full until after we finished recording last night. I've since listened to it like 7 times, so I made up for it. Yeah.
Sorry, Morgan, I just want to interrupt you briefly because I just found a great passage on about the song VTR, like from an interview with James, that I think you will find value in.
Go on.
So Andy called the song VTR at the demo stage of writing. We decided to stick with that when it came time to decide on track titles. After the album had been finished and all the songs had been named, as I was walking my wife into the hospital as she was going into labor with our son, I looked down at the pavement and spray painted there were the letters VTR. I think that the line, "There's no love too small," is one of the most hopeful I have ever written. Seeing that song title on the ground as I was entering the hospital to have the most life-affirming moment in my life blew my mind. That line came into my head one dark day as all I could see was bad news all around me, and all I needed was a bit of good news or compassion to get me through the day, no matter how small. Unfortunately, I didn't see it, so the lines, "I won't be surprised if it kills us all," came soon after.
Damn.
I am going to pass away.
I'm starting to think that perhaps it's not that they don't miss, it's that they can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like God. It's just if happiness is like the alien in the Simpsons meme, then every other emotion is the other people in the meme, where it's like it comes with love, kill it with fire.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
yeah.
That's the one.
Oh god.
Sorry, Morgan, I interrupted you. You were
I
saying.
mean, by all means. But I said to myself several months ago now, like, if every song is like this on this album, I was probably gonna like it more than Nobody Wants to Be Here and Nobody Wants to Leave. And oh fuck, here we are. That exact thing happened. There we go. We got him.
We got one.
And it's like you hear I remember the moment where it clicked for me was like I heard Shooting Dennis Hopper Shooting, and that's not the title, that's not the opening track, fucking hell. I heard 10 Good Reasons for Modern Drugs and then Shooting Dennis Hopper Shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't want to fuck up twice. Okay. And I was like, okay, fuck. This is fantastic. These are two 10 out of 10 songs. And then The Arbor turned on, and it was just like, it's all gonna be like this again. And it was at that point that I kind of like turned into like anxiety, because I was like, I'm just going to be saying the same things over and over again on this episode. Oh, like it's just really good, and like there are only so many ways that I can say that, but like
Yes.
Lesser my ass.
Yes.
clownery, pure clownery of the highest order. Ridiculous, chicanerous, and deceitful. Mischievous and deplorable. Now I'm quoting Key and Peele. What is happening?
We have become manic as this album. I feel like our emotional journey has reflected each record at this point.
Yeah, a little bit. Just like it manages to sound like bold. Just the album as a whole, it manages to sound like a bold new direction for them, but also like almost expected. Like this is the natural progression of things. So like ultimately, I feel like the mixture of those two feelings is that like they to paraphrase or alter one of their song titles, they gave me all that I didn't know I want.
Oh.
And but yeah, I mean, I can't stress enough how it's like like you turn on VTR and then you listen to the rest of the album, and just every song is that good. Just every single song.
I agree. You're like Morgan. You said like you listened to 10 Good Reasons and Shooting Dennis Hopper, and you're like, "Fuck, they're all going to be this good, aren't they?" And like, you're right, but also like every song is like better.
Yeah,
Those are like the two
probably the
least favorite.
weakest.
Yeah, but they're still amazing. But like every other song is better.
Yeah, that's why The Arbor was like the moment where the switch clicked, and I was like, yes, yes.
And it's why I'm fucking wearing the album.
Yeah,
It's a great album cover. God,
It's a very good album. All their album covers are great.
It might be their best.
I actually, on the note of album covers, this is a point I was kind of waiting towards the end to talk about. I know Jake's already mentioned in a previous review that James quite recently, upfrontly talked about on a podcast his lifelong struggle with body dysmorphia and being very uncomfortable, specifically seeing himself from the outside, like seeing pictures of himself, seeing video of himself, performances of himself, which, as you might be able to understand, is not something that's difficult. That's not something that's easy to escape, in particular when you're the front man of a band. And so what I find particularly poignant, he talked very beautifully and openly about this. And he didn't say this next thing I'm going to say, but it just struck me as soon as I was done listening to this interview that every single album cover has an obscured or a distorted face on it. Every single one of the 5. And this revelation that he gave to the world so recently, literally weeks ago, is when he first revealed this lifelong struggle he had. It's literally right there in front of us on every album he's made. And I just burst into tears when I realized that. I was like, yeah, like there are things, everyone has them about yourself that you don't necessarily want to talk about or put out there, whether it's the fact that you are intensely private about it, or whether it's the fact that you just don't want to deal with the emotion that would arise with saying it. But when you make art, it just bleeds into all of it. It's just and that's a perfect example of that, I think. And now every time I look at one of their record covers, it's just this bittersweet feeling I get, and that's just the most powerful thing that art can do, is really make you understand someone, or at least feel as though you do.
Sure.
I think, to put an addendum on this whole thing, really, I have been listening to this band's discography for a straight week, every day, every album, just because I wanted to get the most fully formed opinion. And right now, it is midnight. I am exhausted. We have talked about these albums extensively in detail and how much we love each and every one of them.
For about 6 hours in total.
I have every reason to just be like, okay, maybe take a break for a while. And all I want to do is listen to all these right now.
Oh, you know what I'm going to do? First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to listen to that live version of The Arbor because of Morgan's shout out. And then I'm going to listen to Forget the Night Ahead because of your review. And then I'm going to cry. No, wait. That will probably come sooner.
Yeah. Like that moment when, like, it's amazing on the album version, but the moment where it's just the synth line and the drums and in the arbor, like, once again, gray matter expanding, but in the live version it's like just the levels are different, I guess. And it's just
yeah, pain,
right.
Beauty.
Yeah. Any more closing thoughts on the album?
I think I've definitely said all I need to say.
Listen to this album. It deserves your love.
Okay, let's
listen to this and like it.
Yep.
Honestly,
or we'll come to your house and beat you up.
I have some array of light good news about
Oh,
this.
yes.
Well, no. Okay, I don't know if it's what you're thinking it is, because I don't know what you're thinking, but I do want to say that something I just saw is that will make you all feel happy, is that this album has their highest rating on Metacritic of all of their albums. So people still do love this band, and that warms my heart. I talked about how the 10 out of 10 review from Drowned in Sound of Nobody Wants to Be Here, Nobody Wants to Leave got me into this band. Well, guess what? The same publication gave It Won't Be Like This All the Time a 10 out of 10 also.
As they fucking should.
Lovely.
So I feel vindicated.
As you should.
Yeah. All right, guys.
All right.
Okay, here we are.
Let's do our
ratings and then rankings, I think.
Yep. Top 10 songs.
Okay.
First order?
No, I'm just gonna do a random order. Saoirse, you go first.
Okay, chill. That's fine. My favorite songs are Let's Get Lost, 10 Good Reasons for Modern Drugs, and Sunday 13. I don't really have a least favorite track. This album, 10 out of 10.
Oh shit! Fuck! Let's
Yes.
fucking go! Yeah.
I wonder if that's gonna be a trend here.
Okay. So I'll do Gaga next. My three favorite tracks are actually it's like a specific. There's like, I think this album is flawless, but there's a specific run from I'm Not Here to Keep It All to Myself. I'm Not Here, Algin Machine, and Keep It All to Myself. That 3-song run is the best 3-song run in this band catalog. And so those are my 3 favorite tracks. And I don't have a least favorite track, and it's a 10 out of 10. You better fucking believe it.
Indeed.
Jake.
My 3 favorite tracks are VTR, Videograms, and Aug Machine. Least favorite, yeah.
You gotta say some bullshit, ain't you, boy?
Me,
Fuck,
when
it doesn't
Tyler
exist. 10 out of
drops
10.
9.5.
Oh, is this going to be the first band to do this?
It is now.
Well,
Wait,
See, I
was
Morgan.
Frightened Rabbit not that?
yeah, but they were only there was one album that got a
Frightened
clean
Rabbit
sweep.
only
Yeah.
got one full 10.
Yeah, one clean sweep.
Oh.
because I was looking at my least favorite track and I was just like, yeah, but I love this song. No,
Oh.
it's a 10. Fuck it.
It would have been so much crueler if I gave this a 9.5. I wish I hadn't revealed that joke. But I mean, again, just being an ass. My favorite songs are VTR, The Arbor, and I'm gonna say Let's Get Lost. It could also be Videograms. Both of those songs are in my top 15, and Videograms might be higher on my top 15, but like, what the whatever.
Who cares?
There simply is no weak moment here. Retroactively, in an interesting trend of albums by great bands that people have slept on, this has overtaken my favorite album of 2019 spot from The Nationals, I Am Easy to Find.
Fuck yeah.
What's so funny about that, Morgan, is that those two have just like back and forth for me, like ever since. So yeah, I feel that.
Yeah,
Oh, this is
10.
good.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
All
right.
Okay, so before we get into our list, there's a couple of things I want to briefly shout out just to be a completist. There are 2 B-sides for this album that were released as a double-sided single/EP. They are called Rats and Public Housing. I can see why they didn't make the album, but they are both bangers. Like, they're not like slow songs that we're like, yeah, they're not as good, so we didn't put them on the album. They're bangers, and you should listen to them because they bang hard. There's one of them, I think it's Public Housing, has a very similar groove to like Kill It in the Morning, except with the sound of this album. So just process that for a minute. So that's a great 2-sided single. Go and listen to it when you have the chance / when you feel like you want to listen to it because you're dying right now. And also I want to shout out as well, last year. So obviously we've alluded to the relationship between The Twilight Sad and Frightened Rabbit. James Graham was great friends with Scott Hutchison, and the loss of Scott, difficult for any fan of the band, but you can imagine especially difficult for James with the relationship that they had and with how much we know James has hurt and hurts. I mean, I can only imagine what that experience was like. The fact that it occurred as well during, I think shortly after this most recent album, It Won't Be Like This All the Time, was recorded. Yeah, just wow. But anyway, what I want to shout out is that there was a compilation released last year of covers of every song on the Midnight Organ Fight, and The Twilight Sad did a cover of the song Floating in the Fourth. And I think basically at the time they said that we felt we were the only band who could cover that song, and I have to agree, considering the emotional weight of that song. And I want to say I've labeled on all of the nice superlatives and hyperboles today, but I want to say something that I've known in my heart ever since I first heard this cover, which is that it is my favorite cover of all time. It is also, again, it's going to sound hyperbolic. I'm going to say it. It is the saddest song of all time. Yep. And that specific version of it, because there's like, you know how the song ends with, you know how it ends, and like, I'm pretty sure. I think I might be off slightly, but I'm pretty sure that James repeats the line, I think I'll save suicide for another year, specifically once for each year since that song was released.
Oh, no.
Scott's death.
Okay. All right.
No. Yeah, that's a yeah. You can see why that's the saddest song of all time for me.
Yeah.
And
I watched a live rendition of their cover of "Keep Yourself Warm."
Oh yes, they've covered that many times as well. Yes.
And they all of them are playing the song amazingly, but openly weeping on stage.
Yeah.
And God, it's something else.
That cover is also on the live album that came out this year as well. So if you want a good version of that to listen to sometime, it sounds great on the live album.
Probably doesn't have the visual component of them.
No, obviously. But yeah, so that I wanted to shout out that Floating in the Fourth cover because it's real special, and it's the only. I mean, look, with all these albums we've talked about, I'd be like, go and listen to them if it sounds like something you'd be interested in listening to. This is like the one song where I have to be like, be careful, really. Yeah. But anyway, I know it's tough to talk about that song, but I feel like it would be wrong to not mention it. And yeah, so that's where we're at, the present day. And let's do our favorite Twilight Sad songs and album rankings.
Yeah, let's go. Who wants to go first?
Well, let's just do a regular order and do it like that.
Okay. I am going to say I did a top 10, but I'm throwing in 2 honorable mentions just because I wanted to shout them out because they are from 2 records that don't necessarily feature heavily on this list. That being Videograms and Alphabet being my honorable mentions. The opener from No One Can Ever Know and the closer from Won't Be Like This All the Time. They are incredible, and I would feel horrible if I left them off my list, so I technically didn't. But 10, we have VTR. 9, Talking with Fireworks. 8, The Room. 7, Nobody Wants to Be Here and Nobody Wants to Leave. 6, The Wrong Car. 5, Last January. 4, Sometimes I Wish I Could Fall Asleep. 3, At the Burnside. 2, Pills I Swallow. 1, 7 Years of Letters. And my ranking is...
Sorry, I want to say that is the most goated top 10 list.
Thank you.
Unfathomably based.
It is a bit. Ranking, I will say No One Can Ever Know, then followed by, I did give this a higher rating just because I probably think it's the better album, but I'm going to put it below another record that I scored slightly lower because that one means a bit more to me. But I'm going No One Can Ever Know, It Won't Be Like This All the Time, 14 Autumns and 15 Winters, Nobody Wants to Be Here, Nobody Wants to Leave, and then number 1, Forget the Night Ahead.
Once again, unfathomably.
You could literally order these 5 albums in any order, and it'll be incredibly based.
Yep.
Yes.
That's true.
Yeah. It's
more based than a fucking Thanksgiving turkey.
Well, hey,
Goddamn.
you're hilarious.
Goddamn.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna hit Tyler with the "You're hilarious." You.
Okay.
No, I thought it was generally kind of clever, but also it's really corny.
Morgan, you're up next.
Oh, okay. Oh yes, it's the fucking acronym order, dumbass.
Mr. Morgan.
Album ranked. Number 5, 14 autumns and 15 winters. 4, Forget the Night Ahead. 3, Nobody Wants to Be Here, Nobody Wants to Leave. 2, It Won't Be Like This All the Time. And 1, No One Can Ever Know. Heavy asterisk. 1 and 2 could change as soon as like tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do be like that.
I do.
And I did a top 15.
Based.
So number 15 we have Let's Get Lost. 14 we have the Oren Moore version of The Airport. 13 It Never Was the Same. 12 Kill It in the Morning. 11 Cold Days in the Birdhouse. 10 7 Years of Letters. 9 Don't Look at Me. 8 Drown So I Can Watch. 7 Videograms. 6 The Room. 5 the live version of The Arbor. 4 There's a Girl in the Corner. 3 Sick. 2 the Oren Moore version of Last January. And number 1 VTR.
Hell yeah.
Very
Saoirse.
good. Hang on, I'm just putting the finishing touches on my ranking. I have 2 more numbers to go. Okay. Okay. So my album rankings are at the bottom at number 5. It's Forget the Night Ahead. As much as I love it. Number 4 is 14 albums, 14 autumns and 15 winters. Then It Won't Be Like This All the Time. And the only reason this is in second is because I have had more time to fall in love with number 1. But my number 2 is Nobody Wants to Be Here, Nobody Wants to Leave. My number 1 is No One Can Ever Know. I think they are blow for blow as good as each other, but I am more in love with No One Can Ever Know, if that makes any sense.
No, that's exactly how I feel about my 2 top
It
ones.
makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And then my 10s are, I feel bad because it's one album that isn't represented here, but I do love it. So remember that. Number 10, There Is a Girl in the Corner. And number 9, Leave the House. Number 8, Another Bed. Number 7, That Summer at Home I Had Become the Invisible Boy. Number 6, Nil. Number 5, I have Alphabet. Number 4, I have I Became a Prostitute. Number 3, I have In Nowheres. Number 2, I have Kill It in the Morning. And number 1, I have Pill the I Swallow.
Very good. Okay.
Dank.
Because no one can tell me what to do, I have a top 25 Twilight Sad songs list. So I'm going to count that down now.
Okay.
25, 3 Seconds of Dead Air. 24, There's a Girl in the Corner. 23, Mapped by What Surrounded Them. 22, Made to Disappear. 21, Don't Look at Me. 20, Leave the House. 19, Kill It in the Morning. 18, Interrupted. 17, Videograms. 16, Nil. 15, In Nowheres. 14, I'm Not Here, parentheses, missing face. 13, I Became a Prostitute. 12, That Summer at Home I Had Become the Invisible Boy. 11, I Could Give You All That You Don't Want. Top 10. 10, The Room. 9, It Never Was the Same. 8, Alga Machine. 7, Keep It All to Myself. 6, Last January. 5, The Wrong Car. 4, Drown So I Can Watch. 3, And She Would Darken the Memory. 2, Cold Days from the Birdhouse. And my number 1 is Nobody Wants to Be Here and Nobody Wants to Leave. And my album ranking is at the bottom, reluctantly, is I was about to say At the Bottom by Brand New, but I need to bring that energy into this.
No, you don't.
And then I did. Fuck me. At the bottom of my list ranking is No One Can Even Know. Sorry, it's the 9 out of 10 album. Then in 4th place, Forget the Night Ahead. Definite potential for that to move up. 3rd place, 14 Autumns and 15 Winters. 2nd place, these top 2 are interchangeable, and again, it's just by virtue, exactly what Saoirse said, it's purely by virtue of time spent. 2nd place is It Won't Be Like This All the Time, and 1st place, exactly the same, 1st place on both my songs and albums list, Nobody Wants to Be Here and Nobody Wants to Leave. Yes.
Wow.
If I didn't do, if on my topsters I didn't do like have a 1 album per artist rule, like both of those 2 albums would be in the top 5.
Sure.
Funnily enough, speaking of that, I redid a little bit of my favorites list, and this is Forget the Night Ahead currently sits at number 10. You want to give one guess as to what the current number 9 is?
I wonder.
Jeez.
Painting of a Panic Attack.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Best buddies right there.
Yep.
Honestly.
Right next to each other.
So, closing thoughts on The Twilight Sad. What an incredible group. I feel so privileged to have had the obligation to get into them, and it is a privilege because I was not that aware of them before, and now I love them to pieces.
Yeah, look, if I can have the last word and be selfish.
Go ahead, of course.
Thank you guys for taking the time to join me on this journey. I know it wasn't difficult. I know it wasn't like, maybe it was difficult at certain points, but I know it wasn't like a chore because you all ended up loving this band. But
Part 2 of Metallica, this was not.
Yeah, thank you for sticking with this. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and staying up with me. And yeah, this is a day and an experience I'll never forget.
Genuinely.
Really glad to hear that.
Yeah,
just great on all parties. You all did phenomenal jobs.
Unlike the night ahead, which I will forget because I'm going to get so drunk when I get home. It's not even fun. Anyway, rock over London.
Woo!
Rock on Chicago. Energizer. It just keeps going and going and going.